Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Debbie. I jolt awake, heart hammering against my ribs, sheets tangled around my legs like restraints. The digital clock on my nightstand glows 3:17 a.m., casting an eerie blue light across my bedroom. My skin feels clammy, and I'm breathing like I've just run a marathon. Cole again. Always Cole. In my dream, he was standing over me, that familiar smirk on his face. "You really think you can make it without me, Deb?" His voice still rings in my ears, so real I almost expect to find him leaning against my bedroom wall. I untangle myself from the sheets and sit up, running my hands through my curls. They're damp with sweat at the roots. Nightmares. It's been 3 months since I walked out of his condo for the last time, but my subconscious won't let me forget. "Get it together, Debbie," I mutter to myself, swinging my legs over the side of the bed. The hardwood floor feels solid beneath my feet as I pad to the bathroom. I flip the light switch and squint against the sudden brightness, then splash cold water on my face. The woman in the mirror looks tired, haunted. "You're pathetic," I tell my reflection. "He's not worth this." But the memories flood back anyway. Cole grabbing my wrist so hard it left marks when I tried to leave a party early. Cole accidentally deleting my study notes before a major exam because I'd been spending too much time with my books instead of him. Cole telling me my natural hair looked unprofessional and that I should straighten it if I wanted to be taken seriously. I gripped the edge of the sink until my knuckles hurt. Why am I still letting him take up space in my head? I'm back in school, working toward my degree. I have a decent job. I have my own place now. Small but mine. No more walking on eggshells, no more apologizing for existing. Yet here I am at 3 a.m, shaking because of a dream about a man who never deserved me in the first place. "Damn you, Cole," I whisper to the empty bathroom. My voice sounds stronger than I feel. I grab a glass of water and move to the living room, curling up on the couch with my favorite throw blanket. The worst part is how stupid I feel. I'm smart. I've always been smart. How did I not see what was happening? How did I let myself become so small? Every time I think I'm moving forward, something drags me back. A song on the radio, a nightmare, seeing someone who looks like him on the street. My phone sits on the coffee table, and for one weak moment, I consider checking his social media, just to see if he's moved on, if he's found someone new to control. "Don't you dare," I tell myself, pushing the phone away. That's exactly what he wants. To stay relevant, to keep his hooks in me even from a distance. Instead, I reach for my textbook. If I'm going to be awake, I might as well be productive. The psychology chapter on trauma and resilience feels a little too on the nose right now, but maybe that's what I need. The pages are already dog-eared and highlighted in various neon colors, evidence of my desperate attempt to understand what happened to me, to make academic sense of the emotional hurricane Cole left in his wake. I trace my finger along a passage about recovery not being linear. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. The important thing is the direction, not the pace. The words blur slightly as my tired eyes scan the page, but the message sinks in deeper than any lecture ever could. This is my life now. Messy progress, stumbling forward even when I feel like I'm drowning. I'm getting there, I whisper to myself. One day at a time. My voice echoes in the quiet apartment, a small affirmation in a space that's finally, completely mine. No one to criticize how I arrange my furniture or mock my collection of secondhand books. No one to tell me I'm reading too much or thinking too hard about things that don't matter, Debbie. I must have fallen asleep with the textbook across my chest because the next thing I know, sunlight is streaming through the blinds I forgot to close. When my phone blares at 11:30 a.m., I fumble for it with my eyes still half closed, nearly knocking over my water glass in the process. Hello? My voice sounds rough, unused, like I've been screaming instead of sleeping. Girl, where have you been? I've texted you 3 times this morning. The voice on the other end is loud, energetic, and exactly what I don't need with this pounding headache from too little sleep. The familiar voice jolts me awake like a shot of espresso. Natalie? The one and only. Listen, a bunch of us are hitting up the rooftop tonight. You need to come. And before you start with your excuses, I already know you don't have class tomorrow, and that manager of yours gave you the weekend off. Her words come rapid fire, leaving no room for the refusal already forming on my lips. Natalie James, my ride or die since freshman year. Before Cole, before everything went sideways. She'd warned me about him from day one, and I'd written it off as jealousy. Another mistake to add to my collection. I don't know, Nat. I sit up, rubbing sleep from my eyes. I've got a ton of reading to do for Monday and nothing. When's the last time you went anywhere that wasn't school or work? I pause, trying to remember. Has it really been that long? Exactly, Natalie says, filling my silence. Look, I'm not taking no for an answer. You need this. We need this. Just a few drinks, some dancing, maybe flirt with a cute stranger who isn't a complete jackass. Natalie, I laugh despite myself. It feels strange, rusty, like opening a door that's been stuck for seasons. The sound almost startles me. When was the last time I genuinely laughed? What? I'm just saying, the best way to get over somebody is to get under. Don't you dare finish that sentence. But I'm smiling now, and something shifts inside me, a tiny crack in the wall I've built. The heaviness in my chest lightens just a fraction. Maybe she's right. Maybe I do need this. Need to remember there's a world beyond textbooks and memories of Cole's cutting remarks. So you'll come? She sounds hopeful. That familiar Natalie enthusiasm bubbling through the phone. I can practically see her bouncing on her toes, already planning our night. I glance at my textbook splayed open on my bed, then at the clock on my nightstand. The red numbers seem to mock my Friday night solitude. What would staying in accomplish, really? More time to dwell on Cole's last text? More chances for my brain to replay our fights? More nightmares where I'm still trapped in his world? Yeah, I say, and the word feels like freedom. Like taking my first real breath in months. My heart flutters with something that might be excitement. Yeah, I'll come. Yes, Natalie practically screams into the phone, and I have to pull it away from my ear. Wear something that shows off those legs, girl. Something Cole would have hated. We're reclaiming your hotness tonight, and I won't take no for an answer. It's time the world remembers who Debbie Peters really is. After we hang up, I stand in front of my closet for 20 minutes. Everything feels either too conservative or too much like something Cole would have approved of. I finally settle on a deep purple dress I bought after we broke up, but haven't had the courage to wear yet. I take my time getting ready, shower, moisturize, style my curls just right. When I put on makeup, I go bold with the eyeliner. Something Cole always hated. You look desperate with all that stuff on your face, he'd say. Screw him. I look amazing, By the time I'm slipping into my heels, something electric buzzes under my skin. Anticipation, excitement. For the first time in months, I feel like myself, not Cole's ex, not the girl who made bad choices, just Debbie. I catch my reflection in the full-length mirror and actually stop to stare. The woman looking back at me stands tall, shoulders back, chin up. Her eyes are bright, alive. She looks nothing like the ghost I saw at 3 a.m. "Damn, girl," I whisper to myself, turning to check the view from behind. The dress hugs every curve just right. My phone pings with a text from Natalie. "Uber's 5 minutes away. You ready to break some hearts?" I type back, ready to remember what fun feels like. And I mean it. Tonight isn't about Cole. It isn't about proving anything. It's about me, reclaiming my time, my joy, my life. For the first time in forever, I feel like I might actually be okay.
Chapter 2. Liam. I loosened my tie with one hand, signaling the bartender with the other. 2 days in Aurora, and I'm already remembering why I left small towns behind. Everyone knows everyone's business, and being the big city lawyer makes me stick out like a designer suit at a rodeo. "Another scotch, neat," I tell the bartender, who nods with the quick efficiency I appreciate. The rooftop is surprisingly upscale for a place like Aurora. Exposed brick walls, Edison bulbs hanging from industrial fixtures, and a decent selection of top-shelf liquor. "So this Henry case." Mark leans in, lowering his voice despite the music pulsing through the speakers. "Think you can get him out of this mess?" I take a slow sip, letting the smoky liquid coat my tongue before answering. The DA's overreaching. Their evidence is circumstantial at best. I wouldn't have flown out if I didn't think we could win. Mark shakes his head, impressed. 48 years old and still the same cocky bastard from law school. It's not cocky if you can back it up. I grin, tapping my glass against his, and I've never lost a case like this. The truth is, I could have sent one of my associates to handle this. Henry's an old friend, but this is hardly a case that requires the founding partner's attention. Sometimes, though, I need to get away from the Manhattan high-rise and the endless parade of corporate nonsense. Remind myself why I became a lawyer in the first place. Jesus, Liam, when do we get so old? Mark laughs, running a hand over his thinning hair. I'm about to answer when movement near the entrance catches my eye. A group of women walk in, laughing, radiating that particular energy of a night just beginning. Among them, one stands out immediately. Tall, curves perfectly showcased in a deep purple dress that catches the light when she moves. Her skin is a rich brown, flawless, and her natural curls frame her face in a way that makes my fingers itch to touch them. You still with me, counselor? Mark waves a hand in front of my face. Yeah, I mutter, not taking my eyes off her. Who is that? Mark follows my gaze and lets out a low whistle. No idea. Must be new in town or passing through. Definitely not your usual type. I don't have a type. The words come out sharper than intended. Sure you do. Stunning, leggy, usually with a law degree and daddy issues. He laughs at his own joke. Basically the female version of your son. I shoot him a look that would silence a courtroom. Don't mention Cole. Not tonight. The reminder of my son about his recent stalking accusations against a 20-year-old girl, the restraining order she filed against him, the money I had to shell out to make it all go away, threatens to sour my mood, but I refuse to let it. Not when there's a beautiful woman over there laughing like that, her head thrown back, revealing the elegant line of her throat. I'm going to introduce myself, I decide, downing the rest of my scotch. She looks about half your age, man. I'm introducing myself, not proposing. I straighten my tie, smooth down my jacket. Besides, age is just a number when you look this good. I make my way across the bar, weaving through the Friday night crowd with practiced ease. Up close, she's even more stunning. Eyes bright with life, lips full and glossed, skin glowing under the bar lights. There's something about her, a vibrancy, a presence that commands attention without trying. I slide into an empty space at the bar near her group, deliberately not looking directly at her. Playing it cool has always been my strategy. Let them come to you, or at least notice you first. When the bartender approaches, I order another scotch, then casually turn as if just noticing her for the first time. Our eyes meet, and for a split second I feel something I haven't felt in years. A genuine jolt of interest, not just physical attraction. She holds my gaze for a moment, then looks away, a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Challenge accepted. I've built a career on reading people, on knowing exactly what to say and when to say it. But something tells me this woman won't be impressed by the usual lines or my net worth. And strangely, I find myself wanting to impress her for entirely different reasons. I linger at the bar, nursing my scotch while keeping her in my peripheral vision. She's not the kind of woman who needs to be the center of attention, but she commands it anyway. There's a quiet confidence in how she holds herself, the way she listens intently when her friends speak. When she laughs, it's genuine, with her head tipped back, shoulders relaxed. No calculated giggles or performative gestures. She's not trying to impress anyone, which makes her all the more impressive. Her drink of choice is something with a lime wedge. Vodka soda, maybe. She sips it slowly, more interested in the conversation than getting drunk. Smart, composed, intriguing. I watch her turn down some college kid who approaches their table with a practiced smile that doesn't reach her eyes. She's polite but firm, and he retreats without argument. The exchange tells me everything. She's experienced enough to handle unwanted attention with grace, but there's a guardedness there too. When one of her friends heads to the bathroom and another moves to the dance floor, I see my opening. I slide off my bar stool, straightening my cuffs, a habit from countless courtroom appearances, and approach. "Excuse me," I say, keeping a respectful distance. "I couldn't help noticing you've been nursing that same drink for nearly an hour. Either it's the world's strongest cocktail or you're the most responsible person in this bar." She looks up, those dark eyes assessing me with immediate intelligence. For a split second, I feel like I'm being cross-examined. "Maybe I just don't like wasting money," she replies, a hint of amusement in her voice. "Fair enough. In that case, can I buy you another so you can nurse that one for the next hour?" Her lips quirk upward. "That's your approach?" Commenting on my drinking habits. "Would you prefer something more conventional? Haven't we met before? Or what's your sign?" I lean against the high-top table, keeping my body language open. I figured you deserved better than recycled lines. "At least you're honest." She studies me for a moment. "I'm Debbie." "Liam. Pleasure to meet you, Debbie." "So what brings you to the rooftop on a Friday night, Liam? You don't look like a regular. That obvious I'm not from around here?" The suit's a dead giveaway. Nobody in Aurora dresses like they're heading to a board meeting for a casual drink. I laugh, unbuttoning my jacket. "Guilty as charged. I'm in town for a case. I'm an attorney. Just a few days, then back to the grind in New York." "A New York lawyer?" She raises an eyebrow. "Shouldn't you be at some fancy hotel bar instead of slumming it with the locals?" "Those places are all the same." Overpriced drinks and people trying too hard to impress each other. I gesture around us. "This is more interesting. Real people having real conversations." She tilts her head, considering me. "And what kind of conversation are you looking for tonight?" "An honest one. Someone who isn't impressed by job titles or area codes." "You're in luck, then." I'm decidedly unimpressed. But there's a smile playing at the corners of her mouth that tells me she's not entirely disinterested. Perfect, that's exactly my type. When her friend returns, Debbie introduces me. After a few minutes of group conversation, her friend gives her a meaningful look, and makes an excuse to join others on the dance floor. Subtle, Debbie says with a laugh. Friends looking out for you. That's a good thing. I think I need to get back out there. I got out of a pretty messy relationship a few months ago, and apparently my hermit phase has lasted too long. And what do you think? Ready to get back out there? She swirls her drink, contemplating. I'm taking it day by day. Not looking for anything serious. Maybe something casual, just to remember what it's like to have fun again. Casual works for me. I'm only in town until Tuesday. Her eyes meet mine, direct and unapologetic. That's actually perfect. I'm not looking for any complications right now, Liam. Exactly. We're just two adults enjoying each other's company for a few days. I like how straightforward you are, she says. No games, no nonsense. Life's too short. And at my age, I've learned that honesty is the only approach worth taking. And how old is that exactly? She asks with a playful smile. 48 too old for you? She laughs. I'm 25, so you tell me. I'd say we're both old enough to know what we want. I hold her gaze, feeling that rare spark of genuine connection. And right now, what I want is to spend more time with you, Debbie. She takes a sip of her drink, eyes never leaving mine. Then I guess it's your lucky night, Mr. Lawyer.
Chapter 3. Debbie. I've never seen a hotel suite like this in real life. The Westwood Grand takes up the entire top floor, with huge windows showcasing Aurora's modest skyline. Next to New York, it's probably nothing special, but to me it's breathtaking. This view is incredible, I say, wandering toward the windows. The town below sparkles like fallen stars. Make yourself comfortable. Liam's voice has that confident tone that comes from being accustomed to luxury. He shrugs off his suit jacket and drapes it over a chair with practiced ease. Can I get you something to drink? They stocked the bar earlier. Whatever you're having is fine. He moves to a sleek bar cart in the corner. Champagne, then, seems appropriate. I watch him work. His movements precise and deliberate as he unwraps the foil from the bottle. Everything about him screams money and power, but not in the flashy way my stupid ex-boyfriend tried to project. This is the real deal. Understated wealth that doesn't need to announce itself. You don't seem impressed by all this, he says, glancing over his shoulder at me. Should I be? I raise an eyebrow, trying to maintain my cool, even though part of me is freaking out about being in a hotel room that probably costs more per night than my monthly rent. The cork pops with a satisfying sound, and he pours the bubbling liquid into 2 crystal flutes. Most people would be taking selfies by now. I'm not most people. I noticed that the moment I saw you. He hands me a glass, his fingers brushing against mine. Hungry? Room service is available all night. I'm good for now. I take a sip of champagne. It's nothing like the cheap stuff I've had at friends' celebrations. This tastes like liquid sunshine, crisp and complex. We settle on a plush white couch, my purple dress a stark contrast against it. The conversation flows easily, picking up where we left off at the bar. Hours pass as we talk about everything and nothing. His cases in New York, my classes, books we've read, places he's traveled. Not once does he check his phone or seem distracted. So what's your story, Debbie? He asks, refilling our glasses. What made you decide casual was better than serious right now? I consider how much to share. My ex, he wasn't a good guy. Took me too long to see it. Liam's expression darkened slightly. He hurt you? Not physically, just... I struggled to explain without sounding pathetic. He had a way of making me feel small, like I was lucky he even bothered with me. Sounds like a classic manipulator. Liam's voice hardens. Men like that prey on exceptional women because they know they don't deserve them. The directness of his assessment catches me off guard. You sound like you've seen it before. Unfortunately, yes, both professionally and personally. He shifts closer, his knee touching mine. For what it's worth, anyone who made you feel small clearly couldn't handle how magnificent you actually are. Heat rises to my face at his words. With Cole, compliments always came with conditions, with expectations. Liam's feel different, like observations rather than demands. You're good with words, Liam. I take another sip of champagne, liquid courage. Is that how you win all your cases? I win my cases with facts and preparation. His eyes lock with mine. But this isn't a courtroom, and you're not a jury I'm trying to convince. What am I then? The question comes out softer than I intended. Liam sets his glass down and moves closer, the expensive fabric of his suit rustling softly against the couch. His hand comes up to my face, thumb gently stroking my cheek with a touch so light it makes my skin tingle. You're the most fascinating woman I've met in years, he murmurs, his voice dropping to a rich, velvety tone that makes my stomach flip. When he leans in, I meet him halfway without hesitation. His lips are warm and taste like champagne, the kiss confident but not demanding. Unlike Cole, who always kissed like he was staking a claim. Liam's hand slides to the back of my neck, fingers threading through my curls, cradling my head with a strength that's protective rather than possessive. I melt into him, something electric racing through my body, sparking along every nerve ending. My hands find their way to his chest, feeling the solid warmth beneath his crisp shirt. He kisses like a man who knows exactly what he's doing, deliberate and thorough, taking his time as if we have all night, as if I'm worth savoring. There's an assurance in his movements that makes my knees weak even though I'm sitting down. When he pulls back slightly, his blue eyes search mine, darkened with desire but clear with concern. His thumb traces my bottom lip, sending another shiver down my spine. Is this okay? He asks, his breath mingling with mine, giving me space to decide, even though the heat between us is unmistakable. Yes, I whisper, my voice husky with desire. I want this. I want you. The smile that spreads across Liam's face is nothing short of devastating. Confident, hungry, yet somehow tender. He captures my lips again, more demanding this time, his tongue exploring my mouth with deliberate precision. Every stroke, every touch feels calculated to drive me wild. You're beautiful, he murmurs against my neck, trailing kisses down my throat. His hands slide to my waist, fingers splaying across the fabric of my dress. I want to take my time with you. My heart hammers against my ribs as he guides me toward the bedroom. The king-size bed looks impossibly large, pristine white sheets practically glowing in the dim light. He lays me down gently, his body following mine, weight supported on his forearms as he hovers above me. Tell me what you like, he says, his voice dropping to that rich baritone that makes my skin tingle. I like this a lot, I admit, running my hands over his broad shoulders, down the solid planes of his chest. I like you. Liam's hands find the zipper of my dress, slowly dragging it down. May I? I nod, lifting slightly to help him slide the fabric away. The cool air kisses my skin as my purple dress joins his jacket on the floor. His eyes darken as they take in my black lace bra and matching panties. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. That, he says, crawling back up my body to kiss me deeply, letting me taste myself on his lips, was just the beginning.
Chapter 4. Liam. I grip Debbie's waist as she straddles me, her gorgeous body silhouetted against the dim hotel lighting. My breath catches watching her move above me, confident, uninhibited, magnificent. That's it, I encourage, my voice rougher than usual. Take what you want.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
She smiles up at me, looking satisfied, and somehow younger in the afterglow. I roll to the side, bringing her with me, not ready to break our connection just yet. Something about this woman, this chance encounter in a small-town bar, feels significant in a way I hadn't expected. What started as a casual hookup suddenly feels like something more. I trace lazy patterns across Debbie's skin, my fingertips following the gentle curve of her shoulder, down the slope of her spine. Her breathing has slowed, becoming deeper and more rhythmic. The soft glow from the bedside lamp bathes her brown skin in amber light, highlighting every perfect inch of her. "Thank you," she murmurs, her voice thick with approaching sleep. "For what?" I ask, pressing a gentle kiss to her shoulder. She shifts slightly, turning her face toward me. Even half asleep, she's stunning. Those full lips curved in a satisfied smile, curls wild around her face. For tonight. For treating me right. Her words are soft, vulnerable in a way that tugs at something deep in my chest. It's been a while since someone made me feel good like this. The admission stirs something protective in me. I think about the ex she mentioned earlier, the same one who made her feel small. I've seen enough in my years to recognize the subtle signs of someone who's been emotionally beaten down. The way she seemed surprised when I asked what she wanted, the flash of uncertainty when I complimented her. "You might be the best I've ever had," I tell her, meaning every word. It's not just about the sex, though that was incredible. There's something about her, a raw authenticity that's rare in my world of calculated interactions and strategic relationships. She laughs gently, the sound warm and sleepy. "Lawyer with a silver tongue," she teases. "I bet you say that to all the girls." "No," I say, suddenly serious. "I don't." Her eyes search mine for a moment, and whatever she sees there seems to satisfy her. She nods slightly, then settles deeper into the pillow, her eyelids growing heavy. "Get some sleep," I whisper, brushing a curl from her forehead. She hums, already drifting off. "Just a few hours. Then I should probably go." But her sentence trails off as sleep claims her, her body relaxing completely against mine. I continue tracing patterns on her skin, watching the steady rise and fall of her chest. There's something almost hypnotic about it, something that quiets the constant strategic thinking that usually occupies my mind. What is it about this woman? I've been with beautiful women before, successful, accomplished women who move in the same elite circles I do. But Debbie, she's different. Authentic in a way that's almost startling. There's no agenda behind her actions, no calculation on what to do next. Just genuine responses and honest emotions. She shifts in her sleep, curling closer to me, her head finding the hollow of my shoulder like it belongs there. I adjust to accommodate her, my arm wrapping around her protectively. Watching her sleep, I'm struck by how young she looks, all the guardedness from earlier completely gone. 25. Christ, she's practically half my age. In another context, she could be my daughter. The thought should bother me more than it does. But age seems irrelevant when I think about how perfectly we connected tonight. Not just physically, but conversationally. She challenges me, matches my wit, doesn't back down. Rare qualities in anyone, regardless of age. "You're a gem, Debbie Peters," I whisper to her sleeping form, brushing my lips against her forehead. For a moment, I allow myself to imagine what it might be like if circumstances were different. If I wasn't leaving in 2 days. If we'd met in New York instead of this small town. If I wasn't buried in cases and she wasn't focused on rebuilding her life after that bastard ex. But that's not our reality. This is what it is. A perfect night. A temporary connection. Maybe that's what makes it so special. No expectations, no future complications. Just this moment, this night. I should sleep too, but I'm reluctant to close my eyes, to miss even a minute of having her warm body pressed against mine. Tomorrow will come soon enough, with all its complications and responsibilities. But right now, in this quiet hotel room with Debbie sleeping peacefully beside me, everything feels simple. And for a man whose life is anything but simple, that might be the most precious gift of all.
Chapter 5. Debbie. I slip into my apartment at 5:30 a.m., closing the door with barely a click. The silence wraps around me like a blanket. Familiar, but somehow different now. Everything looks exactly as I left it. Textbooks stacked on the coffee table. Empty tea mug by the sink. Throw blanket crumpled on the couch. But I'm not the same person who walked out last night. My body still hums with the ghost of Liam's touch. I lean against the door, closing my eyes, reliving every moment. His hands, his mouth, the way he looked at me like I was something precious, something worth savoring. "Get it together, Debbie," I whispered to myself, pushing away from the door. I'd slipped out while he was still sleeping, his breathing deep and even. Part of me wanted to stay, to wake up next to him, maybe go another round in the morning light. But what would be the point? He's leaving Tuesday, back to New York, back to his real life, and I'd be left here, possibly catching feelings for a man twice my age who lives across the country. I drop my purple dress on the bathroom floor and turn on the shower, cranking the heat until steam billows over the curtain. Under the spray, I close my eyes again, remembering how Liam's fingers felt, tracing patterns on my skin. How his voice dropped to that deep, commanding tone when he told me what he wanted to do to me. God, the things he did to me. Cole never even gave me one unless it was by accident. The water sluices over my shoulders, down my back, between my legs where I'm still tender from the night's activities. I reach for my loofah and soap, but pause when I notice the faint marks on my hips, the imprint of Liam's fingers when he gripped me tight, guiding my movements as I rode him. "Damn," I breathe, touching one of the marks gently. I wash slowly, my mind replaying every moment. The way he took his time exploring my body, how he asked what I wanted, actually listened when I told him. The perfect weight of him above me, the fullness of him inside me. It wasn't just sex. It was connection, real connection, even if just for one night. It was just a hookup, I tell myself firmly, rinsing soap from my skin. A really good hookup with a really hot older guy who knows what he's doing. But even as I say it, I know it's not the whole truth. There was something about Liam that got under my skin in the best possible way. The confident set of his shoulders, the way his eyes crinkled when he laughed. How he listened, really listened, when I talked about my classes, my dreams. I step out of the shower and wrap myself in a towel, wiping condensation from the mirror. My reflection stares back at me, eyes bright despite the lack of sleep. "You look thoroughly messed up," I tell my reflection, and laugh at how accurate that assessment is. In my bedroom, I pull on an oversized t-shirt and crawl into bed, my body exhausted but my mind still racing. The sheets feel cool against my heated skin, but they don't smell like Liam's cologne, don't carry the weight of his body. I check my phone, no messages. Not that I expected any. We didn't exchange numbers, didn't make promises to see each other again. It was understood. One perfect night, no strings attached. So why does my chest ache at the thought of never seeing him again? "Because he made you feel good," I whisper to the empty room. "Because he treated you like you mattered." The sad truth hits me. I've set the bar so low after Cole that basic human decency feels like a revelation. But it was more than that with Liam. The way he looked at me like I was beautiful, desirable. The respect in his eyes when I talked about going back to school. The genuine interest in what I had to say. I roll onto my side, hugging a pillow to my chest. In 2 days, Liam will be gone. Back to his big city life, his high-profile cases, probably his equally sophisticated women. And I'll still be here in Aurora, working my way through school, trying to rebuild my life after Cole. Maybe that's for the best. What would happen if he stayed? If we tried to turn one amazing night into something more? We're from different worlds. He's established, successful, probably has more money than I'll see in a lifetime. I'm still figuring out who I am without Cole's voice in my head telling me I'm not enough. But for one night, in Liam's arms, I felt like more than enough. I felt powerful, beautiful, desired. "Thank you for that, Liam," I whispered to the empty room. "Wherever you go next." After another bout of much-needed sleep, I finally drag myself back to my desk at 12 p.m., coffee in hand, and textbooks spread before me. The apartment feels too quiet after last night's intensity. My psychology textbook stares up at me, the words blurring together as my mind keeps drifting back to Liam's hotel room. "Focus, Debbie," I mutter, highlighting a sentence about cognitive behavioral therapy. But even as I try to concentrate, Liam's words echo in my head. "You're magnificent. The best I've ever had. So damn beautiful." I set down my highlighter with a sigh. Were those just things he says to every woman he sleeps with? Sweet nothings whispered in the heat of the moment. He certainly seemed sincere, the way he looked at me like I was something precious, something worth savoring. But men like Liam, successful, powerful, worldly, they know exactly what to say to make a woman feel special. That's probably how he wins all his cases. That silver tongue and those piercing blue eyes could convince anyone of anything. I flip to the next page in my textbook, but the words might as well be written in another language. My mind keeps replaying fragments of our night together. His hands on my hips, guiding my movements. The way he asked what I wanted, actually listened when I told him. The perfect weight of him above me. Damn it. I closed the book with more force than necessary. This is ridiculous. I'm acting like some lovesick teenager instead of a grown woman who had a consensual one-night stand. I reach for my phone, scrolling through social media to distract myself. But even that reminds me of him. The way he never once checked his phone during our time together, giving me his complete attention like I was the only person in the world. What if he meant it, though? What if I really was special to him? What if those weren't just lines he uses on every woman? "Stop it," I tell myself harshly. He's leaving Tuesday, back to New York, back to his real life. This was just a vacation fling for him. but the thought stings more than it should. I barely know the man, yet somehow the idea of him forgetting me makes my chest ache. I try to picture him back in New York, in some sleek, high-rise office with floor-to-ceiling windows. Would he think about our night together while reviewing case files? Would he remember how I felt beneath him, around him? Or would I just blend into the backdrop of his life, another pleasant memory from a business trip? This is pathetic, I mutter, pushing away from my desk. I pace the small living room, trying to shake off these thoughts. It's not like I'm looking for anything serious right now anyway. The last thing I need is to get attached to a man who lives across the country and is nearly twice my age. But Liam didn't make me feel small like Cole did. He treated me with a respect that I'd forgotten I deserved. That's the bare minimum, Debbie, I remind myself. Don't give him a medal for being a decent human being. I return to my desk, determined to focus this time. I have a paper due next week, and daydreaming about a man I'll never see again isn't going to get it written. As I open my laptop, my phone pings with a text from Natalie. Girl, spill the tea. Did Mr. Sexy Lawyer rock your world? I smile despite myself, typing back, let's just say I won't be walking straight for a week. She responds immediately with a string of fire emojis and, get it, girl. When are you seeing him again? My smile fades. I stare at her message, thumbs hovering over the keyboard. We didn't exchange numbers. It was just a one-night thing. 3 dots appear immediately then. What? Girl, you need to find him. That man looked at you like you were water in the desert. I shake my head, even though she can't see me. It's better this way. He's leaving Tuesday anyway. Her response is quick and blunt. So, that's a few more nights of mind-blowing sex you could be having? I set my phone down without responding. I'm overthinking this. I know I am. It was good. Incredible, actually. But that doesn't mean it has to be more than what it was. One perfect night. Get a grip, I mutter, turning back to my textbook. You're not special. He probably has a woman in every city. But even as I try to convince myself, I can't quite believe it. Something about Liam felt genuine in a way I haven't experienced before. Like he saw me, really saw me, and wanted me anyway. I forced myself to highlight another paragraph, determined to get through at least one chapter before giving up. Psychology, cognitive development, behavioral patterns. I can do this. I can focus on something other than blue eyes and skilled hands and the way he made me feel alive for the first time in months. Maybe he will think about me sometimes. Maybe he'll remember our night together when he's back in New York, surrounded by skyscrapers and important people. Maybe I'll be more than just another conquest to him. Or maybe I won't. And that has to be okay too.
Chapter 6. Liam. I stare at the contract in front of me, the words blurring together into meaningless patterns. 3 days back in New York, and I still can't focus worth a damn. My corner office overlooking Manhattan used to energize me. Now it feels sterile, empty. Mr. Rogers? I glance up to see Sarah standing in my doorway, a stack of folders in her arms and concern etched across her face. The Wilson deposition summary? You asked for it an hour ago. Right. I gesture vaguely toward my desk. Just leave it there. She hesitates, which is unusual for Sarah. In 15 years as my executive assistant, she's never been one to tiptoe around me. Is everything all right, sir? You've been... She pauses, searching for a diplomatic word. Distracted, I finish for her. I was going to say, unlike yourself. You've rescheduled the Harrington meeting twice now, and you haven't returned Judge Matthews' call. I rub my eyes, feeling the weight of sleepless nights. Every time I close my eyes, I see Debbie. Her smile, her curls wild around her face, the way she looked at me like I was something more than just a successful lawyer with a fat bank account. I'm fine. Just tired from the Aurora trip. Sarah gives me a look that says she doesn't believe me for a second. Must have been quite a case. Something like that. I turn back to my computer, a clear dismissal. She places the folders on my desk and leaves, closing the door quietly behind her. The moment I'm alone, my mind drifts back to that hotel room. To Debbie's skin against mine, her laugh, the vulnerability in her eyes when she talked about her ex. The way she curled against me in her sleep, trusting and peaceful. Damn, I mutter, pushing away from my desk. I walk to the window, staring out at the city below. Millions of people, and I can't stop thinking about one woman in a small town hundreds of miles away. I never even got her number. What kind of rookie mistake was that? We'd agreed it was just for the weekend. No complications, no expectations, none of that sappy trash. But the moment she left my hotel room that morning, I felt the loss like a physical ache. My phone buzzes with an incoming call. The name Cole flashes on the screen, and I feel my jaw tighten. My son. The last person I want to talk to right now. I let it go to voicemail. Whatever legal mess he's gotten himself into this time can wait. I'm tired of cleaning up after him, tired of watching him become the kind of entitled bastard I've spent my career fighting against. I return to my desk and pull up the Aurora courthouse records on my computer. I've been searching for any trace of Debbie Peters, hoping to find an address, a phone number, anything. But there's nothing. No property records, no court appearances, not even a parking ticket. It's like she's a ghost. Or maybe she gave me a fake name. No, that doesn't track. Everything about her felt genuine. That's what got under my skin, her authenticity in a world where I'm surrounded by people playing angles. Sarah buzzes my intercom. Mr. Harrington is on line 1. He says it's urgent. I sigh, reaching for the phone. Liam Rogers speaking. While Harrington drones on about contract disputes, I find myself sketching on my legal pad. Curls, full lips, eyes that saw right through my carefully constructed facade. So what do you think? Harrington finally asks. I think. I realize I haven't heard a word he said. I think we should discuss this in person. Have Sarah set something up for next week. I hang up before he can protest, loosening my tie. The office feels suffocating suddenly. My computer pings with a new email. Another client crisis. Another problem that needs the great Liam Rogers to solve it. Once, that validation was enough. The knowledge that I was needed, respected, feared in courtrooms across the country. Now it all feels hollow. What would Debbie be doing right now? Working. Studying. She mentioned being in school, finishing her degree after her ex derailed her plans. The determination in her eyes when she talked about it, that was real. That mattered. I pull out my phone, scrolling through my recent calls as if her number might magically appear. It's ridiculous. I'm a 48-year-old man obsessing over a weekend fling like some lovesick teenager. But it wasn't just a fling, was it? Something happened in that hotel room. Something beyond great sex. A connection I haven't felt in decades, if ever. Get it together, Rogers, I mutter, forcing myself to open the Harrington file. But all I can see is Debbie's smile, feel the weight of her in my arms, hear her laugh echoing in my memory. I push away from my desk and move to the floor-to-ceiling windows, staring out at the city skyline. The afternoon sun glints off glass towers, casting long shadows across Manhattan. I press my forehead against the cool glass, trying to get my head straight. What the hell am I doing? Obsessing over a woman with her whole life ahead of her. Why would she settle down with someone like me? A man who works 60-hour weeks and is barely even home to enjoy the exuberant furniture I bought for myself. Get real, Rogers, I mutter to myself. She's 25, you're pushing 50. The truth is stark when I force myself to face it. Debbie is in her prime. Gorgeous, smart, vibrant. She's working on her degree, rebuilding her life after that bastard ex. The last thing she needs is to be tied down to a man old enough to be her father. I return to my desk, some sense returning to me. She deserves someone her own age. Someone without my baggage, my cynicism, my son who's practically her contemporary. Someone who can give her decades, not whatever remains of my prime years. The thought of her with another man sends an unexpected surge of jealousy through me. I picture some young hotshot with his hands on her, making her laugh, taking her to bed. My jaw clenches so hard it aches. Damn, I growl, crumpling the sketch-filled page and tossing it toward the trash. It misses, landing on the carpet like an accusation. My intercom buzzes. "Mr. Rogers, the Bellingham conference call is in 5 minutes, Sarah reminds me. "I'll be ready," I respond, straightening my tie and reaching for the Bellingham file. This is what I need. Work. Lots of it. Cases. Problems with clear solutions. The familiar territory of legal strategy and courtroom tactics. Not daydreaming about a weekend fling that meant nothing to her beyond some good sex and conversation. The conference call drags on for nearly 2 hours. I force myself to focus, to be the sharp, legal mind my clients pay obscene amounts for. By the time we wrap up, I've negotiated terms that will save Bellingham millions. It should feel satisfying. Instead, I feel hollow. Alone in my office again, I find myself pulling out a fresh legal pad. My pen moves almost of its own accord, tracing the outline of her face from memory. The slight dimple in her left cheek when she smiles. The arch of her eyebrow when she challenged something I said. I add more detail the more I think about her. The exact curve of her lips, the texture of her curls, the elegant line of her collarbone. The sketch takes shape, becoming more her with each stroke. I'm no artist, but I've always had a good memory for details, and everything about Debbie is seared into my brain. My phone rings. Cole again. I silence it without a second thought. Whatever trouble he's in can wait. I'm tired of cleaning up his messes, tired of making excuses for a grown man who refuses to grow up. I return to my sketch, adding the sparkle in her eyes that appeared when she laughed. That genuine, unguarded joy that made me feel like I was seeing something rare and precious. She'll find someone young and uncomplicated, someone who deserves her. I flip the page over, determined to bury these messy feelings under mountains of work. There's the Jensen case to prepare for, the Williams merger to finalize, the Taylor deposition next week. My life is here, in this office, in these cases. Not in Aurora with a 25-year-old woman who's probably already forgotten my name. But even as I immerse myself in legal briefs and precedents, my mind betrays me with flashes of memory. Of that hotel room in Aurora. Of that woman with the pretty eyes and gorgeous body who met my gaze from across the bar. I hope to see her again one day if life brings us together again. Right now, though, I have to focus on what I do and who I am. Not on daydreams and silly aspirations of what I could be.
Chapter 7. Debbie. I stare at the third pregnancy test, the 2 pink lines mocking me from the plastic window. 3 tests, same result. No denying it anymore. Damn, I whisper, sinking down onto the closed toilet lid. My hand trembles as I set the test on the counter next to the other 2. The bathroom spins slightly as nausea rolls through me again, morning sickness that doesn't give a damn what time of day it is. I've been blaming it on stress, on a stomach bug, on anything but the truth. But my sore chest, the constant exhaustion, the backaches, I should have known weeks ago. I'm pregnant with Liam's baby, Liam, whose last name I don't even know. Liam, who's probably back in New York in some fancy high-rise office, completely unaware he's about to become a father. Liam, who I have absolutely no way of contacting. What am I going to do? I press my palms against my eyes, willing myself not to cry. Crying won't solve anything. Neither will panic. My phone buzzes from the counter. I already know who it is before I look. Cole, again. 3rd time today. His text glows on the screen. We need to talk. I miss you. Just give me 5 minutes. I delete it without responding, just like the last dozen messages. The last thing I need right now is Cole's drama. He doesn't know how to take no for an answer, never has. But I've got bigger problems than my persistent ex. I place my hand on my still flat stomach. There's a baby in there, a tiny little person, half me and half a man who brought me champagne and made me feel things I didn't know I could feel. A man who's practically a stranger. Okay, I say to myself, taking a deep breath. Options. I could terminate. It would be the simplest solution. I'm 25, working part-time while finishing my degree. Single, not exactly prime conditions for motherhood, but something inside me recoils at the thought. I've always wanted children, just not like this, not alone. Adoption? Maybe. But could I carry this baby for 9 months and then hand it over to strangers? Or I could keep it. Raise my child alone. Plenty of women do it. My own mother did it after my dad left, but she struggled every day, worked herself to exhaustion to give me a decent life. Damn, Liam, I mutter. Where are you? I stand up, steadying myself against the sink as another wave of dizziness hits me. I need to find him. He deserves to know, and I deserve not to face this alone. But how? I don't have his phone number, email, nothing. Just a first name, his profession, and the knowledge that he lives in New York. A knock on the bathroom door makes me jump. Deb, you okay in there? Natalie's voice comes through the door. You've been in there for like 20 minutes. I quickly gather the pregnancy tests and shove them into the cabinet under the sink. Yeah, just stomach's upset. I'll be out in a minute. I made tea, she says. Might help. When I emerge, Natalie's sitting on my couch, 2 steaming mugs on the coffee table. She takes one look at my face and her expression shifts from concern to alarm. What's wrong? And don't say nothing because you look like you've seen a dead body. I sink onto the couch beside her, the weight of my secret suddenly too heavy to carry alone. I'm pregnant, I say, the words strange in my mouth. And the father is a man I spent one weekend with 2 months ago, who I have no way of contacting. Natalie's eyes widen. The hot lawyer from New York? The older guy? I nod, reaching for the tea. Liam, that's his name. All I know is he's a lawyer in New York, probably one of thousands. Damn. Natalie scoots closer, putting her arm around me. What are you going to do? I don't know. My voice cracks. I really don't know. I can barely afford rent, let alone a baby. And Cole keeps texting me, wanting to talk things out, and I break off as tears finally spill over. Hey. Natalie pulls me into a hug. One thing at a time. First, screw Cole. Block his number. He's toxic and you don't need that stress right now. I nod against her shoulder. Second, we can find this Liam guy. He's a lawyer, right? They have websites, LinkedIn profiles. How many men named Liam can there be practicing law in New York? What if he doesn't want anything to do with me or the baby? The fear that's been lurking beneath the surface finally emerges. What if he thinks I got pregnant on purpose? Then he's a bastard and we'll deal with that if it happens. Natalie pulls back to look me in the eyes. But you can't make decisions based on what-ifs. You need information. She's right. I need to find Liam. Even if he wants nothing to do with us, I need to know that. I need to know what I'm facing. What about the bar? I suggest. The rooftop. He was there with a friend. Maybe they know how to contact him. Good thinking. Natalie squeezes my hand. We'll start there. And Deb, whatever you decide about the baby, I'm here. You're not alone in this. I squeeze her hand back, gratitude washing over me. Thank you. My phone buzzes again from the coffee table. Cole's name flashes on the screen, along with a picture of flowers. These made me think of you. Please talk to me. With a decisive swipe, I block his number. One problem at a time. I place my hand on my stomach again. Somewhere in there is a tiny heart beating alongside mine. Liam's child. Our child. I'm going to find your dad, I whisper, too low for Natalie to hear, whether he wants to be found or not. Natalie drives me to the rooftop, since I'm too riddled with nerves to operate a vehicle right now. The bar is half empty on a weekday night, nothing like the vibrant Friday when I met Liam. Natalie and I slide onto bar stools, scanning the sparse crowd. This is a long shot, I mutter, one hand unconsciously resting on my still flat stomach. We have to start somewhere. Natalie signals the bartender, a guy with a meticulously trimmed beard. Hey, quick question. There was a lawyer here a couple months back. Older guy named Liam, probably wearing an expensive suit. The bartender shrugs. Lots of people come through, can't keep track. He would have stood out, I press. Tall, salt and pepper hair, blue eyes, New York lawyer. Sorry. He slides our drinks across the bar. Don't remember anyone like that. For the next hour, we ask everyone working, the waitresses, the bouncer, even the manager. Nobody remembers Liam. It's like he was a ghost who appeared for one perfect weekend and then vanished. Maybe he used a fake name, Natalie suggests as we leave. I shake my head. No, he wasn't lying. He told me he was here for a case. I remember how he mentioned a friend named Mark, how they'd gone to law school together. But I don't know Mark's last name either. Back at my apartment, I open my laptop and type Liam Lawyer New York into the search bar. Over 500,000 results pop up. This is impossible, I groan, scrolling through pages of law firm websites. There must be thousands of lawyers named Liam in New York. Natalie peers over my shoulder. Try narrowing it down. What kind of law does he practice? I don't know. I rack my brain, trying to remember our conversations. He never specified, something high profile. He mentioned having wealthy clients. That narrows it down to about half the lawyers in Manhattan, Natalie says dryly. I tried different search combinations. Liam Criminal Lawyer New York, Liam Corporate Attorney NYC, Liam Law Partner Manhattan. Each search yields hundreds of results, none of them helpful. Maybe try social media, Natalie suggests. LinkedIn? I create a LinkedIn account and search for Liams in the legal profession in New York. There are dozens, but none of their profile pictures match my Liam. I try Facebook, Instagram, even Twitter. Nothing. This is hopeless, I say, closing my laptop after 2 hours of searching. I don't even have a last name, or a firm name, or anything useful. We could hire a private investigator, Natalie offers. I laugh bitterly. With what money? I can barely afford prenatal vitamins. Reality crashes down on me like a physical weight. I'm pregnant, alone, with no way to contact the father of my child, and my ex keeps finding ways to contact me despite being blocked. Yesterday, he left flowers at my workplace. What am I going to do, Nat? My voice cracks. I can't raise a baby by myself. I can barely take care of myself. Hey. Natalie sits beside me, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. You're not alone. You have me, and your mom, once you tell her. I groan at the thought of telling my mother. She'll be supportive. She raised me alone after all, but the disappointment in her eyes will kill me. She worked so hard to make sure I had a good chance in this life. Now, look at me. Maybe it's better this way, I say quietly. What if I found him and he wanted nothing to do with us? Or worse, what if he tried to take the baby from me? He's rich, powerful. He could afford better lawyers than I could ever dream of. You don't know that's what would happen. I don't know anything about him really. I rest my head on her shoulder. One weekend. That's all we had. What kind of basis is that for co-parenting? My phone buzzes with a text from an unknown number. I already know who it is before I look. I miss you, Deb. Please just talk to me. I've changed. Cole got a new number, I say, showing Natalie the screen. Bastard never gives up, does he? She takes my phone and blocks the new number. You need to get a restraining order. And say what? That he keeps texting me? That's not enough. I rub my temples, feeling a headache coming on. God, what if he finds out I'm pregnant? He'll think it's his. Is there any chance? No, I cut her off firmly. Absolutely not. We broke up months before I met Liam. There's no way. The relief on Natalie's face is obvious. Thank God for that, at least. I stare at the blank TV screen, seeing my distorted reflection. I'm on my own with this, aren't I? No. Natalie squeezes my shoulder. You have me. Always. But as the words leave her mouth, we both know the truth. Natalie is amazing, but she's not the father of my child. She can't provide what this baby needs, what I need. Financial support, a co-parent, someone to share the responsibility. I place my hand on my stomach again. Hey, little one, I whisper, too quiet for Natalie to hear. Looks like it's just going to be you and me. I hope that's enough. In that moment, I make my decision. I'll keep this baby. I'll find a way to make it work. I'll be the mother and the father this child needs. But deep down, a small part of me still hopes that somehow, against all odds, Liam will find his way back to me. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylerWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 8. Liam. The Boathouse Bar has the right ambience. Dim lighting, sophisticated cocktails, live jazz in the corner. Perfect for meeting someone. Not that I'm looking to replace Debbie, just trying to move on. So you primarily handle corporate litigation? Asks the woman across from me. Jessica. Jennifer. I've already forgotten her name. Among other things. I take a sip of my scotch, neat. We also handle high-profile criminal defense when the case interests me. She nods, perfectly highlighted blonde hair not moving an inch. Fascinating. I'm in corporate law myself. Mergers and acquisitions at Pearson Hardwick. Of course she is. Sarah set this up. A colleague's daughter or niece or something. Young enough to be flattered by my attention. Old enough to be appropriate. 35, maybe? Successful, polished, exactly the type I used to go for. How are you finding their culture? I've heard mixed things about the work-life balance there. The words come automatically. The same professional small talk I've engaged in at countless cocktail parties and networking events. She launches into a detailed analysis of her firm's billable hour requirements compared to competitors. Her nails tap against her martini glass in perfect rhythm. French manicure, not a chip in sight. Everything about her is polished to perfection, and I'm bored out of my mind. "Excuse me," I interrupt, signaling the bartender. "Another scotch, please." Jessica Jennifer looks slightly annoyed at being cut off mid-sentence. Good. Maybe she'll realize this isn't going anywhere. "You know, I worked with Marcus Hines on the Apex Technologies case last year," she says, clearly trying to impress me. "Did you?" Small world. I don't mention that Hines is a pretentious bastard who nearly tanked the case with his showboating. She smiles, leaning forward slightly. Her dress is expensive, revealing just enough cleavage to be suggestive without being inappropriate. By all objective measures, she's attractive, successful, my equal in many ways. So why am I counting the minutes until I can leave? "I've followed your career for years," she admits, touching my arm lightly. "That class action against Meridian Pharmaceuticals was brilliant. The way you handled the expert witnesses..." My phone buzzes. I glance down, hoping it's a client emergency, something to end this misery. It's just an email from Sarah about tomorrow's schedule. "Sorry about that," I say. "Not sorry at all. You were saying?" "Just that I've always admired your approach to complex litigation." Her smile is practiced, perfect. "I'd love to pick your brain sometime. Maybe over dinner." I look at her, really look at her. Objectively beautiful, intelligent, successful, exactly the kind of woman I should want. But all I see is what she's not. Not warm, not genuine, not Debbie. "I appreciate the interest," I say, finishing my scotch in one swallow. "But I should be honest. I'm not in a great place for dating right now." Her smile falters slightly. "Oh, I was under the impression." "That's on me. I shouldn't have agreed to this." I pull out my wallet and place several bills on the bar. "Let me get this, and I apologize for wasting your time." She recovers quickly, professional mask sliding back into place. "No apology necessary. It was a pleasure meeting you regardless." I shake her hand. All business now. "Likewise. If you ever need professional advice, my office is always open." Outside, the cool evening air hits me like clarity. What am I doing? 6 months since Aurora, and I'm still hung up on a woman I spent 2 days with. This isn't me. I don't do this pining, this obsessing. I loosen my tie, walking aimlessly down the street. New York pulses around me, alive with possibilities. Millions of people in this city. I can't stop thinking about one woman hundreds of miles away. I find myself at a small park, sitting on a bench, watching couples stroll by. Young lovers with their whole lives ahead of them. Middle-aged pairs comfortable in long-established routines. Even elderly couples, still holding hands after decades together. What would Debbie be doing right now? Studying, probably. She mentioned night classes. I picture her at a small desk, brow furrowed in concentration, curls piled messily on top of her head. Pathetic, I mutter to myself, earning a strange look from a passing jogger. I'm Liam Rogers, founding partner of one of New York's most prestigious law firms. I don't chase after women, especially not women half my age who live in small towns and probably have no interest in the complications of my life. But despite all logic, all reason, I can't shake her from my mind. That laugh, those eyes, the way she challenged me, matched me, saw through me. I pull out my phone, staring at the screen. If I really wanted to find her, I could. I have resources, connections. A few calls to the right people in Aurora, and I could have her address, her phone number. But what then? Show up on her doorstep like some lovesick fool? Call her out of the blue after months of silence? "Get it together, Rogers!" I growl, pocketing my phone and standing up. "Tomorrow, I'll throw myself back into work. Take on another case. Focus on what I'm good at, what I know. But tonight, walking back to my empty penthouse, all I can think about is a hotel room in Aurora and the woman who, for 2 perfect days, made me feel alive again." Once inside my spacious residence, I toss my keys on the kitchen counter and loosen my tie, ready for a scotch and silence. My phone buzzes again, the 5th time in an hour. Cole's name flashes on the screen, and I consider ignoring it like the previous calls. Damn it, I mutter, answering with more force than necessary. What? Dad, finally! Cole's voice has that familiar, desperate edge. I need to talk to you. I'm listening. I grab the Macallan from the cabinet, not bothering with ice. It's about Kayla. The name makes me grip the bottle tighter. Kayla, the girl who filed a restraining order against him 3 months ago. I think I saw her today and... Stop right there. I take a deep breath, fighting to keep my voice level. Tell me you didn't approach her. No, I just... Because if you violated that restraining order, not even I can keep you out of jail this time. I didn't. I miss her, Dad. I can't stop thinking about her. I down half the scotch in one swallow, welcoming the burn. She doesn't want you in her life, Cole. You need to accept that and move on. But if I could just explain... Explain what? My patient snaps. Explain why you showed up at her workplace. Why you kept calling after she blocked you. Why you followed her to her friend's apartment. She's overreacting. We had something special. Oh, you had an obsession. She had a stalker. The words come out harsh, but I'm past sugarcoating. This isn't love, Cole. It's harassment. You don't understand. His voice takes on that petulant tone I've grown to hate. Nobody understands what we had. Including Kayla, apparently. I finish my drink and pour another. Look, I'm not having this conversation again. I paid a small fortune to make those charges go away, but my money can't fix your behavior. I just need your help. No. What you need is therapy, and to leave that poor girl alone before you end up with more than a restraining order. Dad, please. I'm done enabling this. My voice rises despite my best efforts. You're 28 years old. Start acting like it. Fine. Forget I called. His voice hardens. You're supposed to be on my side. I'm on the side of not seeing my son become a criminal. I rub my temples, feeling a headache building. Move on, Cole. For your own sake. And stop bugging these girls. They're done with you. I hang up before he can respond, tossing my phone onto the counter with enough force to make me wince. Every conversation with Cole leaves me feeling like I've failed as a father. How did my son become this person? This entitled, obsessive man who can't take no for an answer? My phone buzzes with a text. Thanks for nothing. Mom would have helped. Your mother would have written you another check, I mutter to the empty apartment. And that's exactly the problem. I carry my scotch to the window, looking out at the Manhattan skyline. Winona's remarried now, living in the Hamptons with husband number 3. No more parental responsibilities, no more cleaning up Cole's messes, just charity galas and tennis lessons. Lucky you, I say to her imaginary presence. She got to start fresh. New husband, new life. Minimal contact with the son she helped spoil into the man he is today. Meanwhile, I'm stuck in this emotional purgatory, pining for a woman half my age, while trying to keep my adult son from self-destructing. Debbie's face appears in my mind, unbidden but welcome. Those bright eyes, that genuine laugh. The way she looked at me like I was more than just my money or status. For 2 days I felt young again. Alive. Christ, Rogers, listen to yourself. I drained my second scotch, mooning over a college girl like some midlife cliché. But Debbie wasn't just any college girl. She was smart, determined, resilient. Someone who'd been through hell with her own ex, but hadn't let it break her spirit. Unlike my son, who uses his breakups as excuses for increasingly disturbing behavior. I pour a third drink, knowing I should stop. Tomorrow's court appearance requires a clear head, but tonight I need the numbing effect, the temporary respite from thoughts of both Cole and Debbie. My phone buzzes again. I glance down, expecting more guilt-tripping from Cole. Instead, it's Sarah reminding me about tomorrow's early meeting. I send a quick acknowledgement and silence my phone. No more Cole tonight. No more thinking about the mistakes I've made as a father, the ways I've failed to raise a man I can be proud of. And no more thinking about Debbie Peters, the woman who showed me everything missing from my carefully constructed life. I've got enough problems without adding impossible fantasies to the mix.
Chapter 9. Debbie. I juggled the grocery list in one hand and pushed the cart with the other, watching Mariah's little fingers point at everything that catches her eye. Her curls bounce with each excited movement, so much like mine it makes my heart squeeze. "And what's this, sweetie?" I ask, holding up a red apple. "Apple," Mariah declares proudly, her brown eyes wide with the thrill of recognition. "That's right. And we need 5 of them." I count each one as I place it in the produce bag, Mariah echoing 1, 2, in her sweet little voice. At 3 years old, she's a tiny tornado of energy and curiosity. Everything is an adventure, even our weekly grocery run. I've learned to turn mundane errands into learning opportunities, counting fruit, identifying colors, practicing her growing vocabulary. "Look, Mama. Orange," she points to the display of citrus. "Good job. Those are oranges. Should we get some?" She nods enthusiastically, her curls bouncing again. I can't help but smile at her excitement over something as simple as fruit. These are the moments that make single motherhood bearable. The pure joy on her face, untainted by adult complications. "Okay, what's next on our list?" I ask, consulting the crumpled paper. "We need milk, eggs, and cookies," Mariah interjects hopefully. I laugh, tapping her nose gently. "Nice try, little miss. We have cookies at home." We navigate through the produce section, Mariah naming everything she recognizes. Bananas, grapes, baraki for broccoli. Each correct identification earns her a high five, her little palm slapping against mine with gleeful precision. "You're so smart," I tell her, meaning it completely. "Now let's go find the milk." As we round the corner toward dairy, I spot a familiar figure at the end of the aisle, and my stomach drops. Tall, tousled hair, that irritating swagger in his walk. Cole. 4 years later, and the sight of him still makes my jaw clench. I quickly turn the cart, hoping to escape before he notices us, but Mariah chooses that exact moment to exclaim, "Milk, Mama, there," pointing directly toward where Cole stands. His head turns at the sound, and our eyes lock. His face registers surprise, then that smile I used to find charming, but now just reads as predatory. He immediately abandons his shopping and starts walking toward us. "Damn," I mutter under my breath. "Damn," Mariah repeats happily. "No, baby, we don't say that word," I correct automatically, my attention split between my daughter and the approaching ex I've successfully avoided for years. "Debbie," Cole calls, his voice carrying that false warmth I know too well. What a surprise. "Cole." I keep my tone neutral, positioning myself slightly in front of the cart where Mariah sits. "How are you?" "Better now," he says, eyes moving from me to Mariah with undisguised curiosity. "And who's this little princess?" Before I can answer, Mariah pipes up. "I'm Raya. I'm 3. She holds up 3 fingers proudly. Cole's smile falters slightly as he does the math. 3, huh? That's interesting timing." The implication hangs in the air between us. I feel my shoulders tense, protective instinct kicking into overdrive. "We need to finish our shopping," I say firmly. "Nice seeing you, Cole." "Wait," he steps closer, lowering his voice. "Is she mine?" The audacity makes my blood boil. No, Cole, she's not yours. You and I broke up almost 5 years ago. You moved on pretty quick then, he says, that familiar judgmental tone creeping in. His eyes narrow slightly. She looks about the right age to have been conceived right after we split. My daughter is none of your business. I grip the cart handle tighter. Now, if you'll excuse us. Come on, Deb, we should talk. He reaches for my arm, but I step back. I've changed, you know. I've been working on myself. Mama, who's this? Mariah asks, looking between us with innocent curiosity. Just someone Mama used to know, I answer, keeping my voice light for her benefit. To Cole, I say, I'm not interested in talking. I've moved on with my life. His eyes darken slightly, that same look he used to get before an argument would escalate. You always were stubborn. I just want 5 minutes of your time. Mama, I want milk, Mariah announces, oblivious to the tension. Yes, baby, we're getting milk right now. I start to maneuver the cart around Cole. He steps into our path again. She's beautiful, Deb. Looks just like you. His gaze lingers on Mariah, and a surge of protectiveness comes over me. Stay away from my daughter. I step forward, placing myself fully between Cole and Mariah. My voice drops to a fierce whisper so Mariah can't hear. And stay away from me. We're not doing this again. Cole's eyes widen, genuine shock flashing across his face. Whoa, Deb, when did you get so ferocious? He takes a small step back, hands raised slightly. I just want to talk. Motherhood changes you. I meet his gaze steadily, unflinching. It makes you realize what's worth protecting and what's worth leaving behind. You're firmly in the second category. Come on, you can't still be mad about... I'm not mad, Cole. I'm done. I reach around him to grab the milk Mariah wanted, placing it in our cart. I've been done for years. The fact that you can't respect that says everything I need to know about you. His jaw tightens. That familiar tension I used to fear. You know, a kid needs a father figure. She has everything she needs. I grip the cart handle tighter, knuckles whitening. And if you even think about causing problems for us, I'll get a restraining order so fast your head will spin. Mariah pipes up from the cart, oblivious to the tension. Mama, can we get ice cream? I soften my voice immediately. Maybe next time, sweetie. We need to finish up quickly today. Cole's eyes narrow as he studies Mariah's features. She really does look like you, but there's something about her eyes. This conversation is over. I maneuver the cart around him decisively. Don't call me. Don't text me. Don't accidentally run into me again. He grabs my arm as I pass, not hard enough to hurt but firm enough to stop me. You never used to be like this. What happened to the sweet, accommodating Debbie I knew? I shake off his grip, a calm fury replacing the anxiety I used to feel around him. She grew up. She realized her worth, and she stopped letting men like you make her feel small. The look on his face, surprise mixed with something like respect, gives me a flash of satisfaction. Goodbye, Cole. I push the cart forward, head high. This isn't over, Deb, he calls after me, but there's less conviction in his voice now. I don't look back. I grab the remaining items on my list with efficient movements, Mariah chattering happily about the colorful cereal boxes as we pass them. My heart pounds in my chest, adrenaline coursing through me, but I keep my face calm for Mariah's sake. At checkout, I scan the store repeatedly, making sure Cole isn't lingering nearby. The audacity of that man never ceases to amaze me. 5 years later, and he still thinks he has some claim on my life. You okay, ma'am? The cashier asks, noticing my distraction. Fine, thanks. I swipe my card, forcing a smile. In the car, with Mariah safely buckled in her seat, I finally let out a long breath. My hands tremble slightly as I grip the steering wheel, but it's not from fear. It's the after effects of standing my ground, of protecting what matters. Mama, why was that man talking to you? Mariah asks from the back seat. Just someone I used to know a long time ago, I answer, meeting her curious eyes in the rearview mirror. Before you were born. Did you like him? I consider how to answer truthfully but appropriately. I thought I did once, but sometimes people aren't good for each other. Like when Tommy pushes kids at daycare? I smile at her simple but accurate comparison. Exactly like that. Some people push others around, and we don't need to be friends with them. As I drive home, the irritation at Cole's intrusion still simmers beneath my skin. The way he looked at Mariah made my blood boil. He has no right to wonder about her, to question her parentage, to insert himself into our carefully constructed life. But underneath the anger, I realized something else. I'm not afraid of him anymore. The woman who left Cole 5 years ago would have stammered excuses, would have felt that familiar knot of anxiety tightening in her chest. Today, I stood my ground. I protected my daughter. I spoke my truth without flinching. Cole Rogers no longer has power over me, and that might be the most liberating realization of all.
Chapter 10. Liam. You should have seen her face when she spotted me, Cole says, gesturing wildly with his fork, like she'd seen a ghost. I take a slow sip of my scotch, keeping my expression neutral despite the growing discomfort in my gut. This dinner with my son was supposed to be about reconnecting, not listening to him rant about some ex-girlfriend who he bumped into a year ago and hasn't left alone since. So this woman, I begin. Debbie, Cole cuts in. Debbie Peters, gorgeous. We were together for a while before she got all high and mighty. My glass freezes halfway to my lips. Debbie. A Debbie who lives in Aurora, just like my son. The revelation strikes me like a slap. Anyway, Cole continues, oblivious to my reaction, I ran into her at the grocery store about a year ago. She had this little girl with her. Cute kid, maybe 3 years old at the time. I set my glass down carefully, my mind racing. 3 years old? Yeah, did the math right there in the store. That kid had to have been conceived after we broke up. Cole stabs at his steak. She moved on real quick. My throat tightens. What did the little girl look like? Cole looks up, surprised by my interest. I don't know, like a kid? Brown skin, curly hair like her mom, big eyes. He shrugs. She called her Raya or something. Raya, I say quietly, the name slipping out before I can stop it. Yeah, that's it. And you said this was about a year ago? So the girl would be around 4 now? Jesus, Dad, what's with the 3rd degree? Yeah, probably 4 by now. Why do you care? I take another drink, buying time. 4 years. It fits perfectly with that weekend in Aurora, with Debbie. My Debbie. Just curious about your life, I say smoothly. You seemed pretty hung up on this woman. She was different, Cole admits, his voice softening slightly. Not like the others. Smart, you know? Going to school for psychology or some things. And she didn't take any of my crap. He laughs, but there's no humor in it. I've been trying to get her to talk to me again, but she's stubborn as hell. I grip my glass tighter, fighting to maintain my composure. And you think... what? That the child might be yours? Cole shrugs. Timing works out. She claims no, but you know how women lie. The casual misogyny in his tone makes my jaw clench. This is my son, but sometimes I barely recognize him. Where did I go wrong with him? When exactly did you two break up? I ask, keeping my voice casual. Let's see. It was April. Yeah, April 5 years ago. He takes a gulp of his beer. I went to New York for that job interview you set up, remember? When I got back, she moved out. Left a note. April, 5 years ago. I was in Aurora for that case in July, 3 months later. And you've been, what? Stalking her since then. I can't keep the edge from my voice. Cole's eyes narrow. Not stalking. Just trying to talk. She blocked my new number, so I had to get creative. Creative, I repeat flatly. Whatever. She acts all uppity now, but she wasn't complaining when we were together. He leans back in his chair. That kid, though. Something about her eyes. They looked familiar. My heart pounds against my ribs. You should respect her wishes, I say, more sharply than intended. If she doesn't want to talk to you, since when are you taking some random woman's side over your own son? Cole demands. I meet his gaze steadily. Since my son started sounding and acting like a stalker. Cole's face darkens. Screw you! You don't know what it was like between us. No, I don't, I agree. But I know harassment when I see it. He laughs bitterly. Right. The big-shot lawyer, always judging everyone else while barely being present in his own kid's life. The barb stings, but I don't let it show. I'm here now, aren't I? Yeah, for what? The first dinner in 6 months? Father of the Year. I take a deep breath, reminding myself that lashing out won't help. Cole, I'm trying here, but I can't support this behavior toward your ex. Whatever. He drains his beer. You wouldn't understand. You've never cared about anyone enough to fight for them. The irony of his statement isn't lost on me. Here I sit, processing the possibility that I have a daughter I've never met, while my son accuses me of not caring enough. Tell me more about Debbie, I say, changing tactics. What does she do now? Cole looks surprised by my continued interest. Hell if I know. Still in school, I guess. Working some retail job. Living in that same crappy apartment complex. My mind is already racing ahead. I need to find her. I need to know if Mariah is mine. The timing, the description, it all fits. I try to shift the conversation away from Debbie before I say something I'll regret. Speaking of complicated relationships, how's your mother doing these days? Cole's expression darkens immediately. Mom? Why the hell would you ask about her? Just curious. Haven't heard you mention Winona in a while. That's because she's being a total brat. Cole stabs at his steak again, cutting it with unnecessary force. Used to send me money every month like clockwork. Now it's all get a job and take responsibility for yourself. Like she's suddenly Mother Teresa or something. I take a slow sip of my scotch, studying my son over the rim of the glass. At 33, he still expects his mother to subsidize his lifestyle. The realization sits heavy in my gut. Maybe she has a point, I say carefully. Cole's head snaps up. What? You're 33, Cole. Don't you think it's time to stand on your own feet? Seriously? He laughs without humor. That's rich coming from you. Where was all this fatherly advice when I was growing up? Oh, right. You were too busy with your cases to bother showing up. I keep my expression neutral. I provided for you. Paid for the best schools, college, your apartment. Yeah, and that makes you Father of the Year. He drains his beer and signals the waiter for another. Money isn't parenting, Dad. And stalking your ex-girlfriend isn't acceptable behavior for a grown man, I counter, my patience wearing thin. Cole's face flushes. I'm not stalking her. I'm trying to have a conversation with someone I care about. Someone who clearly doesn't want to talk to you. Someone who's moved on with her life. I lean forward, lowering my voice. Someone who might have a restraining order against you if you keep this up. Is that a threat? His eyes narrow. It's legal advice, free of charge. The waiter arrives with Cole's beer, breaking the tension momentarily. As soon as he leaves, Cole leans across the table. You don't know anything about me and Debbie, he hisses. We had something real before she messed it up. By what? Having boundaries? Expecting respect? I can't keep the edge from my voice now. Or by having a child with someone else after you two broke up. That kid could be mine, Cole insists, his knuckles white around his beer glass. The timing! You said yourself you broke up in April 5 years ago. If her daughter is 4 now, the math doesn't work, Cole. He shakes his head stubbornly. She could have been lying about when she got pregnant. Or maybe, I say carefully, she simply moved on with her life after you. Found someone who treated her better. Cole slams his glass down, beer sloshing over the rim. Screw you. You don't know anything about how I treated her. I know enough. I meet his gaze steadily. I know you're still harassing her years later. I know you're fixated on a child who isn't yours. And I know you need to grow up and move on. He stands abruptly, chair scraping loudly against the floor. Several diners turn to look. Thanks for dinner, Dad. Always a pleasure getting lectured by someone who wasn't even there for most of my life. I remain seated, keeping my voice level. Cole Dash. No, I'm done. Tell Mom to call me when she's ready to stop being a brat. He throws his napkin on the table and storms out, leaving a wake of staring patrons. A signal for the check, maintaining my composure despite the storm brewing inside me. As I wait, I pull out my phone and check my calendar. I have meetings tomorrow and Wednesday, but Thursday is clear. I could fly to Aurora Thursday morning. The waiter brings the check, and I sign it mechanically, my mind already planning my next steps. I need to find Debbie. I need to see this child, Mariah, with my own eyes. If what I suspect is true, I have a daughter I've never met. A daughter who's being stalked by my son. I down the last of my scotch and stand, resolve hardening within me. By this time Thursday, I'll know the truth.
Chapter 11. Debbie. I watch Mariah dig her plastic shovel into the sandbox, her little face scrunched in concentration. The spring sunshine catches her curls, highlighting the mix of my dark brown and Liam's lighter tones. She's the perfect blend of us both. My eyes, his jawline, my curls with his texture. Look, Mama. She holds up a handful of sand. I'm making a castle. That's amazing, baby. I smile, trying to ignore the weariness seeping into my bones. Between night classes 3 times a week and my job at the community center, these Saturday mornings at the park feel stolen. Precious hours I hoard like treasure. Around us, other mothers sit on benches, some scrolling through phones, others chatting in pairs. Most of them look well rested, put together in a way I haven't managed in 4 years. I tug self-consciously at my faded t-shirt, wondering if the coffee stain from this morning is visible. More water, please. Mariah holds out her little bucket. I haul myself up from the bench. Let's go to the fountain together. Hand in hand, we walk to the water fountain. I help her fill the bucket, making sure she doesn't splash her clothes too much. 4 years old and already so independent, so determined to do things herself. Not too full, or it'll be too heavy, I warn. I can do it, Mama. She frowns in concentration, tongue poking out slightly between her lips. Back at the sandbox, I settle on the bench again, watching as Mariah carefully pours water into her sand pile. A mother next to me smiles. Your daughter is beautiful, she says. Thank you. I can't help the pride that swells in my chest. That's my Mariah. How old? 4? The woman nods toward the playground. Mine's 5. It goes by so fast, doesn't it? Too fast. I watch Mariah pat the wet sand into shape. Sometimes I feel like I'm missing it. The words slip out before I can stop them. The woman gives me a sympathetic look. Working mom? And student? I sigh. 3 night classes a week. She's at daycare during the day while I work. That's tough. She offers a smile that seems genuine. You're doing an amazing job, though. Look at her. She's clearly thriving. I follow her gaze to Mariah, who's now explaining her castle design to another little girl. My chest tightens with love so fierce it hurts. I just wish... I trail off, not wanting to sound ungrateful. I wish I could do more of this. Be present for the everyday moments. We all do. The woman's voice is kind. Even those of us who stay home, there's never enough time. I nod, appreciating her attempt to connect, but she doesn't understand. Can't understand what it's like to be pulled in so many directions. Mother, student, employee, provider, with no one to share the load. Mariah runs over, sand clinging to her knees and elbows. Mama, come see my castle. I let her pull me to the sandbox, kneeling beside her creation, a lopsided mound with sticks poking out the top. It's beautiful, baby. It's where the princess lives. She points to a small rock perched on top. That's the princess. Does she live there all alone? Mariah shakes her head emphatically. No. Her mama lives there too, and her doggie. What about a daddy? The question slips out before I can stop it. Mariah considers this, head tilted. No, Daddy. Just Mama and Princess and Doggy. My throat tightens. That sounds like a perfect castle. Can we get a doggy, Mama? I laugh, grateful for the shift. Not in our apartment, baby. Maybe someday when we have a house. With a yard? With a big yard. I tuck a curl behind her ear. And you can have a swing set too. Her eyes widen. Like at daycare? Even better. I tap her nose. But for now, let's finish your castle. We spend another hour at the park, building sand castles and taking turns on the slide. I push her on the swing, her delighted squeals making me forget about my exhaustion. My endless to-do list, the research paper due Monday that I haven't started. For this stolen morning, I'm just Mariah's mom. Not a student, not an employee, not a woman still trying to figure out her life at 29. When lunchtime approaches, I check my watch reluctantly. 10 more minutes, Mariah, then we need to go home. No? Her lower lip juts out. I want to stay. I know, baby, but Mama has homework to do. The guilt is a familiar weight. We'll come back next weekend. Promise? I promise. She sighs dramatically but returns to her sandcastle. I watch her, memorizing the way the sun hits her curls, the serious set of her mouth as she works. These moments are never enough. I'm always racing against the clock, stealing time with my daughter between classes and work shifts, always calculating how many hours I have for homework, for sleep, for being the mother she deserves. 5 minutes, Mariah. I call, and the familiar weight of responsibility settles back on my shoulders. Maybe someday it won't be like this. Maybe after graduation, after I get a real job with regular hours and benefits. Maybe then I can give Mariah the life she deserves, with a yard and a swing set, and a mother who isn't constantly exhausted. Until then, we have these stolen Saturdays, and somehow they have to be enough. Eventually, it's time to go. I pack up our things and strap Mariah into her stroller. I push the stroller along the cracked sidewalk leading to our apartment complex, my mind still buzzing with thoughts from our morning at the park. Mariah chatters happily about her sandcastle, occasionally pointing at birds or interesting rocks along our path. And then the princess had a tea party with the doggie, and they ate cookies. That sounds amazing, baby, I say, smiling down at her animated face. Our apartment building comes into view, faded brick, rusting fire escapes, and flower boxes that some tenants maintain as a stubborn act of pride. It's not much, but the rent is manageable on my part-time salary. And Mrs. Gonzalez, our landlady, adores Mariah. She even babysits occasionally when my class schedule conflicts with daycare hours. Speaking of Mrs. Gonzalez, I spot her silver-streaked head as we approach. She's standing near the entrance talking to someone, a man in an expensive-looking suit, his back to us. Something about his posture, the set of his shoulders, makes me slow my pace. There's something familiar. As we get closer, Mrs. Gonzalez notices us and waves. "Debbie, there you are, dear. This gentleman was asking about you." The man turns around and my heart stops. Liam. Liam with his gray hair and those piercing blue eyes that have haunted my dreams for years. Liam, wearing a tailored navy suit that fits him so well. Liam, staring at me with an intensity that makes my skin prickle. I freeze in my tracks, my hands tightening on the stroller handle. "Debbie," he says, his deep voice sending a jolt through me. "It's been a long time." I can't speak, can't move, can't process what's happening. Why is he here? How did he find me? "Mama, who's that?" Mariah asks, looking up at me with curious eyes. Liam's gaze drops to Mariah, and I see the exact moment recognition hits him. His expression softens, wonder and shock mingling on his face. "Hello there," he says gently, crouching down to Mariah's level. "What's your name?" "I'm Mariah," she announces proudly. "I'm 4. Who are you?" "I'm Liam," he says, his voice thick with emotion. "I'm an old friend of your mom's." Mrs. Gonzalez looks between us, sensing the tension. "Well, I'll leave you folks to catch up. Debbie, let me know if you need anything." She pats my arm and disappears into the building. I finally find my voice. "What are you doing here?" Liam straightens, his eyes never leaving Mariah. "I needed to see you." He pauses, then adds quietly, "Both of you." Mariah tugs at my hand. "Mama, he has pretty eyes like mine." "Yes, he does." I manage, my throat tight. Liam's gaze meets mine, questions swimming in those familiar blue depths. "Debbie, I think we need to talk." "How did you find me?" I ask, still struggling to process his sudden appearance. "It's a long story." His eyes flick to Mariah again, then back to me. "One I'd like to tell you, if you'll give me the chance." I should be angry. I should demand where he's been for 4 years. I should tell him to leave us alone. But looking at him now, seeing the genuine emotion on his face as he looks at our daughter, I can't summon the anger I thought I'd feel in this moment. "Mama, I'm hungry," Mariah announces, oblivious to the life-changing encounter unfolding around her. "We should go inside," I say finally, unlocking the stroller so Mariah can climb out. "We can talk there." Liam nods, relief washing over his features. "Thank you." As we walk toward the entrance, Mariah skips ahead, then turns back to look at Liam with undisguised curiosity. "You're really tall," she observes. A smile breaks across his face, the same smile I've seen reflected in Mariah's expressions countless times. "And you're really smart to notice that." Mariah beams at the compliment, and something in my chest aches at the instant connection between them. 4 years of wondering if I'd ever see him again. 4 years of raising our daughter alone. 4 years of rehearsing what I'd say if this moment ever came. And now he's here, walking beside me toward our apartment, about to enter our carefully constructed world. Nothing will ever be the same after today. I glance at him as we reach the door, finding him already watching me, his expression a complex mixture of regret, hope, and something else I can't quite name. "She has your smile," I say quietly. "And you're everything else," he responds, his voice rough with emotion.
Chapter 12. Liam. I sit on Debbie's worn but clean sofa, watching Mariah with a sense of wonder I can't disguise. She's on the floor, carefully arranging a collection of colorful plastic animals in what appears to be a very specific order only she understands. This is Rex, she informs me solemnly, holding up a purple dinosaur. He's the king of all the animals. That's quite a responsibility, I reply, matching her serious tone. Does he do a good job? She considers this question with adorable gravity. Mostly. Sometimes he's grumpy and needs a nap. I can't help but laugh. I know exactly how he feels. From the tiny kitchen, I hear Debbie moving around, the soft clink of mugs and spoons. She's making coffee, a task that's clearly giving her a few minutes to compose herself. I don't blame her. The situation is overwhelming for both of us. Want to see my books? Mariah asks, already abandoning her animals to pull a stack of picture books from a nearby shelf. I'd love to. She climbs onto the sofa beside me without hesitation, her small body radiating warmth as she settles against my side like she belongs there. The casual trust of children is remarkable and terrifying. This little girl has no idea who I really am to her. This one's about a bunny who can't find his mommy, she explains, opening a well-worn book. But don't worry, he finds her at the end. That's a relief, I say, my voice rougher than intended. She looks up at me with those big brown eyes set in Debbie's delicate features. Do you like bunnies? I do. Very much. Me too. And elephants and tigers and unicorns. Unicorns are excellent, I agree. Debbie appears in the doorway, watching us with an unreadable expression. Mariah, it's time for your nap, baby. But I'm showing Mr. Liam my books, she protests. The books will still be here when you wake up, Debbie says gently. And if Liam is still here, you can show him more then. Mariah looks at me questioningly. Will you still be here? The weight of that innocent question nearly crushes me. If your mom says it's okay. She seems satisfied with this answer and slides off the sofa. Okay. But don't let Rex be the king while I'm sleeping. He gets bossy. I'll keep an eye on him, I promise. Debbie takes Mariah's hand. Say goodbye to Mr. Liam for now. Bye, Mr. Liam, she waves enthusiastically. Don't forget about Rex. I won't, I assure her, watching as Debbie leads her down the short hallway to what must be her bedroom. Left alone, I take in the modest apartment. It's small but tidy, with second-hand furniture and touches that speak of Debbie's determination to create a warm home despite limited means. Children's artwork is taped to the refrigerator. A bookshelf holds a mix of psychology textbooks and children's stories. A single photo sits on an end table, Debbie holding a newborn Mariah, her face radiant with exhaustion and love. My chest tightens. I should have been there. Debbie returns a few minutes later, closing Mariah's door softly behind her. She hands me a mug of coffee without meeting my eyes. She'll be out for about an hour, she says, sitting in an armchair across from me rather than beside me on the sofa, creating distance. That should give us time to talk. I take a sip of coffee, gathering my thoughts. She's incredible, Debbie. Smart, confident, beautiful. You've done an amazing job with her. Thank you. Her voice is tight, controlled. Now tell me why you're here after 4 years. I set my mug down carefully. I didn't know about her, Debbie. I swear to you, if I had known... How did you find us? She interrupts, her voice sharp with suspicion. Cole, I say simply, watching her face carefully for a reaction. All the light leaves her eyes, replaced by something that looks distressingly like fear. Her shoulders tense visibly, and she grips her mug tightly. Cole? What does he have to do with this? He's my son. The words hang heavy in the air between us, Impossible to take back. Her mug slips from her fingers, coffee splashing onto the beige carpet in a dark stain that spreads quickly. She doesn't seem to notice, too focused on me with wide, disbelieving eyes. "Your son?" Her voice comes out as barely more than a whisper, strangled and raw. "Yes. Cole Rogers is my son." I maintain eye contact, though every instinct tells me to look away from the pain and betrayal blooming across her beautiful face. She stands abruptly, backing away like I've threatened her with a weapon. Her hand finds the wall behind her, steadying herself as she puts physical distance between us. "No, that's not possible." She shakes her head vigorously, curls bouncing with emotion. "That can't be possible." "I'm afraid it is," I say. I resist the urge to stand and go to her, sensing that any movement toward her now would only make things worse. The coffee continues to seep into the carpet, marking the moment our fragile connection began to unravel. "Cole told me about you," I explain, keeping my voice calm despite the hurricane of emotions inside me. "He mentioned running into you at a grocery store with a little girl. When he described her age, her appearance..." I started putting the pieces together. Debbie's hands are trembling as she reaches for the fallen mug. I want to help, but I sense any movement toward her might send her running. "I did the math, Debbie. Almost 5 years ago, that weekend in Aurora." I pause, watching her face carefully. The timing fits perfectly. She abandons the coffee stain, standing upright with her back against the wall. "And you just decided to show up at my door? Without warning?" I needed to see for myself. I glanced toward Mariah's bedroom door. The moment I saw her, I knew. "She's mine, isn't she?" Debbie's face crumples slightly before she regains control. "Yes, she's yours." The confirmation hits me like a physical blow, though I'd already known the truth. I have a daughter. A beautiful, perfect daughter I've missed 4 years of knowing. Why didn't you tell me? I keep my voice low, mindful of Mariah napping just down the hall. "How could I?" Debbie challenges, her voice gaining strength. "It was one weekend, Liam. You went back to New York. I had no way to contact you. You could have found me. I'm not exactly hiding. And say what? Hey, remember that woman you had a fling with? Surprise, you're a father?" She shakes her head. "I made my choice. I've been handling things just fine on my own. I can see that she has. Despite limited means, she's created a loving home for our daughter. She's strong in ways I'm only beginning to understand." "Cole thinks she's his," I say quietly. "He's convinced himself of it." Debbie's face hardens. "Cole is delusional. We broke up months before I met you. Mariah isn't his. I know that, but he doesn't. I run a hand through my hair. That's part of why I'm here. He mentioned trying to reconnect with you, but it sounded more like harassment. That's exactly what it is." Her voice drops to a fierce whisper. "He shows up uninvited. Calls from different numbers. Follows me sometimes. He terrifies me, Liam." Anger flares in my chest. At Cole. At myself for not seeing the signs sooner. "I'll handle him. I promise you that. Handle him." She laughs bitterly. "He's your son. You think he'll just listen to you?" "He will." My tone leaves no room for doubt. "And if he doesn't, I have other ways to ensure he leaves you alone." Debbie studies me, wariness battling with hope in her eyes. "Why are you really here, Liam? Just to confirm your suspicions about Mariah?" No. I take a deep breath. "I'm here because I want to be part of her life. Part of both your lives, if you'll let me." "Just like that? You'll upend your entire existence in New York for a child you just met?" "Yes." The certainty in my voice surprises even me. "I've been successful, Debbie. I've won cases, made money, built a reputation. But seeing Mariah just now, talking with her for 5 minutes, already means more than all of that. Something softens in Debbie's expression. She deserves a father who's present. Not just financially, but actually here. I agree. I lean forward, holding her gaze. That's why I'm staying in Aurora for a while. I've already arranged to work remotely. You've already... She stops, processing this. How long is a while? As long as it takes. To get to know Mariah, to deal with Cole, to see if... I hesitate, then decide on honesty. To see if there's still something between us worth exploring. Her eyes widen. Liam, I'm not expecting anything, I clarify quickly. But I haven't forgotten that weekend, Debbie. What we had was real, even if it was brief. She looks away, but not before I catch the flicker of emotion in her eyes. This is too much. You can't just walk in here and... I know. I stand slowly, maintaining distance. I'm not asking for decisions today. Just a chance to be in Mariah's life, to protect you both from Cole, to see where things might lead. Debbie wraps her arms around herself, vulnerability and strength warring in her posture. Her fingers dig slightly into the soft fabric of her sweater as she takes a deep breath, her eyes darting between me and the doorway where Mariah had disappeared moments ago. I need time to think, she says finally, her voice steady despite the turmoil I can see swirling behind those expressive brown eyes. This is a lot to process at once for both of us, but especially for Mariah, of course. I nod, understanding completely. I reach into my pocket and pull out a business card, the crisp white cardstock embossed with my law firm's logo. I place it carefully on the coffee table between us, making sure not to invade her space. My number, my hotel information. I'm at the Westwood again. Same place as before. A ghost of a smile touches her lips at the mention of the hotel where we first met 4 years ago. The tension in her shoulders eases just slightly, and for a moment, I see a flash of the carefree woman who'd captivated me that weekend. Still hanging on to that night, huh? She asks, a hint of her natural sass breaking through the guarded exterior. I never forgot about it, Debbie, I reply earnestly, meeting her gaze without flinching. The intensity between us crackles with unresolved history and possibilities. I never forgot about you at all. Not for a single goddamn day.
Chapter 13. Debbie. I flip the pancake with the practiced flick of my wrist, watching the golden brown surface sizzle against the hot pan. Morning sunlight streams through the kitchen window, catching dust motes in its golden beam and warming my back as I work. The familiar scent of butter and vanilla fills our small apartment kitchen, a comforting ritual we've perfected over countless mornings together. Mama, is it ready yet? Mariah bounces on her chair at our small kitchen table, her curls still wild from sleep. She's clutching her favorite stuffed rabbit, the one with the missing ear that I've stitched back on at least 3 times. Her pajama top has twisted around, the unicorn design now partially on her back. Almost, baby. Just 1 more minute. I slide the spatula under the pancake, checking its underside. The perfect shade of golden brown stares back at me. I've gotten good at this. Timing breakfast while simultaneously making sure teeth are brushed and faces are washed before school. Single mom life has turned me into some kind of domestic ninja. You want the bunny shape or the circle? Bunny! She claps her hands together, nearly knocking over her cup of orange juice. Her eyes light up with excitement. She wiggles in her seat, unable to contain herself. With extra syrup. Can I pour it myself this time? I'm a big girl now. I smile despite the tangle of thoughts that have kept me awake most of the night. 3 days have passed since Liam walked back into our lives, and I still haven't called him. His business card sits on my nightstand, the edges slightly worn from how many times I've picked it up, only to set it down again. Here you go, 1 bunny pancake. I slide the pancake onto her plate, using a knife to cut little ear shapes, and add chocolate chip eyes. Don't drown it in syrup, okay? I won't. She immediately proceeds to pour a small lake of maple syrup onto her plate. I sit across from her with my own breakfast, watching as she attacks her food with enthusiasm. Mama, can I tell you something? She looks up suddenly, syrup clinging to her chin. Always, baby. I like that man with the blue eyes. She says it so matter-of-factly, like she's commenting on the weather. He looks like me. My heart stutters in my chest. You mean Mr. Liam? From the other day? She nods, mouth full of pancake. After swallowing, she continues. His eyes are blue. Nobody else has blue eyes. I reach across the table to wipe syrup from her face, buying time to compose myself. They do, but they can be rare. It's cool that you noticed that, though. Isn't that right? Uh-huh. And he was nice. Is he coming back? The question hangs between us. Deceptively simple, yet loaded with implications I'm not ready to face. Would you like him to? She nods vigorously. He said he'd watch Rex for me, and he talks funny. Funny how? His voice is deep. She lowers her own voice comically. Like this. I can't help but laugh. That's a pretty good impression. Is he your friend? I take a sip of coffee, considering how to answer. Yes, he's an old friend. Like Miss Natalie is your friend? Different kind of friend. I check the clock on the microwave. Hey, we need to hurry up. Daycare starts in 30 minutes. Mariah sighs dramatically but speeds up her eating. Can Mr. Liam come over again? The question catches me off guard, though I should have expected it. Maybe. We'll see. I want to show him my new book, the one with the dinosaurs. I'm sure he'd love that. The words slip out before I can stop them, and I realize with a start that I mean them. Liam would love to see her books, to learn about her interests, to be part of her world. Hurry up and finish. Then go brush your teeth, okay? I'll get your clothes ready. She nods, shoveling the last bites into her mouth before sliding off her chair. As she runs to the bathroom, I clear the dishes, my mind circling back to Liam. He looked genuinely shocked when I realized Cole was his son. The irony of the situation isn't lost on me. The man who fathered my child is also the father of the man who's been harassing me. It's like some twisted cosmic joke. But the way Liam looked at Mariah, there was no mistaking the instant connection, the wonder in his eyes, and his promise to handle Cole. I want to believe him, need to believe him. Mama, I can't reach my toothbrush. Mariah calls from the bathroom. Coming, honey, I say, entering the space and grabbing her toothbrush from the holder. Passing it to her, she does a good job at brushing her teeth thoroughly as I watch. Then I grab a washcloth from the bathroom drawer and dampen it under the tap. Open wide, baby girl. Ah! Mariah opens her mouth dramatically, revealing tiny white teeth and a tongue covered in blue toothpaste. I gently wipe the excess toothpaste from her chin. Good job brushing. Now spit and rinse. She leans over the sink, making exaggerated spitting sounds that send toothpaste flying. I can't help but laugh as I guide her hand to the faucet. Like this, remember? Cup your hands. Water splashes everywhere as she attempts to rinse her mouth. By the time we're done, the front of her pajama top is soaked, and there are droplets across the bathroom mirror. Single mom life, a constant dance of teaching independence while managing the resulting chaos. Arms up, I say, helping her change into a clean purple t-shirt with a unicorn on the front. Let's brush your hair, then we need to hurry. Daycare starts soon. Can I wear my sparkly headband today? She bounces on her toes as I run a detangling brush through her curls. The purple one to match your shirt? Good choice. I finish getting her ready, then grab my backpack and keys. Ready for an adventure? Ready! She jumps up and down, excitement radiating from her small body. I open our apartment door and freeze. Sitting on our welcome mat is an enormous bouquet of flowers, vibrant sunflowers mixed with deep purple irises and delicate white baby's breath, all wrapped in elegant paper. Next to it sits a small gift bag and a box of what looks like expensive chocolates. Flowers, Mariah squeals, immediately reaching for them. Hold on, sweetie. I pick up the bouquet, my heart racing as I spot a small card tucked among the blooms. I pull it out, recognizing the elegant handwriting immediately. Debbie, I meant what I said. I want to be part of both your lives. No pressure, just possibility. Call when you're ready. Liam. Who are they from, Mama? Mariah tugs at my shirt, her eyes wide with curiosity. They're from... I hesitate, unsure how to explain. From Mr. Liam, the man who visited yesterday. Her face lights up. The one with blue eyes? Yes, that's him. I pick up the gift bag, peeking inside. And look, he sent something for you too. Mariah reaches into the bag and pulls out a small teddy bear wearing a tiny t-shirt that says Princess. She hugs it immediately to her chest. He's so soft. Can I take him to daycare? Of course you can. I check my watch and feel a jolt of panic. We need to hurry though. Let me put these inside real quick. I dart back into the apartment, placing the stunning bouquet on our small kitchen table. The flowers immediately transform the space, bringing color and life to our modest home. The chocolates. I notice they're from an expensive boutique downtown. Go on the counter. I'll savor those later. Back in the hallway, I lock our door and take Mariah's hand. Let's go, baby. Hold your new bear tight. As we walk to the car, Mariah chatters excitedly about naming her bear and showing him to her friends at daycare. I nod and respond automatically, but my mind is spinning with thoughts of Liam. Flowers. A teddy bear for Mariah. Expensive chocolates, such thoughtful gifts, chosen with care. Sunflowers because I mentioned once during our weekend together that they were my favorite. The bear perfectly suited to Mariah's princess phase that he somehow intuited after meeting her just once. I buckle Mariah into her car seat, her new bear tucked securely beside her, and slide behind the wheel. As I start the car, I catch my reflection in the rearview mirror and notice the smile on my lips, the brightness in my eyes. The man is good. Too good. He's barely been back in our lives for a few days, and already he's found a way to charm both me and Mariah. Mama, will Mr. Liam come back to see us? Mariah asks as we pull out of the parking lot. Maybe, baby. We'll see. I hope so. He gave me a bear. I smile despite myself. Yes, he did. That was very nice of him. As we drive to daycare, I can't help but feel a flutter of excitement in my stomach. I tell myself it's just surprise at his thoughtfulness, nothing more. But deep down, I know better. Those flowers weren't just flowers. They were a promise, a statement of intent. And despite all my protective instincts warning me to be cautious, I can't deny how much I want to believe in that promise. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 14. Liam. I slide into the booth at Rosie's Diner, an old-school joint with checkered floors and vinyl seats that have seen better days. The coffee's decent, though, strong and black, just how I like it. Cole storms in 5 minutes late, scowling like a teenager instead of a grown man. He spots me and his expression darkens further. "You're seriously in town again?" "What? New York got boring." He slides into the booth opposite me, not bothering with a greeting. "Good to see you too, son." I take a sip of coffee, studying him over the rim. His eyes are bloodshot, his hair disheveled. He hasn't shaved in days. "Cut the nonsense. Why am I here?" He grabs a menu, flipping through it aggressively. "I wanted to talk. Father-son time." I keep my voice casual, though my heart hammers against my ribs. This conversation will change everything between us. "Right," he snorts. "Since when do you give a damn about father-son time?" The waitress approaches, mid-50s, kind eyes, name tag reading Donna. And Cole orders coffee and pancakes without looking at her. I offer an apologetic smile. "So, what's this really about?" Cole demands once she's gone. "Come to torment me some more about Debbie? Give me another lecture?" I set my mug down carefully. "Actually, yes. We need to talk about Debbie." "Jesus Christ." He throws his head back. "Let it go, Dad. My relationship with her is none of your business." "That's where you're wrong." I lean forward, keeping my voice low and steady despite the adrenaline coursing through my veins. It became my business when I realized she's the mother of my child, my 4-year-old daughter. Cole freezes, his coffee mug suspended halfway to his mouth. His face goes completely blank with shock, like someone hit a reset button on his emotions. Then he laughs, a harsh, ugly sound that scrapes against the diner's cheerful atmosphere. His eyes narrow to slits, jaw tightening. "What are you talking about?" He slams the mug down, coffee sloshing over the rim and pooling on the laminate table. "Is this some kind of sick joke?" "Mariah is my daughter, Cole." The words hang between us, impossible to take back. I feel the weight of them settle in the air, changing everything. I keep my gaze locked on his, refusing to back down from the truth that's been eating at me for weeks. "I only found out recently myself." He stares at me, his face cycling through emotions, disbelief, confusion, and finally settling on pure, unfiltered rage. A muscle jumps in his jaw as he clenches his teeth so hard, I can practically hear them grinding. His hands ball into fists on the table. "Nonsense," he spits, his voice dangerously low. "Complete, utter nonsense. You think I'm gonna fall for this? It's true." Debbie and I met at the rooftop bar 4 years ago. We spent a weekend together. Neither of us knew about our connection to you. Cole's face contorts, fury replacing shock. "You expect me to believe that? That's my ex-girlfriend." "Ex" being the operative word, I say evenly. "You'd been broken up for months." "So you just happened to screw my ex? Out of all the women in Aurora?" His voice rises, drawing glances from nearby tables. "Keep your voice down." I glance around, then continue more quietly. We had no idea who each other was. It was a chance meeting. Chance? Cole's knuckles turn white around his coffee mug. "You've always tried to take everything from me. That's not true, and you know it. First Mom, now Debbie." He shakes his head. "You're a piece of work. Your mother left because of her own reasons. And Debbie was never yours to lose, Cole. Not after how you treated her." "Oh, and I suppose she told you all about our relationship." His lips curl into a sneer. "Poor Debbie, victim of the big bad boyfriend." "She didn't have to tell me much. Your behavior since then speaks volumes." I hold his gaze steadily. "The harassment needs to stop." "Harassment?" He laughs again. "I'm trying to talk to her." "That's it. Following her around town? Showing up at her apartment unannounced? Calling from different numbers after she's blocked you?" I shake my head. "That's not trying to talk. That's stalking." "Damn you!" He slams his hand on the table, making the silverware jump. "You don't know anything about us." "I know she's scared of you. I know Mariah is my daughter, and I know I'm going to be part of their lives now." His face flushes dark red. "You're such a hypocrite. Where were you when I was growing up? But now you want to play daddy to some kid you just met? That stings, but I don't let it show. I made mistakes with you, Cole. I know that. But this is my chance to do better. So, I'm just the practice run? The mess up you learned from? That's not what I said." The waitress returns with Cole's pancakes, setting them down carefully before retreating, clearly sensing the tension. "You're a traitor!" Cole hisses once she's gone. "My own father." "I didn't betray you, Cole. I met a woman. We connected. And we created a child. The fact that you knew her first is an unfortunate coincidence." "Coincidence?" He stabs at his pancakes viciously. "Nothing's ever a coincidence with you. You calculated this somehow." "That's ridiculous, and you know it." I lean back, exhausted by his paranoia. "I'm telling you this as a courtesy. I'm going to be in Aurora for a while. I'll be seeing Debbie and Mariah. You need to back off and leave them alone." "Or what?" His eyes narrow. "Or I'll help Debbie get a restraining order against you. And trust me, with my resources and her documentation of your harassment, it won't be difficult. You do that to your own son, To protect my daughter? Yes. Cole pushes his plate away, food barely touched. You're dead to me. The words hit harder than I expected, but I maintain my composure. I'm sorry you feel that way, but my decision stands. He slides out of the booth, standing over me with contempt etched into features that mirror my own. Stay away from me. I'm telling Mom everything you just admitted. She'll be sick. I watch Cole storm out of the diner, the bell above the door jangling angrily in his wake. His shoulders are hunched with rage, back rigid with indignation. The few other patrons quickly return to their meals, pretending they didn't witness our confrontation. Sighing heavily, I rub my temples where a headache is forming. This went about as well as I expected, which is to say, terribly. But what choice did I have? The truth needed to come out. Donna approaches cautiously, coffee pot in hand. Everything okay, hon? Fine. I manage a smile that doesn't reach my eyes. Just family stuff. She nods knowingly, topping off my coffee. Kids, right? No matter how old they get, they still know how to push your buttons. That they do. When she leaves, I stare into the dark liquid, seeing my own reflection distorted on its surface. Cole's fury was understandable. Finding out your father slept with your ex-girlfriend would be a shock to anyone. Learning that union produced a half-sister, that's a whole other level of complicated. But his reaction confirmed what I already knew. Cole isn't stable enough to be around Debbie or Mariah. His possessiveness, his refusal to respect boundaries, these aren't the traits of someone who should be in a child's life. My child's life. My phone buzzes with a text. I pull it from my pocket, expecting it might be Cole with some final parting shot. Instead, it's Debbie. Just wanted to say thank you for the flowers. They're beautiful. Mariah hasn't put the bear down since she found it. She's taking it to daycare to show all her friends. A smile tugs at my lips, the first genuine one since Cole walked in. I tap out a reply. I'm glad you both like them. I wasn't sure about the bear, but something told me she might enjoy it. 3 dots appear as she types her response. You have good instincts. She named him Blue because of his eyes. Says they remind her of yours. My heart squeezes in my chest. 4 years. I've missed 4 years of my daughter's life. Birthdays, first words, first steps, moments I can never get back. But I'm here now, and I intend to make the most of whatever time I have left. Smart kid. Takes after her mother. I pay my bill, leaving Donna a generous tip, and head out to my rental car. The morning sun is bright, making me squint as I slide on my sunglasses. Aurora looks different in daylight, less mysterious, more mundane. Hard to believe this ordinary town is where my life changed forever, not once, but twice. As I drive back to my hotel, I think about Cole's parting words. He's right about one thing. I wasn't the father I should have been to him. Always busy with cases, delegating parenting to nannies and his mother. Is it any wonder he turned out the way he did? With Mariah, I have a second chance. A chance to be present, to be involved from the beginning. Well, not the very beginning, but from now on. I won't make the same mistakes again. My phone rings through the car's Bluetooth. Cole's name flashes on the dashboard screen. I consider letting it go to voicemail, but that would only delay the inevitable. Taking a deep breath, I press the button on my steering wheel. Cole! Damn you. His voice fills the car, slurred and thick with emotion. He's been drinking already at 10 in the morning. You think you can just waltz in and play daddy to some kid you just met? What about me? What about your actual son? Cole, I understand you're upset. Upset? I'm furious. You betrayed me, my own father. I pull into the hotel parking lot and stop the car, but don't get out. This conversation requires my full attention. I didn't betray you, Cole. I didn't know who Debbie was when I met her, and I certainly didn't know about Mariah until recently. You're going to pay for this. You both are. What's that supposed to... The call hangs up and I'm left dumbfounded. Is he planning to hurt Debbie?
Chapter 15. Debbie. The afternoon rush at Bella's boutique usually drags, but today I'm grateful for the steady stream of customers keeping me busy. Folding sweaters into perfect squares gives my hands something to do while my mind spins with thoughts of Liam, Cole, and the mess my life has become. Excuse me, do you have this in a medium? A woman holds up a floral blouse, and I'm about to answer when the bell above the door jingles. My stomach drops to my knees. Cole staggers in, eyes wild and bloodshot, his movements jerky and uncoordinated. Even from across the store, I can smell the alcohol wafting off him. "Debbie!" he shouts, ignoring the startled customers who step back from his path. "We need to talk right now." I hand the blouse back to the customer with shaking fingers. "I'm sorry, I'll check the back in just a moment." Moving toward Cole, I keep my voice low. "You need to leave. I'm working." "Working?" He laughs, the sound harsh and broken. "That's what you're worried about? Your trashy job? While you're screwing my father behind my back?" The store goes silent. Every customer freezes, eyes darting between us. My whole body burns with humiliation as his words echo through the boutique. "Cole, please, you're drunk. Let's talk about this somewhere else." "No." He slams his hand against a display table, sending accessories flying. "You don't get to decide where we talk anymore. You're a lying brat. You screwed my dad and had his kid." My heart hammers against my ribs. "Lower your voice. There are people here." "I don't give a damn." He steps closer, invading my space. His breath reeks of whiskey. "Did you plan this? Was this some sick game to get back at me?" "No, of course not. I didn't know he was your father when we met." I take a step back, glancing toward the register where my manager, Tina, is already on the phone. "Please, Cole, you need to leave before..." "Before what? Before your new sugar daddy shows up?" He sneers, swaying slightly. "That's what this is about, right? Trading up for the rich version?" "Sir, I need you to exit the premises immediately." Tina appears beside me, her voice firm despite her small stature. "I've called security." Cole barely glances at her. "Stay out of this, lady. This is between me and her." "Not in my store, it isn't." Tina stands her ground. "You're disturbing customers and harassing my employee. Leave now, or I'll have you removed." "Harassing?" Cole's face contorts with rage. "You think this is harassment?" "I haven't even started yet." He turns back to me, pointing a finger in my face. "You think you can just replace me with my father? That he's going to play daddy to my kid?" "She's not your child, Cole." The words come out stronger than I expected. "She never was." His face goes slack with shock before rage takes over again. "You..." "Security is on their way up," a salesgirl calls from the register. Cole grabs a rack of clothes and shoves it over with a crash. Customers gasp and back away. "Screw all of you. And screw you especially, Debbie. You're going to regret this." Tina steps between us. "That's enough. Get out before I press charges for destruction of property." 2 security guards appear at the entrance. Cole sees them and backs toward the door, his eyes never leaving mine. "This isn't over," he spits. "Tell my father I'm coming for both of you." The security guards approach, but Cole turns and storms out before they reach him, shouldering past a startled customer entering the store. The silence that follows feels deafening. My legs tremble so badly I have to grab the counter to stay upright. "Are you okay?" Tina asks, her hand on my shoulder. I nod mechanically, though I'm anything but okay. "I'm sorry about that. He's not your fault." She squeezes my arm. Take 5 minutes in the back. I'll handle things out here. In the cramped break room, I sink onto a folding chair and pull out my phone with trembling hands. I need to call Liam. Cole's threat wasn't empty. I could see it in his eyes. This situation just escalated from uncomfortable to dangerous. As I dial Liam's number, I realize with terrifying clarity that Cole now knows where I work. Where else might he show up next? My school? Mariah's daycare? The thought sends ice through my veins. I hit Liam's number with shaking fingers, pressing the phone hard against my ear. It rings twice before he picks up. Debbie? What's wrong? His voice is immediately alert, like he can sense my panic through the phone. Cole just showed up at my work. My voice cracks. He was drunk, Liam. He made a scene in front of customers, knocking things over, screaming about how I'm sleeping with his father, and I take a shuddering breath. He knows about Mariah being yours. Silence stretches across the line for a beat, then two. The only sound is Liam's breathing, suddenly heavier. Damn. Liam's voice drops lower, rough with emotion. Debbie, I'm so sorry. This is my fault. All of it. What do you mean? My stomach knots as I wait for his answer, already suspecting what's coming. I told him this morning. I met with him to explain everything, to tell him to back off. I thought if he knew the truth about Mariah, about us, I thought it would make him see reason and leave you alone. He exhales sharply. I was wrong. You told him without talking to me first. I grip the phone tighter, anger cutting through my fear like a hot knife. My knuckles tighten around the phone. We should have discussed how to handle this together. This affects me, and it affects Mariah more than anyone. You're right. His voice is heavy with regret. The confidence I'm used to hearing replaced with genuine remorse. I messed up, badly. I thought I could reason with him, make him understand, man to man, father to son. I didn't expect him to react like this, to lash out at you instead of me. I paced the small break room, my free hand raking through my hair, tugging at the roots in frustration. The fluorescent lights buzz overhead, making my growing headache worse. Well, he did react like this. He showed up drunk and raging. He threatened me, Liam. Said it wasn't over, that he'd make us both pay. My voice catches. You know better than anyone what he's capable of when he feels betrayed. Where are you now? Are you safe? I'm at work still. My manager called security, but he left before they got here. I lower my voice. What if he goes to Mariah's daycare? What if... I'll call the daycare center right now and have security posted there. Then I'm coming to get you. I can't just leave work. After what just happened, your manager will understand. I'll be there in 15 minutes. His tone leaves no room for argument. Don't go anywhere alone. Stay where there are people. I sink onto the folding chair. This is exactly what I was afraid of. Cole's unpredictable when he's angry, and now he's furious. I know. And I'm sorry I made this worse. Liam's voice softens. I promise you, Debbie, I will handle this. I won't let him hurt you or Mariah. How? He's your son. And Mariah is my daughter. You're her mother. His voice hardens with resolve. I protect what's mine. Something warm unfurls in my chest despite everything. Okay, I'll wait for you. 15 minutes, he repeats. I'm already on my way. After hanging up, I rest my forehead against my knees, trying to slow my racing heart. Part of me wants to be furious with Liam for telling Cole without consulting me first. We should have approached this together, planned how to break the news. But another part understands he was trying to protect us, trying to be the father he never was to Cole. I straighten up, squaring my shoulders. No matter what happens next, I know one thing for certain. I won't let Cole's rage touch Mariah. Not today, not ever. The future I've worked so hard to build might be messy right now, complicated by Liam's sudden presence and Cole's threats, but it's still mine to fight for. And for the first time in years, I'm not fighting alone.
Chapter 16. Liam. I step back from hanging the last of Mariah's framed butterfly prints, surveying my work with a critical eye. The pale lavender walls of her new bedroom look perfect with the white furniture and colorful accents. It's been 3 days since Cole's rampage at Debbie's workplace, and in that time, I've managed to find them a new apartment, sign the lease, and get them moved in. "What do you think, Princess?" I ask, turning to Mariah, who's busy arranging her stuffed animals on her new bed, a twin-sized daybed with a trundle underneath for sleepovers she might have someday. "It's the bestest room ever!" She jumps up and down, her curls bouncing with each leap. "Look at my sparkly lamp! And my butterfly pictures. And my toy box has my name on it." I smile, my heart swelling as I watch her excitement. The custom toy chest with Mariah painted in purple script had been a last-minute addition, but worth every penny to see her reaction. "The butterflies are in the right spot?" I ask, though I've measured twice to ensure they're perfectly aligned. "Perfect!" She races over to hug my legs. "Thank you, Mr. Liam." I crouch down to her level, still getting used to the way her eyes light up with unbridled joy. "You're very welcome, sweetheart." From the doorway, I hear Debbie clear her throat. "Mariah, why don't you play in your new room for a bit while I talk to Mr. Liam?" "Okay, Mama." Mariah immediately dives into her toy box, pulling out the new plush unicorn I'd added to her collection. I follow Debbie into the living room, which is still cluttered with moving boxes despite our best efforts. She crosses her arms over her chest, her expression a mixture of gratitude and frustration. "This is too much, Liam." She gestures around the spacious apartment. "The rent on this place must be double what I was paying." "Don't worry about that." I keep my voice low so Mariah won't hear. "Your safety is what matters right now." I appreciate that, but Mariah was just getting settled in our old place. She had routines, familiarity. Now everything's changing at once. She runs a hand through her curls, exhaustion evident in the shadows under her eyes. "I know we couldn't stay there with Cole knowing where we lived, but you wish I'd consulted you more before signing the lease," I finish for her. "You're right. I should have." The tension in her shoulders eases slightly at my admission. "I just don't want her world turned upside down any more than it already has been." I understand." I step closer, fighting the urge to touch her, to offer physical comfort. "But look how excited she is about her new room." "Kids are resilient, Debbie, and this place is in a secure building with doormen and security cameras. Cole can't get to you here." She sighs, glancing toward Mariah's room, where we can hear her chattering happily to her toys. "She does love it, especially all those new toys you got her." "I may have gone overboard there," I admit with a small smile. "I'm still figuring out this dad thing. It's been decades." "You're doing fine." She finally meets my eyes, her expression softening. "Better than fine, actually. She already adores you." Pride and joy surge through me at her words. "The feeling's mutual. She's amazing, Debbie. You've done an incredible job raising her." "Thank you." A small smile plays at her lips before fading. "But we need to talk about boundaries, Liam. You can't just make these huge decisions without me. This isn't just about the apartment. It's about how we're going to co-parent." "You're absolutely right." I move to the kitchen counter and lean against it, giving her space. I'm used to taking charge, solving problems, what I do for a living, but this is different. We're a team when it comes to Mariah. "Exactly." She looks relieved that I understand. "A team, which means we make decisions together. From now on we will. I promise." She nods, then glances around the apartment again. It is beautiful, though. And that view of the park. She walks to the large windows overlooking the city park below. Mariah's going to love watching the seasons change from here. I join her at the window, careful to maintain a respectful distance. That's why I chose it. The security was priority one, but I wanted something that would feel like home, not a fortress. Well, you succeeded. She turns to face me, her expression serious. Any word from Cole? Nothing since I got the restraining order approved yesterday. The police are keeping an eye out for him, but he seems to have gone underground for now. That worries me more than if he were making threats, she admits. It means he's planning something. Let him plan. He can't get near you or Mariah now without serious legal consequences. I hesitate, then add, I've also hired private security. They're discreet, but they'll be watching the building and following when you go to work or take Mariah to daycare. I expect her to protest this additional measure, but she just nods. Good. I hate living in fear, but Mariah's safety comes first. From the bedroom, Mariah calls out, Mama! Mr. Liam, come see! I made a castle for my unicorns! Debbie's face transforms with a genuine smile. Coming, baby. She starts toward the bedroom, then pauses, turning back to me. Thank you, Liam. For all of this, I'm still getting used to not handling everything alone. You're not alone anymore, I say simply. That's a promise. As we walk to Mariah's room together, I resist the urge to place my hand on the small of Debbie's back, one step at a time. We've got Mariah's safety secured. Now we need to figure out what we are to each other beyond co-parents. But watching Debbie kneel beside our daughter, both their faces alight with joy in this new space I've created for them, I know with absolute certainty that I want to be much more than just Mariah's father. I want to be there for Debbie. I want her to be my woman. Come play with her, Debbie encourages, beckoning me over. But I'm warning you. She'll wear you out. Indeed, playtime with Mariah, I'm learning, is serious business. I build a fortress of purple plastic blocks with Mariah, my suit jacket draped over a nearby chair and my sleeves rolled up. She's laser-focused on construction, her little tongue poking out between her lips as she carefully places each block. The princess needs a big tower, she instructs, handing me a triangular piece. This goes on top. Yes, ma'am. I place it carefully where directed. Is this the tallest tower in the kingdom? Uh-huh. So she can see all the bad guys coming. She emphasizes this with a dramatic sweep of her arms that nearly topples our creation. I catch the tower before it falls, steadying it with my hand. Careful there, architect. We don't want an earthquake. Mariah giggles, the sound pure and uninhibited. What's an architect? Architect, I correct gently. It's someone who designs buildings. Like what you're doing now. Her eyes widen with interest. I want to be an architect when I grow up. You'd be an excellent one. I help her at another level to our increasingly precarious structure. You've got a good eye for design? Across the room, Debbie sorts through a box of Mariah's clothes, organizing what still fits and what needs to be replaced. She bites her lower lip slightly as she works, a habit I've noticed when she's focused. My heart swells watching her fold tiny t-shirts with practiced efficiency. Every movement speaks of the care she's poured into raising our daughter alone. Her dedication, her strength. Mama, look how tall! Mariah calls out proudly. Debbie looks up, her face transforming with a smile that reaches all the way to her eyes. Wow, that's the biggest tower I've ever seen. Did you build that all by yourself? Mr. Liam helped, Mariah says, patting my hand. He's good at towers. Is he now? Debbie's eyes meet mine over Mariah's head, warm with something that makes my pulse quicken. I have many hidden talents, I say, with a wink that makes Debbie roll her eyes, though her smile remains. I bet you do, she murmurs, just loud enough for me to hear. Mariah jumps up suddenly. I need my unicorn. He has to live in the tower, too. She dashes off to her bedroom, leaving Debbie and me momentarily alone. The air between us charges with unspoken feelings. She's completely at ease with you around, Debbie says softly, setting aside a stack of folded clothes. I'm sorry I missed so much, I say, my voice dropping lower. Her first steps, first words. She walked at 10 months, Debbie offers. Talked at 14. Her first word was book. I laugh softly. Of course it was. She's brilliant. Like her father. The words hang between us, weighted with meaning. Before I can respond, Mariah comes racing back, clutching a well-loved stuffed unicorn with a rainbow mane. Here he is! His name is Sparkles, and he's the tower guard. I drop back to my knees, refocusing on our daughter. Well, hello, Sparkles. That's a very important job you have. As Mariah arranges her unicorn atop the tower, I glance at Debbie again. She's watching us, her expression soft and open in a way I haven't seen before. Something inside me shifts and settles. This moment right here feels like coming home after a lifetime of wandering. I'm falling for her all over again. Not just the Debbie I met that weekend 5 years ago, but the stronger, more determined version who's raised our daughter with such love and care. The woman who stands her ground against Cole's threats. The mother who makes princess towers and dinosaur pancakes and somehow balances it all while going to school. Mariah tugs at my hand. Now we need a moat with alligators. Alligators, huh? That's serious protection. I help her arrange blue blocks around our tower base. To keep the bad guys out, she explains matter-of-factly. I meet Debbie's eyes over Mariah's head again, and the silent understanding that passes between us is crystal clear. We would both do anything to protect this child. Our child.
Chapter 17. Debbie. I stare at the psychology textbook in front of me, the words blurring together as I try to focus. My highlighter hovers over a passage about cognitive behavioral therapy, but I've read the same paragraph 3 times without absorbing a single word. The apartment is blissfully quiet with Mariah at daycare. This should be prime study time. 4 uninterrupted hours to prepare for my upcoming exam. Instead, my mind keeps drifting to Liam, to Cole's threats, to the complicated mess my life has become. A knock at the door makes me jump. I check my phone. Right on time. I'd texted Liam earlier about stopping by, though part of me regrets it now. I need to study, not get distracted. When I open the door, he's standing there in dark jeans and a navy button-down with the sleeves rolled up, looking unfairly good for a man his age. Hey, he says, holding up a paper bag. I brought lunch. Figured you might forget to eat while studying. I step back to let him in. Thanks. That's thoughtful. He moves into the apartment with that easy confidence that simultaneously irritates and attracts me. Without asking, he heads straight to the kitchen and starts unpacking containers. Vietnamese from that place on Maple. I remembered you mentioned liking their spring rolls. He arranges everything on the counter with practiced precision. How's the studying going? It's not. I close my textbook with a sigh. I can't concentrate. He nods, understanding in his eyes. Too much happening at once. Something like that. I watch as he moves around my kitchen like he belongs there, finding plates without having to ask where they're kept. He's only been to this new apartment a handful of times, but he's already learning its geography, inserting himself into our space with a natural ease that should bother me more than it does. So, he says, setting out the food, I've been looking at apartments. I raise an eyebrow. Oh? The Westwood is fine, but it's getting old. Plus, room service can only sustain a man for so long. He slides a plate of spring rolls toward me. I'm thinking something month to month for now. In this neighborhood? This neighborhood specifically, huh? His eyes meet mine, direct and unapologetic. I want to be closer to Mariah. And to you? There it is. The honesty that keeps catching me off guard. No games, no pretense. That makes sense, I say, trying to keep my tone neutral. For Mariah, a slight smile tugs at his lips. Right, for Mariah. I take a spring roll, focusing intently on the dipping sauce. I should get back to studying after lunch. I have an exam next week. Of course. He leans against the counter, watching me. I can help tidy up around here while you work. Give you some peace and quiet. You don't need to do that. I want to. He gestures around the apartment, still showing signs of our hasty move. There are still boxes to unpack, and I noticed your bathroom sink is leaking. It's fine, really. Debbie. His voice drops lower. Let me help. You don't have to do everything alone anymore. I meet his gaze, my defenses wavering. The offer is tempting, not just the practical help, but the idea of not carrying every burden by myself. Fine, I concede, but be quiet about it. I really do need to study. After lunch, I return to the dining table with my books while Liam tackles the stack of boxes in the hallway. I try to focus on developmental psychology, but my awareness of him moving around the apartment keeps pulling my attention away. He works methodically, unpacking kitchen items and arranging them in cabinets. When he finds a framed photo of Mariah as a baby, he pauses, studying it with such tenderness that my chest tightens. She was 3 months here, I say before I can stop myself. He looks up, surprised I'm watching him. She had the same smile even then. I lead Liam over to the bookshelf, where I keep Mariah's baby album. My fingers trace the spine before pulling it out. I don't have many pictures from when she was really little, I say, settling on the couch beside him. Couldn't afford a good camera back then. Liam sits close enough that our thighs almost touch. He takes the album carefully, like it's something precious. This was her first birthday. I point to a photo of Mariah, face covered in cake frosting, grinning with just 4 tiny teeth. She demolished that entire cupcake in about 30 seconds. She has your smile. You can see it so clearly here, he says, his voice soft with wonder. I flip the page to show him more. And here she is taking her first steps. She was fearless, just took off across the living room one day. His fingers hover over the image. I miss so much. You're here now, I say before I can stop myself. Our eyes meet, and something electric passes between us. His gaze drops to my lips, and I feel heat spread through my body. I kept some of her baby clothes, too. I stand abruptly, needing space from the intensity building between us. The special ones I couldn't bear to give away. I move to a storage box in the corner and pull out a tiny purple dress. This was her first Easter outfit. Cost me a week's worth of food delivery, but she looks so damn cute. Liam follows, standing behind me as I hold up the dress. He's close enough that I can feel his breath on my neck. I bet she was beautiful, he murmurs, just like her mother. I turn around, and suddenly we're inches apart. The baby dress falls forgotten to the floor as his hand comes up to cut my cheek. Debbie, he whispers, his voice rough with restraint. Whatever I was going to say dies in my throat. All the reasons this is a bad idea. Our complicated situation, Cole's threats, my own fears. They all fade away under the heat of his gaze. I rise on my tiptoes and press my lips to his. The kiss starts gentle, questioning, but quickly ignites into something hungry, passionate, and desperate. His arms wrap around me, pulling me flush against his chest as his tongue seeks entrance. I open to him with a soft moan, my hands sliding up to grip his shoulders. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyler always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylerwalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyler's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylerwalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyler. We lie tangled together, neither of us speaking for several minutes. My mind should be racing with doubts and questions, but instead, I feel a strange sense of peace, like something that was out of alignment has finally clicked into place. I should clean up, I murmur eventually, gesturing to the mess on my stomach. Liam nods, brushing a strand of hair from my face with unexpected tenderness. Let me get you something. As he stands and walks to the bathroom, I watch him go, admiring the strong lines of his back, the confident way he moves even when naked. This man, this complicated, determined man, is the father of my child, and now, possibly something more.
Chapter 18. Liam. I stare at my laptop screen, spreadsheets and property listings blurring together as midnight approaches. My hotel suite is comfortable enough, but after weeks in Aurora, it's starting to feel temporary in a way that grates on me. I need roots here, not just for appearances, but because this is where my family is now. Family. The word still sends a jolt through me. 4 months ago, I was a divorced workaholic with an estranged son. Now I'm co-parenting a 4-year-old daughter with a woman who's rapidly becoming the center of my universe. I click through another commercial property listing, a former insurance office downtown that could be converted into a respectable law practice. The location is ideal, walking distance from Debbie's school and only 10 minutes from Mariah's daycare. The renovation cost would be substantial, but money isn't the issue. Time is. My phone vibrates against the desk. Winona's name flashes across the screen, surprising me. My ex-wife rarely calls these days, especially not at midnight. Winona? Everything okay? That depends on your definition of okay. Her familiar voice comes through crisp and clear. I just got off the phone with our son, who's had quite a lot to say about you and some woman named Debbie. I lean back in my chair, pinching the bridge of my nose. What did he tell you? Only that you've been betraying him by screwing his ex-girlfriend and claiming her child as yours. Her tone is neutral, carefully measured. He was drunk, slurring his words, but very insistent I should know what a backstabbing father you've become. It's complicated. With you, it always is. There's no malice in her words, just weary familiarity. So, is it true? Did you sleep with Cole's ex? Yes, but not how he's framing it. I stand, too restless to remain seated. I met Debbie 5 years ago at a bar. We spent a weekend together. I had no idea she was Cole's ex. They'd broken up months before, and I definitely didn't know she got pregnant afterward. Winona is silent for a moment. So the child is yours? Yes, Mariah's 4. She has my eyes, Winona. The minute I saw her, I knew. And Cole is losing his mind. I pace across the hotel room, tension building in my shoulders. He's harassing Debbie, showing up at her workplace drunk, making threats. I got a restraining order against him, but he's not backing down. That sounds like our son. Her sigh carries the weight of years spent dealing with Cole's volatility. He always did have your temper and my stubbornness. Worst combination possible. Despite everything, I laugh. You're not wrong. So you're serious about this woman? About being a father to her child? Our child, I correct automatically. And yes, I am. I've already missed 4 years of Mariah's life. I won't miss any more. And Debbie? Is she just the mother of your child, or is there more? The question catches me off guard, though it shouldn't. Winona always could read me too well. There's more, I admit. She's extraordinary, Winona. Strong, determined. She's raising our daughter while putting herself through school, working part-time. And after everything Cole put her through. I see. Her voice softens. You're in love with her. I don't deny it. Yes, I'm opening a practice here in Aurora, making it permanent. Well, she pauses. That's quite a life change for a man who once said he'd never leave Manhattan. Things change. Priorities change. Indeed they do. Another pause. For what it's worth, I think you're doing the right thing. Being there for your daughter. Lord knows you weren't always there for Cole. The truth stings, but I can't argue. I'm trying to do better this time. I know you are. Her voice warms. And Liam? Cole may be a grown man, but he's still damaged. Still that little boy who wanted his father's approval more than anything. Be careful how you handle this. I'm trying, but he's making it difficult. The things he's saying to Debbie, the threats. I know what he can be. Winona interrupts, surprising me with her bluntness. I raised him, remember? But he's still our son. I know. I sigh heavily. I just don't know how to get through to him. Give him time. And space. He's lashing out because he's hurt. She hesitates. Would it help if I spoke to him? Not about Debbie specifically, but about his behavior? I appreciate that, I say, running a hand through my hair. Cole's always listened to you more than me. Maybe he'll actually hear what you're saying. I'll do what I can. Winona's voice softens. For what it's worth, I think you're doing the right thing. Taking responsibility, being there for your daughter. That means a lot coming from you. I move to the window, looking out at the Aurora skyline. How are things with you? Still happy with Richard? She laughs, a genuine sound that reminds me of better times. 7 years and counting. He's good for me, Liam. Steady. Doesn't work 80-hour weeks or forget anniversaries. Ouch. A wince, though there's no real sting. Well deserved, though. Ancient history now. I can almost hear her shrug through the phone. Richard and I are actually talking about retiring early. Maybe traveling through Europe for a year. That sounds perfect for you. You always wanted to see Italy. I did. There's a pause. And you? Is this Debbie someone special? Beyond being Mariah's mother, I mean. I consider deflecting, but opt for honesty instead. Yes, she's incredible. One of a kind. Nothing like anyone I've been with before. Including me? There's amusement in her voice. Different playing field entirely, I admit. You and I were young, ambitious. We wanted the same things, success, status. Debbie's priorities are different. She's focused on building a better life for our daughter, getting her degree. She challenges me in ways I never expected. Sounds like you're smitten. I am. I think I've been since that first weekend 5 years ago. Well, Winona's voice is warm with genuine happiness. I'm glad you found someone who makes you feel that way. Everyone deserves a second chance at love, Liam. Even a workaholic bastard like me? Especially you. She laughs again. Just don't make the same mistakes this time around. Be present. Make time for what matters. I'm trying, I promise. This time is different. I'm different. Good. I'll talk to Cole, try to make him see reason before he gets himself arrested. I sigh heavily. Thank you, Winona, for everything. After we hang up, I pull up the commercial property listings on my laptop again. The former insurance office downtown keeps drawing my eye. Good location, solid structure, just needs renovations. I make a quick call to my realtor. Jackie, it's Liam Rogers. I want to make an offer on the Maple Street property. Full asking price, but I need a quick close. 2 weeks max. She's surprised but pleased. That's aggressive, but doable. I'll draw up the paperwork right away. Perfect. And Jackie? I need contractor recommendations. The best in Aurora, money no object. I want renovations to start the day after closing. I've got just the person. I'll email you his information. I hang up feeling a surge of purpose. The Aurora branch of Rogers Law will be up and running within a month. No more hotel living, no more commuting back to New York. This is home now, where my daughter is, where Debbie is. My phone buzzes with a text from Debbie. Mariah wants to know if you're coming for dinner tomorrow night. She says you promised to read her new dinosaur book. I smile, typing back. Wouldn't miss it? I'll bring dessert. Then I add, I made an offer on that commercial space downtown. Should close in 2 weeks. Her reply comes quickly. That was fast. You're really staying in Aurora? I go where my family is. I respond simply. 3 dots appear as she types, disappear, then appear again. Finally, we'll talk tomorrow then. Remember, Mariah loves chocolate ice cream for dessert. I set down my phone, feeling more settled than I have in years. Winona found her happiness with Richard. I'm finding mine with Debbie and Mariah. Even Cole, despite his current anger, deserves to find peace eventually. For now, though, my focus is clear. Establish my practice in Aurora, protect my new family, and build something lasting with the woman who's captured my heart twice in one lifetime.
Chapter 19. Debbie. I spread our checkered blanket under the shade of a massive oak tree, smoothing out the wrinkles, while Liam helps Mariah set up her bubble wand. The Saturday morning sunshine filters through the leaves, creating dancing patterns on the grass of Aurora Park. Mama, watch. Mariah waves the plastic wand frantically, creating a stream of tiny bubbles that catch the light. I'm making 1,000,000 bubbles. I see that, baby. You're a bubble champion. I can't help but smile at her excitement. Liam kneels beside her, his expensive jeans collecting grass stains he doesn't seem to care about. Try holding it still and letting the breeze do the work, he suggests, gently steadying her small hand. When the wind catches the soap film, dozens of perfect bubbles float upward, making Mariah squeal with delight. Look at them fly. They're going to space. She jumps up and down, nearly toppling over in her enthusiasm. Careful there, astronaut. Liam catches her before she falls. His reflexes impressively quick. The easy way he interacts with her, anticipating her movements and responding to her needs, makes something warm unfurl in my chest. I arrange our picnic supplies while watching them chase bubbles across the grass. Liam's deep laugh mingles with Mariah's high-pitched giggles, creating a harmony that feels surprisingly right. We look like any other family enjoying a Saturday in the park. Mom, dad, daughter. The thought doesn't terrify me the way it would have a month ago. Hungry yet? I call out, unpacking containers of fresh fruit, sandwiches, and the chocolate chip cookies Mariah helped me bake last night. They race back to the blanket, Mariah collapsing dramatically at my side. I'm starving. Chasing bubbles is hard work. Is that right? I hand her a juice box, helping with the straw when her little fingers fumble. Liam settles beside me, close enough that our shoulders brush. This was a great idea, he says, his voice low enough for just me to hear. Getting out of the apartment, enjoying the weather. We needed this. I pass him a sandwich. A day without stress. His eyes meet mine, and the intensity there still catches me off guard. You doing okay? With everything? I know what he's asking about. Cole, the rumors, the stress of juggling school, work, and motherhood while dealing with my ex's vindictive behavior. Better than I expected, actually. I surprise myself with how true it is. Haven't seen Cole lurking around since the fiasco at my job. That's good. Liam takes a bite of his sandwich, chewing thoughtfully. I haven't heard anything either. My ex-wife said she'd talk to him, try to make him see reason. Your ex-wife is helping us? I raise an eyebrow. That's unexpected. He shrugs. Winona's a good person. We didn't work out, but she's always been fair. And she wants what's best for Cole, even when he doesn't know what that is himself. Mama, can I feed the ducks? Mariah points to the pond where several mallards float lazily in the sun. We didn't bring any duck food, sweetie. Regular bread isn't good for them. Actually, Liam reaches into our picnic bag and pulls out a small container. I picked up some proper duck feed yesterday. Read online that it's what they recommend. Mariah's face lights up. You're the best, Mr. Liam. Just Liam is fine, princess. He ruffles her curls affectionately. I give him a look. You thought of everything, huh? I try. The simple sincerity in his voice makes my heart skip. We walk to the pond together, Mariah between us, occasionally reaching up to hold both our hands. When she does, we naturally lift her off the ground, swinging her forward as she shrieks with laughter. It's such a normal, everyday family moment that I almost can't believe it's happening to me. At the pond's edge, Liam shows Mariah how to toss small handfuls of feed without getting too close to the water. The ducks quack appreciatively, paddling over for their treat. Not too much in one spot, he instructs gently. We want to make sure everyone gets some. I hang back, watching them. The tenderness in Liam's expression as he guides our daughter makes my chest tight. With Mariah, he's patient, attentive, and surprisingly playful. When they finish feeding the ducks, we wander to the playground. Mariah makes a beeline for the swings, and Liam follows, lifting her into the seat and giving her gentle pushes. Higher, she demands, fearless as always. Only a little higher, he compromises, increasing the arc slightly. Safety first. I sit on a nearby bench, taking in the scene. A month ago, the idea of co-parenting with Liam seemed impossible. Now it feels like we've been doing this dance forever. The way he naturally steps in, sharing the load without taking over, has become something I rely on more than I'd like to admit. After the swings, Mariah conquers the slide, the monkey bars, and the seesaw with another little girl her age. When she finally runs back to me, her cheeks are flushed with exertion and happiness. I'm thirsty again, she announces, flopping down on our blanket. As I hand her another juice box, I catch Liam watching us with an expression that makes my stomach flip. Desire, yes. That's been simmering between us since we reconnected, but something deeper too. Something that looks dangerously like love. What? I ask when Mariah is distracted by a butterfly landing near her shoe. Nothing. He smiles, settling beside me. Just thinking how right this feels. Instead of the panic those words might have triggered before, I feel a sense of calm agreement. Yeah, I admit. It does. We sit in comfortable silence, watching Mariah chase the butterfly across the grass. His hand finds mine on the blanket, fingers intertwining naturally. The simple contact sends warmth spreading through me. I keep waiting for the other shoe to drop, I confess quietly. For Cole to show up and ruin everything. He won't. Liam's voice carries absolute certainty. And even if he tried, we'd handle it. I look at our joined hands, then up at his face. The man beside me isn't just Mariah's biological father anymore. He's become my partner, my support, and something else I'm still afraid to name. As we pack up our picnic, Mariah chases one last butterfly across the grass, her curls bouncing with each step. The afternoon sun bathes the park in golden light, making everything look like a scene from a perfect family movie. What do you say we go for pizza and ice cream? Liam suggests, folding the checkered blanket with practiced precision. Mariah freezes mid-step, whirling around so fast she nearly topples over. For real? Pizza and ice cream? For real. Liam nods solemnly. I think we've earned a treat after all that bubble chasing and duck feeding, don't you? Her face lights up like Christmas morning. She races back to us and launches herself at Liam, wrapping her arms around his legs. You're the best, the absolute bestest ever. I can't help but smile at her enthusiasm. Better than chocolate chip pancakes? Way better, Mariah declares, looking up at Liam with pure adoration. He crouches down to her level. Want a ride to the car, princess? On your shoulders? Her eyes widen with excitement. Where else? He winks at her, then turns around. Hop on. I help her climb onto his broad shoulders, making sure she's secure before Liam stands to his full height. Mariah squeals with delight, suddenly towering above everything. I'm so tall. Mama, look how tall I am. I see that, baby. You're touching the clouds. I hand her the bubble wand to hold, careful to make sure she doesn't drop it on Liam's head. Hold on tight, Liam instructs, gripping her little legs firmly as he starts walking toward the parking lot. I follow a few steps behind, watching them together. Mariah chatters nonstop about which pizza toppings she wants and how many scoops of ice cream she thinks she deserves, with the answer being all of them. Liam listens attentively, responding to each of her questions with the seriousness they deserve in her 4-year-old mind. The sight of them together, my daughter perched happily on this man's shoulders, creates a warmth in my chest that spreads through my entire body. A month ago, I couldn't have imagined this scene. Couldn't have pictured Mariah bonding so quickly with her biological father, or me feeling so at ease with him being in our lives. Liam turns his head slightly, catching me watching them. Everything okay back there? Just enjoying the view, I admit, not bothering to hide my smile. His eyes soften, and something passes between us. An understanding, a shared moment of appreciation for what we're building together. Pizza place is just 2 blocks away, he says. We could walk if you're up for it. Definitely walk, Mariah votes from her perch. I want to stay up here forever. Your wish is my command, princess. Liam adjusts her on his shoulders. But you'll have to come down eventually to eat your pizza. I guess that's okay, she concedes graciously. As we walk through the park toward the pizza restaurant, other families smile at us. At Mariah's obvious delight, at Liam's playful interaction with her. To anyone watching, we look like any other happy family enjoying a Saturday together. And maybe that's what we are becoming.
Chapter 20. Liam. I step through the empty commercial space, measuring each footstep against my vision. The late afternoon sun streams through the windows, illuminating floating dust particles and highlighting the potential of this blank canvas. At 4,000 square feet, it's smaller than my Manhattan office, but perfect for what I need in Aurora. We could knock out this wall, I tell the contractor, pointing to a partition that breaks up the flow. Open the space, let in more natural light. He nods, making notes on his tablet. No load-bearing issues there. Easy enough. And here, I gesture to the far corner. I want a separate office with glass walls, private but still connected to the team. My phone vibrates in my pocket as we discuss flooring options. Probably Debbie checking when I'll be done. The family dinner we've planned tonight has become the highlight of my week, watching Mariah's excitement when I walk through the door. The quiet moments with Debbie after our daughter goes to bed. I glance at the screen and see Roger Hartman's name instead. My law partner from New York hasn't called in weeks. Excuse me, I tell the contractor. Need to take this. I step toward the windows, watching traffic flow below. Roger, what's up? Jesus Christ, Liam. His voice comes through tight and strained. What's going on out there? Is it true? My spine stiffens. Is what true? That you slept with your son's ex-girlfriend and fathered a child with her? It's all over social media. Harrison just showed me posts from Cole with some pretty damning accusations. My blood runs cold. What exactly is he saying? That you deliberately seduced his girlfriend years ago, got her pregnant, and now you're flaunting your relationship to hurt him. He's posting old photos of them together, then recent ones of you three playing happy family. Roger's voice drops. Liam, this looks bad, really bad. I press my fingers against the bridge of my nose, fighting the rage building inside me. None of that is true. I met Debbie 5 years ago when she was already single. I had no idea she was Cole's ex until recently. Well, that's not the story he's telling. And clients are starting to ask questions. Damn. I turn away from the contractor who's pretending not to listen. How far has this spread? Far enough. The Morton account called this morning, asking if we should be concerned about ethical lapses in judgment. The Morton account, one of our biggest clients, worth millions in annual billings. This is nonsense, Roger. Cole's angry because I'm supporting Debbie and our daughter instead of enabling his abusive behavior. I believe you, Roger says, though his tone suggests he's reserving judgment. But perception matters in our business. You know that better than anyone. I pace along the windows, rage building with each step. So what are you suggesting? That I abandon my child? My relationship with Debbie? All to protect the firm's image? Of course not. But we need a strategy here. Maybe a statement clarifying the timeline, something to counter Cole's narrative. I'm not dignifying his nonsense with a response. That just gives it legitimacy. Liam... No! My voice hardens. I've spent my entire career putting the firm first. My marriage failed because of it. I missed most of Cole's childhood. I'm not making those mistakes again. Silence stretches between us. Finally, Roger sighs. I understand, but as your friend and partner, I need to tell you this could impact the New York office. Clients are conservative. They don't like scandal. Then handle it. That's why I made you managing partner when I stepped back. I run a hand through my hair, frustration mounting. Tell them I'm on extended leave. Tell them whatever you need to. And the Aurora office is happening regardless. I've already signed the lease on this space. I glance around at the empty room, seeing not what it is, but what it will become. This is where I'm building my future, Roger. With your son's ex-girlfriend, he says flatly. With the mother of my child, I correct, my tone leaving no room for debate. And yes, with Debbie. She's remarkable, Roger. Smart, determined. Nothing like the women I used to date. Another silence, then another sigh. You sound serious about her. I am. Well, then, he clears his throat. I guess congratulations are in order, though your timing could be better. Despite everything, I laugh. When have I ever had good timing? Fair point. I hear the smile in his voice. Look, just send me some facts I can use to counter the worst of Cole's claims. Dates, timeline. I'll handle damage control here. I appreciate that. I hang up the call, anger simmering beneath my composed exterior. The contractor eyes me cautiously, pretending he didn't hear every word of that conversation. Everything all right, Mr. Rogers? He asks. Let's continue, I say, pocketing my phone. I want this space ready in 3 weeks. Whatever it costs. We move through the empty office, my mind only half present as the contractor points out electrical upgrades and potential layouts. Cole's social media campaign is worse than I imagined, taking our private situation public, twisting the timeline to make it seem like I deliberately seduced Debbie to hurt him. It's a new low, even for him. These windows are excellent, the contractor says, gesturing to the wall of glass overlooking downtown Aurora. Great natural light. We could position your desk here, facing out. Perfect. I nod, running my hand along the windowsill. And the conference room. I want glass walls, but with privacy film that can be activated when needed. My phone buzzes again. A text from Debbie. Have you seen what Cole's posting? It's everywhere. My classmates are asking questions. This is escalating faster than I anticipated. I type back quickly. Just heard. Don't engage. We'll handle this together. The contractor clears his throat. For the reception area, I'm thinking warm wood tones, leather seating. Professional but inviting. Yes, that works. I force myself to focus. I want the Rogers Law logo on that wall when you first enter. Backlit, understated but visible. My mind races as we discuss flooring options. Cole's always been impulsive, prone to lashing out when he feels wronged. But this calculated attack feels different, more deliberate, designed to cause maximum damage to both my reputation and Debbie's. We could do custom built-ins here, the contractor suggests, pointing to an alcove. Perfect for law books, awards, family photos. Family photos. The image of Debbie and Mariah at the park last weekend flashes through my mind. Mariah's infectious laugh as I pushed her on the swings. Debbie's smile when I brought them both ice cream. The way Mariah had fallen asleep on the drive home. That's what Cole is trying to destroy. Not just my professional reputation, but the family we're building. Mr. Rogers? The contractor looks concerned. You with me? Sorry. I straighten my shoulders. Yes, built-ins would be excellent. And I'd like a separate area for my daughter to play when she visits. Something discreet, but comfortable. He nods, making notes on his tablet, his stylus moving quickly across the screen. We can section off that corner over there, create a small play space with some built-in storage for toys. We'll install a sliding barn door or something similar so it can be completely closed off during client meetings. Soundproofing wouldn't hurt either. Perfect. That's exactly what I need. I can already picture Mariah coloring quietly while I wrap up paperwork, or building with blocks in her own little sanctuary while I take a call. We finish the tour, walking through each room as we discuss timeline, budget, and material options in meticulous detail. The contractor points out potential challenges with the electrical work and suggests upgrades to the HVAC system that would make the space more comfortable year-round. I sign the preliminary paperwork with my Mont Blanc pen, authorizing him to begin ordering materials immediately and putting down the substantial deposit without hesitation. We'll start demo next week, he promises, tucking the paperwork into his leather portfolio. Assuming permits come through on schedule, you'll have your office ready in no time. 6 weeks, 8 tops. As he leaves, his footsteps echoing on the bare concrete floors, I stand alone in the empty space, hands in my pockets, imagining what it will become. Rogers Law, Aurora Branch. Not just an office, but a statement. A fresh start away from the New York headquarters I established from nothing. A permanent commitment to staying here in this smaller town, to being present for Debbie and Mariah every single day, not just on weekends or when I can make time. I refuse to let Cole's tantrum derail that. My son might think he can manipulate me like he's done to others, but he's about to learn exactly who he's dealing with.
Chapter 21. Debbie. I arrive at work with 2 minutes to spare, balancing my coffee and purse while trying not to spill on my blouse. The morning rush at Bella's boutique won't start for another hour, giving me time to straighten displays and review new inventory. Morning, Debbie. My coworker Jenna barely looks up from arranging a mannequin scarf, her fingers meticulously adjusting the silk fabric with unnecessary precision. Her usual cheerful greeting is replaced with something cooler, more distant, like winter air seeping through a cracked window. Morning. I head to the back room to stash my purse, trying to ignore the knot forming in my stomach that grows tighter with each step. The employee lounge feels emptier than usual, the fluorescent lights harsh against the beige walls. Since Cole's public meltdown, his shouting match with me right in the middle of our spring collection display. The atmosphere at work has changed dramatically. Whispers stop when I enter rooms, conversations dying mid-sentence like someone hit pause. Fake smiles appear, followed by conversations that suddenly shift to weather and weekend plans, as if discussing rain forecasts might wash away the awkwardness. I'm hanging up my jacket on the metal hook, my fingers lingering on the fabric a moment too long, when Tina, the store manager, appears in the doorway. Her expression is tight, professional, lips pressed into a thin line. Her normally warm brown eyes have gone flat behind her stylish glasses. Not a good sign. She's wearing her navy blazer, the one she reserves for serious conversations and corporate visits. "Debbie, can I see you in my office?" Her voice is carefully neutral, but there's an edge to it that makes my stomach drop. "Sure, let me just clock in." I reach for my employee card, hoping whatever this is won't take long. "That won't be necessary." She gestures for me to follow her, her manicured nails pointing the way like little arrows of doom. The silver bangles on her wrist jingle softly, a cheerful sound that feels wildly out of place. The walk to her small office feels endless. My mind races through possibilities. Reduced hours, a formal warning about Cole's behavior, maybe even a transfer to another location. What I don't expect is the folder sitting on her desk, open to reveal what looks like screenshots from social media. "Please sit." Tina closes the door behind us. I lower myself into the chair across from her desk. "Is something wrong?" "I'm afraid so." She sits, folding her hands on top of the folder. "Corporate called this morning. They've been monitoring the situation since the incident that happened here recently." "I'm so sorry about that. I never thought Cole would." "This isn't just about what happened in the store." She turns the folder toward me. "Have you seen what's being posted online?" I look down at the screenshots and feel my stomach drop. Cole has been busy. Posts detailing my supposed promiscuity, claiming I slept with both father and son, suggesting I trapped Liam for his money. Comments from strangers calling me disgusting, a gold digger, worse. I haven't been on social media much lately. My voice sounds distant, like it belongs to someone else. These posts are getting significant traction. Several customers have contacted corporate, saying they won't shop here as long as you're employed. Tina's voice softens slightly. "I tried to advocate for you, Debbie. I really did." The knot in my stomach tightens. "What are you saying?" "I'm sorry, but effective immediately, your employment with Bella's boutique is terminated." The words hit like a physical blow. "You're firing me? Because of lies my ex is spreading?" "The company's position is that your personal situation has created a hostile shopping environment and damaged the store's reputation." She slides a small envelope across the desk. "This is your final paycheck, including 2 weeks severance." Tears burn behind my eyes, but I refuse to let them fall. This isn't fair. None of this is my fault. I understand that, but my hands are tied. Corporate made the decision. She at least has the decency to look uncomfortable. If it helps, I'm happy to provide a reference. A reference. I stand abruptly, chair scraping against the floor. I've worked here for 3 years, never called in sick, covered other people's shifts, stayed late during inventory, and you're tossing me aside because my abusive ex is spreading lies? Debbie, please. I need this job. I have a daughter to support, bills to pay. My voice cracks despite my best efforts. How am I supposed to? I truly am sorry. Tina stands too, keeping the desk between us. You'll need to gather your personal belongings. Jenna can help you. The humiliation burns worse than the anger. Having to pack up under everyone's watchful eyes, knowing they've probably seen the posts, probably believe some of them. I stuff my few belongings into my purse, a framed photo of Mariah, my water bottle, a cardigan I keep for when the air conditioning gets too cold. Jenna hovers nearby, silent and awkward. "I'll walk you out," she finally says as I zip my purse closed. "Don't bother." I sling it over my shoulder, chin up despite the tears threatening to spill. I know the way. The bright morning sunshine feels like a mockery as I step outside. My car sits in the employee lot, the only familiar thing in a world suddenly tilted off its axis. I make it inside before the first sob escapes, hands gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turn white. 3 years. Gone because of Cole's vindictive lies. The job that helped me leave him, that paid for Mariah's daycare while I took classes, that gave me the independence I fought so hard for. I stare at my reflection in the rearview mirror, eyes rimmed red, mascara smudged beneath my lashes. I should fix it, but what's the point? My perfectly applied makeup didn't save my job. My professional wardrobe and stellar work ethic meant nothing against Cole's vindictive lies. "God damn it," I mutter, slamming my palm against the steering wheel. The bills flash through my mind like warning signals. Rent due in 2 weeks, Mariah's daycare payment, groceries, textbooks for next semester. My carefully balanced budget relied on those paychecks from Bella's. Without them, the whole house of cards collapses. I grab my phone and pull up my resume, which I haven't updated in 3 years. 3 years of loyalty to a company that tossed me aside at the first sign of trouble. The injustice burns in my throat. My phone rings, Liam's name flashing on the screen. I almost ignore it, but after the 4th ring, I answer. "Hey," my voice sounds hollow even to my own ears. "Debbie, I was just checking in. How'd your shift go?" The concern in his voice pushes me over the edge. There is no shift anymore. I got fired. "What? Why? Why do you think?" I snap. Cole's social media campaign worked. Customers complained about the woman who slept with both father and son. Corporate decided I'm bad for business. Jesus Christ. His voice drops to that dangerous low register. "I'll call a colleague of mine. This is wrongful termination. We can—" "Stop." I cut him off. "I don't need your lawyer. I need a job. I need to pay my bills and feed my daughter. Let me help. I can write me a check. Solve all my problems with your money. No thanks." The bitterness spills out before I can stop it. This is happening because of you, Liam. Because you're Cole's father. Because you slept with me. Because you showed up in our lives and turned everything upside down. Silence stretches between us. I know I'm being unfair, but I'm too raw to care. "I understand you're upset," he finally says, his voice carefully controlled. "And you have every right to be. But we're in this together, Debbie, whether you like it or not. That's just it. I didn't ask for this. Any of it." I press my fingertips against my temples, fighting a headache. I had a plan. Work at Bella's, finish my degree, build a stable life for Mariah. Now I'm unemployed, the subject of vicious rumors, and completely screwed. "You're not screwed. You're not alone." He pauses. "What can I do right now that would actually help?" The sincerity in his question deflates some of my anger. "Nothing. I need to figure this out myself. At least let me pick up Mariah from daycare so you can job hunt without worrying about her." "Fine." I relent, too exhausted to argue. "Text me when you get her." "I will, but Debbie, I'm sorry this is happening. We'll get through it." I hang up without responding. The "we" in his sentence feels presumptuous, though I know he means well. There's comfort in not facing this alone, but also resentment that I need help at all. I pull up the job search app on my phone, scanning listings for retail positions. Nothing matches Bella's pay or flexible hours. Most want full-time availability, which I can't do with classes. A few part-time listings pay minimum wage, barely enough for groceries, let alone rent. After an hour of searching, I've applied to 7 jobs, none promising. My phone pings with a text from Liam. Got Mariah, taking her for ice cream, then home. Take your time. I start the car and head home anyway. The apartment feels empty without Mariah's chatter. I drop my purse on the counter and stare at the fridge covered with her artwork, colorful crayon drawings of our little family. Mariah, me, and now increasingly Liam. The weight of responsibility crashes down on me. I sink onto the couch, bury my face in my hands, and finally let the tears come. Not just for the job, but for everything. The gossip, Cole's vindictiveness, the complicated mess with Liam, the uncertainty hanging over us. When the doorbell rings an hour later, I've cried myself out. I open the door to find Liam holding Mariah, who's fast asleep against his shoulder, ice cream stains on her shirt. She crashed in the car, he whispers, stepping inside. Sugar crash. I lead him to her bedroom, where he lays her down with surprising gentleness. I pull off her shoes and cover her with her favorite blanket. In the living room, Liam stands awkwardly, hands in his pockets. I called some contacts. There's an office manager position opening at my friend's law firm. Hours would work with your class schedule. I don't need your charity jobs. My voice lacks the fire from earlier. Just sounds tired. It's not charity. It's a real position they need filled. He runs a hand through his hair. Look, I know you're angry. You have every right to be. But pushing me away won't solve anything. I know. I sink into the couch. I'm exhausted, Liam. All of my hard work, all those years at Bella's, and it's gone because of Cole's tantrum. Liam sits next to me, wrapping an arm around me. I understand you completely, Debbie. I hear you. And I'm going to find a way to fix this, to make things right. And how do you expect to do that? I ask, raising a brow. I have my ways. He places a hand on my knee and squeezes gently. Trust me. I'll believe it when I see it. For now, I'm unconvinced.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyler.
Chapter 22. Liam. I glance at Winona as we walk down the tree-lined street toward Cole's apartment complex. Her face is set in the determined expression I remember from our divorce proceedings. Jaw tight, eyes focused, every step purposeful. The manila folder in her hand contains enough evidence to destroy Cole's reputation and possibly land him in legal trouble. You sure you want to do this? I ask, breaking the tense silence between us. Our son is out of control, Liam. Winona doesn't slow her pace. I've tried reasoning with him. You've tried threats. Sometimes people need to see the consequences of their actions laid out in black and white. The folder contains police reports, restraining orders, and testimonials from 3 different women, all documenting Cole's pattern of harassment and stalking after breakups. Winona spent days collecting it all after flying in from New York. I just never thought we'd be here, I admit, using his past to threaten him. It's not a threat. It's reality. Winona's voice is clipped. He needs to understand that his behavior has consequences. Real ones. We reach the entrance to Cole's apartment building, a modern complex with security doors and an intercom system. Winona presses his apartment number. No response. She tries again, still nothing. He's probably ignoring us, I mutter, checking my watch. Or he's not home. Winona's lips press into a thin line. He's home. His car's in the lot, and he told me he'd be here all day working on some project. She punches in the code I gave her, the building's general access code I got from a client who lives here. The door clicks open and we step inside. 3rd floor, I say, leading the way to the elevator. When we reach Cole's door, Winona knocks sharply. Cole? It's Mom. Open up. Silence. She knocks again, harder. Cole, we know you're in there. We need to talk. After a full minute of knocking with no response, Winona turns to me with a raised eyebrow. You think he's okay? A flicker of parental concern passes through me. Maybe he's passed out drunk. He's been hitting the bottle pretty hard lately. Winona reaches into her purse and pulls out what looks like a small metal toolkit. Stand back. What are you doing? Something I learned during my investigative journalism days. She kneels in front of the lock. Don't look so shocked. How do you think I got those photos of you and your secretary for the divorce? Jesus Christ, Winona. Relax. I'm making sure our son isn't lying in a pool of his own vomit. The lock clicks, and she turns the handle. After you. I push the door open slowly. Cole? You in here, son? The apartment is dead silent. The living room looks relatively normal, slightly messy with empty beer bottles on the coffee table and takeout containers in the kitchen. Nothing unusual for Cole. Cole? Winona calls out, moving toward the bedroom. I follow her, an uneasy feeling settling in my gut. Something's off about the place, but I can't put my finger on what. Winona stops abruptly at the entrance to Cole's home office. Liam, she says, her voice suddenly hollow. You need to see this. I step into the room and freeze. The walls are covered, literally covered, with photos of Debbie and Mariah. Hundreds of them, spanning what must be years. Debbie pushing Mariah on a swing. Debbie shopping at a grocery store. Debbie picking Mariah up from daycare. Recent photos of Debbie and me together. Damn, I breathe, taking in the disturbing display. There's a timeline mapped out with string and push pins, chronicling Debbie's daily routines. Notes about when she leaves for work, when she picks up Mariah, which coffee shop she frequents. This isn't just harassment, Winona whispers, her face pale. This is obsession. I move closer to examine the photos. Some are clearly taken with a telephoto lens from a distance. Others look like they were snapped quickly in public places. The oldest ones show a pregnant Debbie, her face tired and drawn. He's been stalking her for years, I say, my blood running cold, even after they broke up. Winona opens a drawer in Cole's desk and pulls out a notebook. As she flips through it, her expression grows increasingly horrified. Liam, there are detailed plans in here, ways to make her pay, scenarios for taking Mariah. My stomach lurches. We need to call the police. Wait. She holds up a hand, turning to the most recent entries. He's planning something for tomorrow. Something at Mariah's daycare. What? I snatched the notebook from her hands, scanning the page. Cole's handwriting is messy, fueled by what looks like drunken rage, but the intent is clear. He's planning to pick Mariah up from daycare using the emergency contact information, saying that he's her brother. We need to warn Debbie right now. I pull out my phone, dialing her number with shaking fingers. And the daycare center. As the phone rings, Winona continues looking through Cole's desk. "Liam," she says, her voice breaking slightly. "There's a gun permit here." My blood freezes in my veins. "Debbie, pick up," I mutter as the phone continues to ring. Winona picks up her folder of evidence and sets it on Cole's desk, replacing it with the notebook and several photos from the wall. "We're taking this to the police." Now. When Debbie's voicemail picks up, I leave an urgent message. "Debbie, call me back immediately. It's about Cole. He's been stalking you, and he's planning something involving Mariah's daycare tomorrow. I'm heading to the police station now. Lock your doors and don't go anywhere until you hear from me." As we hurry out of the apartment, Winona grabs my arm. "This is worse than we thought, Liam. Much worse. I know." The weight of responsibility sits heavy on my shoulders. I should have seen this coming. I should have protected them better. "This isn't your fault," she says firmly. "But what happens next is up to us. Cole needs help, serious psychiatric help. But first, we need to make sure Debbie and Mariah are safe." We rush down the stairs, both too anxious to wait for the elevator. My mind races with everything we need to do. File a police report, warn the daycare, secure Debbie's apartment, possibly move them to a safer location. "I'm not letting him hurt them," I say as we reach the car. "I don't care if he's our son. I'll do whatever it takes to protect my daughter." Winona nods, her face grim with determination. "So will I." The drive to the police station passes by in an anxiety-ridden blur. The precinct bustles with activity as Winona and I push through the double doors, evidence folder clutched tightly in her hand. My heart hammers against my ribs, the images from Cole's apartment seared into my brain. Hundreds of photos of Debbie and Mariah, the timeline of their movements, the gun permit. "I need to speak with a detective," I tell the desk sergeant, flashing my bar association ID. "It's urgent. Stalking case with imminent threat to a child." The sergeant looks between us, noting our grim expressions. "Wait here." While we wait, I check my phone again. No response from Debbie. I've called 3 times, texted twice. Each minute of silence amplifies my anxiety. "She'll check her messages," Winona says, reading my thoughts. "She's probably just busy. If something happens to them because I didn't see this coming..." "Don't." Winona's voice is sharp. "This isn't your fault, Liam. Cole has been spiraling for years." A detective approaches, mid-40s, tired eyes, coffee stain on his tie. "Detective Reynolds, I understand you have an urgent matter." "Our son is stalking a woman and her child, his ex-girlfriend and my daughter." The words tumble out. "We found evidence in his apartment indicating he plans to take the child from daycare tomorrow." Reynolds gestures toward an interview room. "Let's talk in private." Inside, Winona spreads the contents of her folder across the table. The notebook pages, photos from Cole's wall, the gun permit application. Reynolds examines each item methodically, his expression darkening. "Your son, Cole Rogers, has been tracking this woman's movements for how long?" "Years, based on the timeline we found," Winona says. "The oldest photos show her pregnant." "And the child is your biological daughter?" Reynolds looks at me. "Yes. Mariah Peters, age 4. I only discovered her existence recently." I run a hand through my hair. Cole dated Debbie years ago before I met her. When he found out about our connection, he became obsessive, threatening. I've been trying to reach Debbie to warn her. I continue, checking my phone again. She's not responding. I'm concerned Cole might have accelerated his timeline. Reynolds nods, gathering the evidence. I'll get an officer to the daycare immediately and another to Miss Peters' residence. We'll need formal statements from both of you, and we'll need to locate your son. Will this be enough for an arrest? Winona asks. Yes, it is, Reynolds replies grimly. Stalking, conspiracy to commit kidnapping, possibly illegal possession of a firearm if he obtained one without proper registration. My stomach knots tighter. You need to understand. Cole is manipulative, charming when he wants to be. He could talk his way past daycare staff claiming to be a relative. I'll make sure they understand the situation. Reynolds steps out to dispatch officers, leaving us alone. Winona reaches across the table, squeezing my hand. We're doing everything we can, Liam. It doesn't feel like enough. I stare at the photos spread across the table, snapshots of Debbie shopping, walking Mariah to school, sitting in a coffee shop. He's been watching them for years, Winona. Planning, obsessing. How did we miss this? Cole's always been good at hiding his true self. Her voice catches. Even from us. My phone vibrates, Debbie's name flashing on the screen. Relief floods through me as I answer. Liam! I just got your messages. What's going on? Where are you right now? I demand, heart racing. At home with Mariah. We just got back from the park. You're scaring me. Listen carefully. Lock your doors and windows. Don't open them for anyone but me or the police. Officers are on their way to you now. Police? Liam, what? Cole's been stalking you, Debbie. We found hundreds of photos in his apartment. Notes about your routines. Plans to take Mariah from daycare tomorrow. Her sharp intake of breath cuts through me. Oh my God! Stay inside. I'll be there as soon as we finish at the police station. I pause, throat tight. I'm so sorry, Debbie. I had no idea how far he'd gone. Just hurry, she whispers before hanging up. Detective Reynolds returns as I pocket my phone. Miss Peters? She's home with Mariah. Officers are heading there? He nods. Already dispatched. We've also put out an APB on Cole Rogers. Now I need detailed statements from both of you. For the next hour, Winona and I recount everything. Cole's history with Debbie, his reaction to discovering my connection to her, the escalating threats, and finally, what we found in his apartment. With each detail, the gravity of the situation becomes clearer. We'll need access to his apartment for our crime scene unit, Reynolds says when we finish. We'll get into contact with the landlord of his building, explain the situation. I promise to keep you two updated on everything that happens next. As we prepare to leave, Reynolds hands me his card. We'll have officers watching Miss Peters' residence tonight. Call me directly if Cole contacts either of you. Outside the precinct, the afternoon sun feels inappropriately bright. Winona touches my arm gently. Go to them, Liam. They need you right now. What about you? I'll check into a hotel, stay in town until this is resolved. Her eyes reflect my own fear. He's still our son despite everything. I nod, unable to articulate the storm of emotions. Fear for Debbie and Mariah, rage at Cole's betrayal, guilt for not seeing the warning signs sooner. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if he hurt them, I admit, voicing my deepest fear. He won't get the chance, Winona says firmly. We've done what we needed to do. Now go protect your family.
Chapter 23. Debbie. I clutch my phone, reading Liam's text again. My hands shake as the words blur together. Cole stalking you for years. Found photos in his apartment. Plans to take Mariah. Police on the way. Stay inside. My heart hammers against my ribs as I rush to Mariah's room. She's playing with her dolls, humming softly to herself, completely unaware of the danger. Baby, we're going to play a new game, I say, forcing a smile while fighting the tremor in my voice. What kind of game? She looks up, innocent eyes wide with excitement. It's called Super Secret Hideout. I need you to stay in your room while I make everything safe, okay? I stroke her curls, memorizing the softness between my fingers. Like superheroes? She bounces on her knees. Exactly like superheroes. I press a kiss to her forehead. Stay here and be very quiet. I'll be right back. I close her door, then I drag a dresser outside of the entrance. The heavy wood scrapes against the floor as I position it, creating a barricade no one could easily move. My daughter is trapped inside, but at least she's safe. Moving through the apartment, I methodically check every window, turning each lock with trembling fingers. The deadbolt on the front door slides into place with a satisfying click. I pull the curtains closed, plunging the apartment into artificial twilight. My brain shifts into survival mode. Weapon. I need a weapon. The kitchen yields disappointingly few options. The knives feel inadequate against the threat of Cole, a man whose rage I've witnessed firsthand. I grab the heaviest cast iron skillet from beneath the stove, testing its weight in my hand. In the living room, I switch off the television, silence filling the apartment. Every distant sound, car doors slamming, footsteps in the hallway, makes me flinch. I position myself near the door, skillet gripped tightly, waiting. The police should be here soon. Liam should be here soon. A sudden pounding at the door sends me jumping backward, nearly dropping the skillet. Debbie! Open up! Cole's voice, slurred and angry, filters through the door. My blood turns to ice. How did he know? How is he here already? I know you're in there. Another round of pounding, harder this time. Open the door. I back away, keeping my eyes fixed on the door as the handle jiggles violently. The police are on their way, I call out, trying to keep my voice steady. Leave now, Cole. Police? He laughs, the sound chilling. What lies have you been telling now? Did you call them after you screwed my father? The deadbolt holds as he throws his weight against the door. The frame creaks, but doesn't give. I just want to talk to my daughter, he shouts. You can't keep her from me. She's not your daughter, I respond, anger momentarily overriding fear. She's not yours. A crash against the door, something heavier than his fist. The wood splinters near the hinges. Mama? Mariah's small voice calls from behind her barricaded door. What's that noise? Stay in your room, baby, I shout back. Remember our superhero game? Cole pounds again. Mariah, it's Cole. Your daddy's here to take you home. Terror floods through me. I scramble for my phone, dialing 911 with shaking fingers. 911? What's your emergency? A man is trying to break into my apartment, I whisper urgently. He's threatening to take my daughter. Police are supposed to be on the way already. Officers are en route to your location, ma'am. Can you safely get to another room? Another crash against the door. The wood splinters further. No, he's breaking through the door. Please hurry. I end the call as Cole slams into the door again. The frame cracks, wood splintering. One more hit and he'll be through. I position myself between the door and the hallway leading to Mariah's room, skillet raised. If he gets in, he'll have to go through me first. The final crash sends the door flying open, fragments of wood scattering across the floor. Cole stumbles in, eyes wild, face flushed with rage and alcohol. Where is she? He demands, scanning the apartment. Get out, I warn, brandishing the skillet. The police are coming. He laughs, taking a step toward me. Always hiding behind someone else. First me, then my father. Who's going to protect you now? I don't need protection from you anymore. I hold my ground even as fear threatens to paralyze me. Mariah, he shouts over my shoulder. Come out, princess. We're going on an adventure. You're not taking her anywhere. I adjust my grip on the skillet, He lunges forward suddenly, grabbing for my weapon. We struggle, his alcohol-fueled strength overwhelming me. The skillet clatters to the floor as he shoves me against the wall, his forearm pressing against my throat. "You've taken everything from me," he hisses, his breath hot on my face. "My father, my reputation. You're not taking my daughter too." I claw at his arm, fighting for air. "You're crazy, Cole. She was never yours." I gasp. Cole's forearm crushes against my windpipe, and suddenly I'm back there, trapped in memories that flood my consciousness like a broken dam. His fingers digging into my arm as I try to leave a party early. "Where do you think you're going? You embarrass me in front of my friends?" The shattering sound of my favorite mug hitting the wall because I'd forgotten to buy his preferred brand of coffee. "You can't do anything right, can you, Debbie?" His cruel laughter when I told him about my dreams of finishing school. "College? Please, you're barely smart enough to remember my dinner order." Something ignites inside me, a burning rage that's been simmering beneath the surface for years, building with every insult, every shove, every time he made me feel worthless. This man methodically dismantled my confidence piece by piece, stole my confidence, crushed my sense of self-worth under his expensive shoes while telling me I should be grateful for his attention. And now he has the audacity to stumble into my home, reeking of whiskey, demanding to take my daughter. I claw at his face with everything I've got, my nails raking deep across his cheek, drawing 4 parallel lines of crimson. The sudden, sharp pain makes him loosen his grip just enough for precious air to rush into my burning lungs. I gasp desperately, the metallic taste of fear mixing with determination on my tongue. "You brat," he howls, stumbling backward, his hand flying to his face where blood now trickles down to his expensive collar. His eyes widen with shock, the entitled surprise of a man who's never faced consequences. I don't hesitate, not anymore. Not like I used to when I'd cower and apologize for his rage. I drive my knee upward with every ounce of strength I possess, connecting solidly with his groin. The impact is satisfying, visceral. Cole doubles over instantly, his handsome face contorted in pain, that arrogant smirk finally wiped away. I shove him hard against his chest, and his alcohol-dulled reflexes fail him spectacularly. He crashes backward into the coffee table I'd found at a yard sale last month, sending a cascade of magazines, empty juice boxes, and Mariah's scattered crayons flying across the hardwood floor. The crack of wood splitting under his weight fills the apartment. "You think I'm the same woman you pushed around?" I spit, my voice raw but strong. "You think I'll let you anywhere near my daughter?" Cole struggles to his feet, swaying slightly. His eyes are wild, unfocused. Blood trickles from the scratches on his face. "My daughter," he slurs, pointing an accusatory finger at me. "You've been hiding my daughter from me all this time." "She's not yours," I shout, positioning myself between him and the hallway to Mariah's room. "She was never yours, Cole. I wasn't even with you when she was conceived." He laughs, a hollow, manic sound that sends chills down my spine. "You expect me to believe that? After you screwed my father, you're nothing but a woman who couldn't keep her legs closed. You're delusional." I grab the phone from the side table, my fingers trembling as I dial 911. Mariah is Liam's daughter. DNA doesn't lie. Cole lunges forward, knocking the phone from my hand. It skitters across the floor, the emergency operator's voice a distant echo. His face twists with rage. "You think my father can just waltz in and take my place? You think I'll let him have my woman?" "I was never your woman," I say, my voice steadier now. "I was your possession, your punching bag, and I'm done being afraid of you." I see the moment something breaks behind his eyes, the last thread of his control snapping. His hand draws back, forming a fist. I brace myself for the blow, but it never comes. A crash at the door draws both our attention. The splintered frame gives way completely as Liam bursts through, his face a mask of cold fury. "Get your hands off her," he commands, his voice deadly quiet. Cole's grip on me loosens as he turns to face his father, a twisted smile spreading across his face. "Well, well, if it isn't Daddy Dearest, come to save the day."
Chapter 24. Liam. I stand in the doorway, taking in the scene before me. My son's bloodied face, Debbie's defensive stance, the broken furniture scattered across the floor. The apartment reeks of alcohol and desperation. My heart hammers against my ribs, but I keep my voice steady, controlled. "Cole, this ends now. Step away from her." He sways slightly, his eyes unfocused. The scratches on his face are deep, still bleeding. Debbie's handiwork, no doubt. Good for her. "You don't get to tell me what to do," Cole slurs, pointing an accusatory finger. "Not anymore. Not after you screwed my girlfriend." "Ex-girlfriend," I correct him, stepping further into the apartment, positioning myself between him and Debbie. "And Mariah isn't your daughter. She never was." "Nonsense." His voice cracks with emotion. "She has to be mine. I was with Debbie. The timing doesn't work, son." Do the math. You and Debbie had already broken up when Mariah was conceived. I keep my tone even, reasonable, though every instinct screams at me to grab him by the throat. "I've told you this already." "She's my biological daughter." Cole's face contorts, shifting between rage and confusion. "So what? You're playing happy family now? Swooping in to take what's mine?" "Nothing here is yours," I say firmly. "Not Debbie, not Mariah. They're not possessions, Cole." "The police are on their way," Debbie says from behind me, her voice stronger than I expected. "They know everything. The stalking, the photos, your plans to kidnap Mariah." Cole's eyes widen slightly. "What photos? What are you talking about?" "We found your apartment," I tell him, watching his face carefully. "The shrine you built. Hundreds of photos of Debbie and Mariah, the timeline of their daily routines. Your notebook detailing plans to take Mariah from daycare." A flicker of panic crosses his features before he masks it with defiance. "You broke into my place. That's illegal. So is stalking. And conspiracy to commit kidnapping." I take another step toward him. "The police have everything, Cole. Your mother and I took it all to them this afternoon." "Mom?" His voice suddenly sounds younger, vulnerable. "Mom was there?" "She's the one who found your notebook," I say, seizing on this moment of uncertainty. "She's devastated, Cole. We both are." For a second, I see a flash of the little boy he once was, confused, hurt, looking for approval, but it vanishes as quickly as it appeared, replaced by hardened anger. "Screw you both," he spits. "You never cared about me. Always too busy with your cases, your clients. And now you're trying to replace me with her kid." "Mariah isn't a replacement," I say, my patience wearing thin. "She's an innocent child who deserves to grow up without fear. Without your threats hanging over her." "I would never hurt her," Cole protests, genuine offense in his voice. "I love that little girl." "You don't even know her, you psycho. You were planning to kidnap her," Debbie interjects, stepping up beside me. "How is that not hurting her?" "I was taking her somewhere safe." "Away from you." Cole's voice rises again, his fists clenching at his sides. "You've poisoned her against me. Told her lies." I hear sirens in the distance, growing closer. Just need to keep him talking a little longer. "Son, listen to me." I soften my tone slightly. "You need help. Professional help. This behavior, the stalking, the threats, breaking in here today, it's not normal. It's not healthy." "Don't patronize me," he snarls. "I'm not. I'm being honest with you, probably for the first time in years. I meet his gaze directly. You're sick, Cole. And I'm partly to blame for not seeing it sooner, for not getting you the help you needed after your mother and I divorced. His expression falters, uncertainty creeping in. I'm not sick. I'm protecting what's mine. She was never yours, I repeat firmly. And this isn't protection. It's obsession. It's control. The sirens are louder now, just outside the building. Cole notices too, his eyes darting toward the broken door. The police are going to arrest you, I continue, keeping his attention on me. There's no way around that. But if you cooperate, if you agree to get treatment, I'll do everything I can to help you through this. Help me, he laughs bitterly. Like you helped me when I was growing up. Always working, always absent. You're right. The admission seems to surprise him. I wasn't the father you deserved. I put work before family, and that was wrong. But I'm trying to be better now, for Mariah, for Debbie, and yes, even for you. Heavy footsteps pound up the stairs outside. Cole's eyes widen with panic. Don't let them take me, he whispers, suddenly sounding like a frightened child. I can't stop that, son. But I won't abandon you. I hold his gaze. I see the flash of metal before anyone else does. The dull gleam of a pistol emerging from Cole's waistband happens in slow motion, yet too fast for me to process completely. One moment we're facing each other in Debbie's shattered living room, and the next, my son is holding a gun. Cole! Debbie screams, the sound piercing through the apartment. My son's eyes are wild, unfocused, tears already forming at the corners. His hand trembles violently as he raises the weapon, not toward us, but to his own temple. I'm not going to jail, he says, his voice breaking. I can't. The cold certainty in his tone snaps me into action. 20 feet separate us, too far to reach him before his finger can squeeze the trigger. I raise my hand slowly, placatingly. Son, put the gun down, we can figure this out. Figure what out? Cole laughs, a hollow, broken sound. My life is over. You've taken everything. My girl, my kid. You even turned Mom against me. Nobody's taken anything from you. I take a cautious step forward, hyper-aware of the gun pressed against my son's head. You're sick, Cole. You need help. Not a jail cell. His finger twitches on the trigger. Don't come any closer. I freeze, heart hammering against my ribs. Behind me, I hear Debbie's ragged breathing. Cole, think about what you're doing, I say, forcing calm into my voice, despite the terror clawing at my chest. This isn't the answer. What do you care? Tears stream down his face now, mixing with the blood from Debbie's scratches. You never gave a damn about me. Too busy with your cases, your clients, your new family. That's not true. Another small step forward. I've always loved you, even when I didn't show it well. The gun wavers slightly. You're lying. I'm not. Another step, 15 feet now. I failed you as a father. I know that. Let me help you now. It's too late. His voice cracks. I messed everything up. I hurt her. I hurt everyone. It's not too late. Another step. You can get help. Treatment. Therapy. In prison? He laughs bitterly. No thanks. We'll figure something out. 12 feet. But you have to put the gun down first. I catch movement from the corner of my eye. Debbie shifting position. Cole notices too, his attention momentarily diverted. It's now or never. I lunge forward, covering the remaining distance in 3 desperate strides. Cole's eyes widen in surprise as I collide with him, my hand clamping around his wrist, forcing the gun upward. We crash to the floor together, the impact knocking the breath from my lungs. The gun discharges with a deafening crack. Plaster rains down from the ceiling as we grapple on the floor. Cole is stronger than I expected, fueled by desperation and alcohol. His elbow connects with my jaw, sending pain radiating through my skull. "Let go," he screams, trying to wrench the weapon free. I tighten my grip, using my weight to pin him down. "Drop it, Cole! Now!" We roll across the floor, knocking over a side table. The lamp crashes beside us, glass shattering. I manage to slam Cole's wrist against the floor once, twice, until his fingers finally release the gun. It skitters across the hardwood, coming to rest against the wall. Cole goes limp beneath me, his fight evaporating as quickly as it began. Gut-wrenching sobs rack his body. "I'm sorry," he wails, curling into himself. I'm sorry. I roll off him, breathing hard, my heart still pounding. Debbie stands frozen by the hallway, her face frozen with shock. Outside, sirens wail, growing closer. "The police!" I manage between labored gasps for air, my chest heaving with exertion. "They're coming!" Thank God. My voice is raspy, adrenaline still coursing through my veins like wildfire. Cole doesn't resist as I pull him into a sitting position against the wall, his body trembling violently with each broken sob. He looks smaller somehow, diminished and pathetic. Nothing like the menacing, rage-filled figure who kicked down Debbie's door minutes ago, waving a gun. His expensive clothes are rumpled, his face streaked with tears and snot, eyes bloodshot and unfocused. "I didn't mean to hurt anyone," he whimpers, his voice cracking like a child caught in a terrible act. I just wanted my family back. Dad, please." His fingers clutch weakly at my sleeve, seeking some connection, some forgiveness I'm not ready to give. Heavy footsteps pound up the stairs, echoing through the hallway. The sharp squawk of police radios cuts through the air. Suddenly, the apartment is filled with uniformed officers, their weapons drawn and pointed directly at us. The harsh beams of tactical flashlights slice through the dim room, illuminating the chaos of broken furniture and the guns still lying by the wall. "Police! Hands where we can see them now!" The command rings out, authoritative and non-negotiable. "Separate and get on the ground!"
Chapter 25. Debbie. I stand on the sidewalk outside my apartment building, Mariah's small hand clutched tightly in mine and with an overnight bag on my back. The evening air feels cool against my hot skin as I watch the police cruiser pull away, red taillights fading into the distance. Cole sits in the back, head bowed, shoulders slumped in defeat. The man who terrorized me for years, reduced to a hunched silhouette behind reinforced glass. "Is the bad man gone now, Mama?" Mariah asks, her voice small and uncertain. I kneel down to her level, smoothing back her curls. "Yes, baby. The police are taking him somewhere he can get help." Her bottom lip trembles. "He was yelling and broke our door. I was scared." "I know, sweetheart." I pull her into a tight hug, breathing in the sweet scent of her shampoo. "But you were so brave, staying in your room like I asked. You're my little superhero." She pulls back, eyes wide with childish concern. "Is Mr. Liam okay? The policeman had to check his owie." My gaze drifts to where Liam stands several yards away, speaking with the detective. The paramedic finished cleaning the cut on his jaw moments ago, leaving behind a small bandage. Even from here, I can see the intensity in his stance. Shoulders squared, hands gesturing emphatically as he recounts what happened. "Mr. Liam is fine," I assure her, though my own heart still hammers with residual fear. "He helped keep us safe." Mariah nods solemnly. "He's like a superhero, too." "Yeah," I whisper, watching as Liam shakes the detective's hand. "I guess he is." Liam turns toward us, his eyes finding mine across the distance. Relief washes over his face as he strides in our direction. There's a new determination in his walk, a protective energy that radiates from him. "Everything okay here?" he asks, crouching down beside us. "We're managing," I say, attempting a smile that doesn't quite reach my eyes. How's your jaw? Just a scratch. He touches the bandage absently. Detective Reynolds says they'll keep Cole in custody tonight. Tomorrow, they'll arrange for a psychiatric evaluation before formal charges. I nod, processing this information. What happens next? They'll need statements from both of us, Liam explains. But not tonight. Reynolds agreed we've been through enough for one day. Mariah tugs on Liam's sleeve. Did you beat up the bad man? Mariah? I scold gently. Liam's expression softens as he meets her curious gaze. No, sweetheart. I just made sure he couldn't hurt you or your mom. Like a daddy's supposed to do? She asks innocently. The question hangs in the air between us, loaded with meaning. He glances at me, uncertainty flickering across his face. Yeah, he finally says, voice rough with emotion. Like that. Mariah yawns widely, the excitement and fear of the evening catching up with her. I scoop her up, settling her against my hip. We can't stay at the apartment tonight, I say, reality setting in. The door is completely destroyed. I've already arranged rooms at a nearby hotel, Liam says. Security, room service, whatever you need. My car's just over there. Part of me wants to resist, to insist we can manage on our own, but looking at Mariah's drooping eyelids and feeling the bone-deep exhaustion in my own body, I know this isn't the time for pride. Thank you, I say simply. As we walk toward his car, Mariah's head heavy on my shoulder, Liam places a gentle hand at the small of my back. The touch is protective rather than possessive, a distinction I'm finally learning to recognize. He can't hurt you anymore, Liam murmurs, his voice low enough that Mariah can't hear. I promise. Don't make promises you can't keep, I warn, though there's no bite to my words. I'm not. His voice is firm, unwavering. I've already called my attorney, and I'm hiring private security until this is fully resolved. I stop walking, turning to face him. Liam, you don't have to. Yes, I do. His eyes meet mine, intense and sincere. He's my son, which makes this partly my responsibility. I should have seen the signs sooner. This isn't on you, I insist. Cole made his own choices. Maybe, he sighs, running a hand through his hair. But I'm making mine now. You and Mariah deserve to feel safe. Mariah stirs against my shoulder, mumbling sleepily. Are we going home now? I stroke her back soothingly. We're going somewhere nice to sleep tonight, baby. Somewhere safe. Will you stay too, Mr. Liam? She asks, lifting her head slightly. He looks to me, leaving the decision in my hands. I hesitate only briefly before nodding. Yes, I'll be there, he tells her. I'll be right next door if you need anything. The drive to the hotel is quiet, the steady hum of the car's engine a comforting background to my racing thoughts. Mariah dozes in her car seat, the events of the evening having exhausted her small body. In the driver's seat, Liam's profile is illuminated by passing streetlights, his jaw still set with tension despite Cole being taken away. I glance back at Mariah, her face peaceful in sleep, completely unaware of how close we came to disaster. The thought makes my chest tighten. We need to tell her soon, I say quietly, breaking the silence. About you being her real father. Liam's hands adjust on the steering wheel as he navigates a turn. I know. His voice is low, thoughtful. But not tonight. Today's been too much already. I agree. I watch the city lights blur past my window. She deserves to know, though, especially after everything that's happened with Cole. We'll find the right moment, Liam says, reaching across to squeeze my hand briefly. When things settle down, when she feels safe again. I nod, grateful for his understanding. The last thing Mariah needs is another emotional upheaval tonight. We pull into the hotel parking lot, the bright lights of the entrance sign casting a golden glow across the dashboard. Liam finds a spot close to the entrance and cuts the engine. "I'll get her," he says, already moving to open his door. "You grab the overnight bag." I watch as he gently lifts Mariah from her car seat, cradling her against his chest with such natural care that my heart swells. She stirs slightly, mumbling something incoherent before nestling her head against his shoulder, her small arms instinctively wrapping around his neck. The hotel lobby is quiet at this late hour. Liam speaks softly to the receptionist while I stand beside him, Mariah's pink backpack slung over my shoulder. Within minutes, we're heading up in the elevator, key cards in hand. "I got connecting rooms," Liam explains as we reach our floor. "Figured you'd want your space, but I'd be close if needed." The rooms are spacious and elegant, with plush carpeting and heavy curtains drawn against the night. Liam carries Mariah to the bed in my room, laying her down with careful movements. I dig through the overnight bag for her pajamas. "Should we wake her to change?" I whisper, holding up her favorite unicorn PJs. Liam shakes his head. "Let her sleep. She's had enough disruption for one day." I nod in agreement, settling for removing her shoes and tucking her under the covers. She curls onto her side immediately, seeking comfort and sleep the way children do, complete and immediate. Liam stands at the bedside, watching her with an expression I can't quite read, something between wonder and fierce protectiveness. He leans down, brushing a curl from her forehead before pressing a gentle kiss to her temple. "Sleep tight, princess," he whispers, his voice rough with emotion. "You're safe now." The tenderness of the moment brings unexpected tears to my eyes. This is what a father should be, not possession or control, but this quiet, undemanding love. Liam straightens and catches my expression. His hand finds mine, fingers intertwining with quiet assurance. "You should get some rest too," he says softly. "I'll be right next door if you need anything at all." I nod, suddenly overwhelmed by gratitude for his presence, for his strength when I needed it most. "Thank you," I whisper, the words inadequate for everything I want to express. He understands anyway, squeezing my hand before releasing it. "We're going to be okay," he promises. And for the first time in years, I truly believe it. Something about the certainty in his deep voice makes the words feel like more than empty reassurance. They feel like a foundation I can actually build upon. As he moves toward the connecting door to his room, I catch his arm. Without overthinking, I step forward and wrap my arms around his waist, pressing my cheek against his chest. His heartbeat is strong and steady beneath my ear, his arms secure around me. The subtle scent of his cologne, something expensive but not overpowering, mingles with the warmth of his skin. His hand comes up to cradle the back of my head, fingers gently threading through my curls. "I didn't know if I'd ever feel safe again," I whisper against the soft fabric of his shirt, not even meaning to say the words aloud. "You're safe with me," he murmurs, his chest rumbling under my cheek. "Both of you are." We stand like that for a long moment, drawing comfort from each other's presence, while Mariah sleeps peacefully beside us. The soft sound of her breathing creates a gentle rhythm in the quiet room. Tomorrow will bring new challenges. Police statements, legal proceedings, the messy, complicated aftermath of Cole's actions. The road ahead won't be easy, and I know that. But tonight, in this quiet hotel room, with Liam's strong arms around me and our daughter sleeping soundly, we found a moment of peace in the storm. And that's enough for now. More than enough.
Chapter 26. Liam. I pulled into the parking lot of Aurora Sunrise Diner, a small local place known for its generous portions and bottomless coffee. The morning sun glints off the chrome trim of the vintage-styled building. In my rearview mirror, I catch Mariah's eye and wink at her, earning a giggle in return. "You hungry, princess?" I ask, still getting used to how natural it feels to call her that. "Starving!" She throws her hands up dramatically. "Can I get pancakes with the smiley face?" "You can get whatever you want today," Debbie says, unbuckling her seatbelt. Her voice carries that careful steadiness she's maintained since last night, strong for Mariah's sake. I scan the parking lot before getting out, a new habit I've developed in the last 24 hours. Old instincts from my early law career handling high-profile cases have resurfaced with a vengeance. The threat assessment is automatic. Parking lot clear, good visibility, multiple exits. Satisfied, I step out and open Mariah's door. I see Winona's already here. I nod toward her silver Lexus parked near the entrance. Debbie pauses, smoothing down her blouse. "Are you sure this is a good idea? Meeting your ex-wife the morning after your son was arrested?" "She's part of this too," I say quietly, "and she wants to meet you properly, without all the drama." Inside, Winona sits in a corner booth, her elegant posture unmistakable even from across the room. When she spots us, she stands, her expression a careful mix of warmth and concern. "There you are," she says, reaching for my arm with a gentle squeeze. Her eyes move to Debbie, then down to Mariah. Something softens in her face. And this must be Mariah. Mariah partially hides behind Debbie's leg, suddenly shy. "It's okay, baby," Debbie encourages. "This is Mr. Liam's friend." Winona kneels down, putting herself at Mariah's eye level. "I'm Winona. I've heard you like pancakes with faces on them. Me too." Mariah peeks out, interest piqued. "With strawberry smiles?" "Absolutely with strawberry smiles." Winona's smile is genuine, the practiced charm she usually wears in social situations, replaced by something more authentic. We slide into the booth, Mariah between Debbie and me, while Winona sits across. A waitress appears with coffee for the adults and orange juice for Mariah. "I ordered ahead," Winona explains. "Figured we could use the caffeine." "Thanks," Debbie says, wrapping her hands around the mug. "For everything. Liam told me what you did. Finding the evidence, going to the police." Winona's perfectly manicured fingers tap against her mug. "I wish I'd seen the signs sooner." Her voice drops. "Cole wasn't always like this." "I know," Debbie says quietly. The conversation pauses as our food arrives. Pancakes with fruit faces for Mariah, who claps with delight, and heartier fare for the rest of us. As Mariah digs in, oblivious to the weight of the conversation, Winona leans forward. "I've spoken with the prosecutor this morning," she says, her voice low enough that Mariah can't hear over her own happy munching. "They're pushing for psychiatric evaluation before arraignment. Cole's looking at serious charges." "Good," I say, perhaps too firmly. "He needs help, but he also needs consequences." "I agree." Winona's gaze shifts to Debbie. "I want to apologize to you, not just for what Cole did, but for what Liam and I failed to do as parents." Debbie looks up, surprised. "You don't owe me an apology." "I do." Winona's voice is firm. "We were so caught up in our careers, our divorce, our own drama. We missed things. Important things. Cole's issues didn't develop overnight. I feel the familiar weight of guilt settle on my shoulders. We should have gotten him help years ago when he first started showing signs of controlling behavior." "When he was 14, Winona adds, "he became obsessed with a girl at school. Followed her home, left notes in her locker. We wrote it off as an awkward teenage crush. We didn't want to see it, I admit, the coffee turning bitter in my mouth. It was easier to believe he'd grow out of it." Debbie reaches across the table, surprising me by taking Winona's hand. "You can't blame yourselves for everything he did." "Maybe not everything," Winona concedes. "But some things might have been prevented." I watch Mariah happily demolishing her pancakes, completely unaware of the gravity of our conversation. Her innocence stands in stark contrast to the gravity of the situation. How close we came to losing it all. What matters now, I say, is making sure he gets the help he needs while also protecting Debbie and Mariah. Winona nods. I've arranged for the best psychiatric team in the state to evaluate him. Whatever happens legally, I want him to get treatment. Thank you, Debbie says. I don't want him to suffer. I just want him to stop hurting people. Mariah looks up from her demolished pancakes, face smeared with syrup. Can I get ice cream? The tension breaks as we all laugh, grateful for the interruption. How about after you finish your juice? Debbie suggests, wiping Mariah's face with a napkin. Winona watches the interaction, a wistful expression crossing her features. She's beautiful, she says softly. She has your smile, Liam. And Debbie's everything else, thank God, I reply, earning a playful eye roll from Debbie. Have you told her yet? Winona asks, glancing at Mariah. I shake my head. Soon. We want to wait until things settle down. Makes sense. Winona hesitates, then adds, For what it's worth, I think you'll make a wonderful father. Better than you were the first time around. The comment stings, but it's fair. I'm trying to be. You already are, Debbie says quietly, her hand finding mine under the table. When it mattered most, you were there. Winona watches our joined hands with approval. Well, I should be going. I have a meeting with Cole's attorney in an hour. She stands, collecting her purse. Debbie, it was lovely to finally meet you properly. And Mariah, she smiles at the little girl. I hope we'll see more of each other. Can we have pancakes again? Mariah asks innocently. Absolutely. Winona's smile reaches her eyes. Anytime. As Winona leaves, I feel Debbie relax beside me. She's not what I expected, she admits. Winona's complicated, but she's got a good heart. I squeeze her hand. And she's right about one thing. I'm going to do better this time for both of you. Mariah tugs at my sleeve. Mr. Liam, can we go to the park after? I look to Debbie, who nods her approval. The park sounds perfect, I tell Mariah. And maybe after that, we can talk about finding a new apartment. One with better security. And a bigger bathtub, Mariah adds seriously. For my rubber ducks. Debbie laughs, the sound washing away some of the heaviness of the past 24 hours. Priorities, right? As I pay the bill and we head toward the door, I place my hand at the small of Debbie's back. It's official now. She's my woman, my partner, and I have full intention of cherishing her, of treating her right, of making sure that she has everything she could ever want in life. Together, the three of us walk to the nearest park, while Mariah is simply bursting at the seams with excitement with each step she takes. I watch Mariah dart across the playground, her laughter trailing behind her like music. The morning sun catches her curls, turning them into a halo of light as she scrambles up the slide. Her energy seems boundless after everything we've been through. Be careful on the monkey bars, Debbie calls out, her voice carrying that perfect blend of caution and encouragement that good mothers somehow master. We stand side by side near a park bench, close enough to reach Mariah quickly if needed, but far enough to give her the independence she craves. The park is quiet this morning. Just a few other families scattered around the colorful equipment. Perfect. She's resilient, I say, watching Mariah fearlessly leap from one platform to another. Kids bounce back faster than we do. Debbie nods, her eyes never leaving our daughter. She slept through the night. No nightmares. That's good. I resist the urge to put my arm around Debbie's waist, still learning the boundaries of our evolving relationship. What about you? Did you sleep? On and off. She tucks a strand of hair behind her ear. I kept waking up thinking I heard something. That's normal after what happened. It'll take time. I know. She finally looks at me, a small smile softening her features. Having you in the next room helped, though. The admission warms me from the inside. I've spent most of my life keeping people at a professional distance, clients, colleagues, even my own family. But with Debbie and Mariah, I want closeness. Need it, even. Mariah waves frantically from the top of the jungle gym. Look at me! I'm the tallest! I see you, princess. I call back, my chest swelling with pride. You're the queen of the jungle gym. She beams at the praise, then scrambles higher, fearless and determined. She gets that from you, Debbie says quietly. Gets what? That confidence? That I can conquer anything attitude. She crosses her arms, hugging herself slightly. I was always second-guessing myself, even as a kid. But Mariah, she just goes for it. I watch our daughter navigate the playground equipment with determination. She gets plenty from you too. Her kindness, her resilience. Maybe. Debbie's voice carries a hint of doubt. Definitely. I turn to face her fully. You raised her alone for 4 years, Debbie. Through impossible circumstances. Everything good in her comes from you. She blinks rapidly, emotion crossing her face before she masters it. Thank you for saying that. I'm not just saying it. I reach for her hand, relieved when she doesn't pull away. I mean it. Our fingers intertwine naturally, her smaller hand fitting perfectly in mine. Such a simple gesture, but it feels monumental after everything we've been through. Mama! Mr. Liam, watch me go down the big slide! Mariah shouts, positioning herself at the top of the tallest slide in the playground. We're watching, baby! Debbie calls back. We stand together hand in hand as Mariah pushes off, her delighted squeal echoing across the playground as she zooms down the curved slide. She lands in a heap at the bottom, giggling uncontrollably before jumping up to do it all over again. I can't remember the last time I felt this. I pause, searching for the right word. Happy? Debbie suggests. Content, I decide. Like everything important is right here. She squeezes my hand gently. I know what you mean. The morning stretches on, golden and peaceful. Mariah moves from the slide to the swings, demanding that I push her higher, higher, while Debbie takes photos with her phone. The simple joy of these moments, pushing my daughter on a swing, hearing her laugh, catching Debbie's smile, fills spaces in my heart I didn't know were empty. Later, we sit on a bench while Mariah makes soup in the sandbox with another little girl she's befriended. Debbie leans against my shoulder, her body relaxed in a way I haven't seen before. What are you thinking about? I ask, noticing the thoughtful expression on her face. The future, she admits. For the first time in years, I'm thinking about it without dread. And what do you see? She turns slightly, meeting my gaze. Us, the three of us, figuring it out together. She pauses. Is that what you want too? More than anything.
Chapter 27. Debbie. I end the call with Winona and place my phone on the kitchen counter, leaning against it for support. The weight of her news settles over me like a blanket, heavy but somehow comforting in its finality. Cole is being committed to a psychiatric facility, long-term treatment. The evaluation revealed issues deeper than any of us had imagined: paranoid tendencies, obsessive behavior patterns, and underlying trauma that had never been properly addressed. He won't be able to hurt you again, Winona had said, her voice carrying the unmistakable blend of maternal grief and determination. The doctors believe he needs at least 18 months of intensive therapy before they'd even consider outpatient treatment. I take a deep breath, letting the tension flow from my shoulders. For the first time in years, I feel truly safe. The constant vigilance, the looking over my shoulder, the nightmares, maybe now they can finally begin to fade. Mama, Mariah's voice pulls me from my thoughts. She stands in the doorway of our new apartment's kitchen, clutching her favorite stuffed unicorn. Can I have apple juice? Of course, baby. I smile, reaching for a cup from the cabinet. Our new place still feels strange, the layout unfamiliar, the walls too pristine without our photos and art. But it's secure. 3 floors up with keycard access, a doorman, and an on-site security team. Liam made sure of that. As I pour Mariah's juice, I watch her climb onto one of the bar stools at the counter. Her legs swing freely, not quite reaching the footrest. She's wearing the Wonder Woman pajamas. Liam bought her last week, her curls wild from her afternoon nap. Who was on the phone? She asks, accepting the cup with both hands. That was Miss Winona. I sit beside her, my heart beating a little faster. This is the moment I've been waiting for, the right moment to tell her the truth. Mr. Liam's friend? Mariah takes a sip of juice, leaving a little mustache of apple on her upper lip. Yes, I gently wipe her mouth with my thumb. And Cole's mom. Mariah's expression darkens slightly at the mention of Cole. Though we've shielded her from the worst details, she knows enough that Cole was the bad man who broke our door, that he scared Mama, that the police took him away. It's hard to even make sense of the fact that Cole is Mariah's brother. Is the bad man coming back? Her voice gets smaller, her fingers tightening around her cup. No, baby. I stroke her cheek. That's what Miss Winona called to tell me. Cole is going to stay at a special hospital for a long time. Doctors are going to help him feel better so he doesn't get so angry anymore. Relief washes over her little face. Good. I don't like when people yell. Me neither. I take a deep breath, gathering my courage. Mariah, there's something important I want to talk to you about. Something about Mr. Liam. She perks up immediately. Is he coming over today? Yes, later for dinner. I smile at her enthusiasm. But this is about something else. Something special. Mariah leans forward, intrigued. A surprise? Sort of. I take her small hands in mine, marveling at how perfect they are. Tiny replicas of my own, with Liam's long fingers. You know how some of your friends have daddies who live with them? She nods solemnly. Like Zoe and Tyler. Right, and some have daddies who live in different houses like Jaden. And some don't have daddies at all, like me, she adds matter-of-factly. My heart clenches. Actually, that's what I want to talk about. You do have a daddy, Mariah. Her eyes widen. I do? Yes. I squeeze her hands gently. Mr. Liam is your daddy. For a moment, she just stares at me, processing. Then her whole face lights up like a sunrise. Mr. Liam is my real daddy? She bounces on the stool, nearly toppling it. I steady her, laughing despite the tears threatening to spill. Yes, baby, he's your real daddy. But her brow furrows in confusion. Why didn't he live with us before? Doesn't he like us? Oh, sweetie. I pull her onto my lap, cradling her close. He loves us very much. But for a long time, Mr. Liam didn't know he was your daddy. He only found out recently. When the bad man came? A little before that. I kissed the top of her head. And as soon as Mr. Liam found out you were his little girl, he was so happy. He wanted to be with you right away. Mariah's mind works through this new information, her expression cycling through confusion, wonder, and finally, pure joy. So I can call him Daddy now? She asks, her voice trembling with excitement. If you want to. I think he'd like that very much. She scrambles off my lap, practically vibrating with energy. Can I call him right now? Please, Mama. I want to tell him I know. I laugh, reaching for my phone. Okay, but remember he's at work, so he might be busy. Mariah bounces impatiently as I dial Liam's number. He picks up on the second ring. Debbie? Everything okay? His voice carries that edge of concern it's had since the incident. Everything's perfect, I assure him. Someone wants to talk to you. I pass the phone to Mariah, who grabs it with both hands, pressing it to her ear. Hello, Daddy, she practically shouts, unable to contain herself. Mama told me you're my real daddy. Are you coming over? Can we play princesses? Can I show you my new drawing? I can't hear Liam's response, but I can imagine his face. The surprise, the emotion, the love that's become so evident whenever he looks at our daughter. Mariah giggles, chattering excitedly into the phone about all the things they can do now that she knows he's her daddy. I watch Mariah's face light up as Liam describes his new office on the phone. His deep voice carries through the speaker as I start making our dinner on the stove, pretending I'm not eavesdropping on their conversation. And guess what else I've got just for you, Princess? Liam asks. What? Tell me. Mariah bounces on her tiptoes, clutching my phone with both hands. Your very own special corner with a purple desk and a big basket of art supplies. Just for when you visit Daddy at work. Really? Just for me? Her eyes widen with wonder. Just for you. And there's a secret door that slides open and closed, so you can have privacy when you're creating your masterpieces. Mariah gasps dramatically. Like a superhero hideout? Exactly like that. Liam's laugh rumbles through the speaker. Nobody can come in without the special password. What's the password? She whispers. How about Princess Mariah Rules? She giggles, delighted with the idea. That's perfect. When can I see it, Daddy? My heart catches at the word. Daddy, she says it so naturally now, like she's been calling him that her whole life. The transition happened faster than I expected, with none of the confusion or hesitation I'd worried about. The office will be ready next week, Liam says. Maybe you and Mama can come see it after school on Friday. I'll order pizza for lunch. Can we, Mama? Mariah turns to me, eyes pleading. I wipe my hands on a dish towel and smile. Of course we can. Mariah turns back to the phone. Mama says yes. And can I bring my new markers to try out on my desk? Absolutely. It wouldn't be your space without your special art supplies. I watch my daughter's face glow with happiness as she chatters on about what colors she'll use and what pictures she'll draw for Liam's office walls. This is what I'd always hoped for her, a father who listens, who creates space for her, who makes her feel special and wanted. I have to go now, Princess, Liam says eventually. Got one more meeting before I can come over for dinner. Okay, Daddy. Mariah's voice drops to a stage whisper. I love you. There's a brief pause, and when Liam speaks again, his voice is thick with emotion. I love you too, Mariah. So much. Tears spring to my eyes, and I turn back to the stove, blinking rapidly. After everything we've been through, Cole's abuse, the restraining orders, the constant fear, these simple moments of normalcy feel almost miraculous. Mama, Daddy says he loves you too, Mariah announces, holding the phone out to me. I take it, heat rushing to my cheeks. Hey, I say softly. Hey yourself, Liam's voice is warm. Sorry about that. She put me on the spot. It's fine. I stir the sauce, smiling despite myself. Dinner will be ready when you get here. Nothing fancy, just pasta. Sounds perfect. I'll bring wine. See you soon? After we hang up, I set my phone aside and return to preparing dinner. Mariah climbs onto a stool at the counter, watching me cook with curious eyes. Mama, are you happy that Daddy is my real daddy? She asks suddenly. I stop stirring and look at her. Of course I am, baby. Why do you ask? She shrugs, tracing patterns on the countertop with her finger. You're smiling more, and you don't look scared anymore. My heart twists. Children notice everything, absorb everything. Even when we think we're protecting them, they feel the undercurrents of adult emotions. I am happier, I admit, reaching across to smooth her wild curls. And I feel safe now. Because the bad man is gone forever? Yes. I nod, grateful that Cole is receiving the treatment he needs, far away from us. And because your daddy takes care of us. He's nice, she declares, with the simple certainty of a 4-year-old. And he pushes me really high on the swings. I laugh, the sound bubbling up from somewhere deep and genuine. Yes, he does. Mama, she tilts her head, another question forming. Yes, baby? Will Daddy live with us someday, like Tyler's daddy lives with him? The question catches me off guard. Liam and I haven't discussed moving in together yet, though he stays over most nights. We're taking things slow, building a solid foundation first. Would you like that? I ask carefully. She nods enthusiastically. Then he could read me stories every night and make pancakes in the morning. Those are pretty good reasons. I agree, my heart swelling with love for this perfect little person we created. As I drain the pasta and finish preparing our meal, I find myself humming softly. The apartment feels different now, warmer, more alive. The walls that once felt like they were closing in on me now contain something precious. A family taking shape, healing, growing stronger together. For the first time in years, I'm not just surviving, I'm living. And the future, our future, looks brighter than I ever dared to hope. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 28. Liam. I step back to admire my handiwork, the last of my clothes hanging neatly in the closet beside Debbie's. My suits look almost comical next to her colorful dresses and blouses, like they're having a conversation about how different their owners are. Not exactly the penthouse suite you're used to, is it? Debbie leans against the doorframe, arms crossed, a teasing smile playing on her lips. No, I agree, closing the closet door. It's better. She rolls her eyes. Right. A millionaire lawyer who's used to luxury condos and 5-star hotels prefers a 2-bedroom apartment with creaky floors and neighbors who fight at 3 in the morning. I cross to her, placing my hands on her hips. This millionaire lawyer prefers wherever his family is. Smooth talker, but she doesn't pull away when I kiss her, soft and lingering. Daddy! Mama! The movie's starting! Mariah's voice calls from the living room. Debbie breaks away first. Coming, baby! I follow her down the short hallway to where Mariah has created an elaborate nest of blankets and pillows on the floor in front of the TV. She's wearing her Wonder Woman pajamas and clutching her stuffed unicorn, practically vibrating with excitement. Did you pick a good one, princess? I ask, settling onto the couch behind her. The best one. She points to the screen where animated characters dance across the opening credits. It has dragons and princesses and singing. Sounds perfect. I catch Debbie's eye as she curls up beside me, tucking her feet underneath her. This isn't how I imagined my life would look a year ago, watching cartoons on a Friday night in a modest apartment with my daughter and her mother. But goddamn if it isn't exactly what I want. 20 minutes into the movie, Mariah abandons her blanket fort to climb onto my lap. She settles against my chest, her small body warm and trusting. Her curls tickle my chin as she tilts her head back to look at me. Daddy, are you going to stay here forever and ever? The question catches me off guard. That's the plan, Princess. Is that okay with you? She nods solemnly. Good. 'Cause Tyler at school said Daddy sometimes leave and never come back. I feel Debbie tense beside me. I tighten my arm around her shoulders, drawing her closer. Some daddies might, I tell Mariah honestly. But I'm not going anywhere. I promise. This seems to satisfy her. She turns her attention back to the movie, absently playing with the buttons on my shirt. Within minutes, her eyelids grow heavy, her breathing deepening into the rhythm of sleep. She's out, Debbie whispers, reaching over to brush a curl from Mariah's forehead. Want me to put her to bed? Debbie nods. She'll sleep better there. I carefully stand, cradling Mariah against my chest. She stirs slightly, mumbling something unintelligible before nestling her face into the crook of my neck. The weight of her in my arms, completely trusting and vulnerable, still overwhelms me sometimes. Moving quietly down the hallway, I nudge her bedroom door open with my foot. The nightlight casts a soft glow over her room. Walls covered with her artwork, stuffed animals arranged precisely on shelves, books stacked on the small table beside her bed. I ease her onto the mattress, pulling her unicorn blanket up to her chin. She sighs contentedly, rolling onto her side. I stand there a moment longer than necessary, watching the rise and fall of her chest, marveling at this miracle I didn't know existed until a few months ago. Sleep tight, Princess, I whisper, pressing a kiss to her forehead. Daddy loves you. The words come easily now, though they still catch in my throat sometimes with the weight of their meaning. I never thought I'd get another chance at fatherhood. Never thought I deserved one after how things went with Cole. Yet here I am, given this unexpected gift. When I return to the living room, Debbie has paused the movie and is scrolling through her phone. She looks up as I approach, her expression softening. She didn't even stir. Out like a light. I drop onto the couch beside her, pulling her against me. That kid could sleep through a hurricane. Gets that from me. Debbie settles against my chest, her hand finding mine. I used to drive my mother crazy. She'd vacuum right next to my bed, and I wouldn't even roll over. I laugh, the sound rumbling through both of us. We sit in comfortable silence for a moment, the paused movie forgotten on the screen. You know, Debbie says eventually, her voice taking on that teasing tone I've come to love. You could have bought us a house with that fancy lawyer money of yours, something with a yard and rooms that don't share walls with strangers. Is that what you want? I ask seriously. Because if it is... No. She cuts me off, shifting to look me in the eyes. I was joking. This place is perfect for us right now. Close to Mariah's school, my classes, your office. I don't need anything fancy. You deserve fancy, I tell her, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. You deserve everything. She rolls her eyes, but I catch the pleased smile she tries to hide. There you go with that smooth talk again. Not smooth talk. Truth. I pull her closer. I feel a warm, contented silence fall between us as Debbie shifts in my arms, her head resting against my chest. Her fingers trace idle patterns on my shirt, and I can tell she's thinking, processing everything that's happened in the whirlwind of the past months. Thank you, she says finally, her voice soft but clear in the quiet apartment. For what? For being such a good father to Mariah. She lifts her head to meet my eyes. I watch you with her, and it's everything I ever hoped she would have. The way you listen to her stories, how you never rush her when she's trying to explain something important to her. The little notes you leave in her lunchbox. My throat tightens unexpectedly. She makes it easy. She's an incredible kid. Because of you too, not just me. Debbie's fingers find mine, intertwining them. You stepped up in a way most men wouldn't. Especially given the circumstances. I pull her closer, breathing in the scent of her hair. The thought that's been circling my mind for weeks now pushes forward, demanding to be spoken. I want to marry you. Debbie freezes against me. What? I want to marry you, I repeat, more confidently this time. I know it hasn't been that long since we've reconnected, but I've never been more certain about anything in my life. She pulls back slightly, studying my face with those expressive eyes of hers. Liam, you don't have to do that. We're good as we are. I'm not expecting... I know I don't have to. I want to. I take her hands in mine. I want to make this official. I want to be your husband, not just Mariah's father. I want to build something permanent with you. A small, disbelieving laugh escapes her. Are you serious right now? Dead serious. I squeeze her hands. I can take you ring shopping tomorrow, or this weekend, whenever works with your class schedule. Nothing flashy if you don't want it to be, though I'd like to spoil you a little. Her expression shifts from surprise to something softer, more vulnerable. You really mean it, don't you? Every word. I brush my thumb across her cheek. I love you, Debbie. I love our life together. I love what we're building. And I want to stand up in front of everyone we know and promise to keep loving you for the rest of my life. Tears glisten in her eyes, but her smile is radiant. She leans forward, pressing her lips to mine in a kiss that speaks volumes. Trust, love, hope for our future. Yes, she whispers against my mouth. I'd like that. I'd like that very much. Relief and joy surge through me. I pull her closer, deepening the kiss, pouring everything I feel for this incredible woman into it. Her arms wrap around my neck, her body melting against mine. What starts as tender quickly turns heated. Debbie shifts in my arms, moving to straddle my lap, her fingers threading through my hair. The weight of her against me, the taste of her mouth, the soft sound she makes when I slide my hands under her shirt. It's intoxicating. She breaks the kiss, breathing hard, her forehead resting against mine. We should move this to the bedroom, she murmurs, her voice husky with desire. Good call. I stand, lifting her with me. Her legs wrap around my waist as I carry her down the hallway, careful to be quiet as we pass Mariah's room. Once inside our bedroom, I kick the door shut behind us and lower Debbie to the bed. She looks up at me, eyes dark with want, lips curved in a smile that's just for me.
Chapter 29. Debbie. I sink into the mattress as Liam lowers me down, his eyes never leaving mine. The weight of his proposal still hangs in the air between us, making this moment feel different, deeper, more significant. Come here, I whisper, reaching for him. He joins me on the bed, his body covering mine with delicious weight. His lips find my neck, trailing kisses that make my skin tingle and my back arch. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. That was, he starts, then shakes his head, smiling. I don't even have the words. I laugh softly, snuggling closer to him. I know what you mean. He pulls the blanket over us, cocooning our bodies in warmth. The intimacy of this moment, skin against skin, breath mingling, heartbeats synchronizing, feels like another kind of lovemaking, quieter but no less profound. I meant what I said earlier, he murmurs, pressing a kiss to my forehead. About marrying you. I know you did. I traced the line of his jaw with my fingertip, and I meant my answer. His arm tightens around me, pulling me impossibly closer. I rest my head on his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heart. With Liam, I feel completely safe, completely loved.
Chapter 30. Liam. I wake to the smell of bacon and the sound of muffled giggles. Rolling over, I find Debbie's side of the bed empty, the sheets cold. Sunlight streams through the curtains we forgot to close last night, casting patterns across our bedroom floor. 1 month married. Still feels like a dream sometimes. Stretching, I grab my sweatpants from the floor and pull them on before padding barefoot down the hallway. I pause at the kitchen doorway, taking in the scene before me. Debbie stands at the stove, flipping pancakes with practiced ease. Her hair is pulled into a messy bun, and she's wearing one of my t-shirts that hangs to mid-thigh. Mariah sits at the counter on a stool, carefully arranging bacon on a plate, her tongue poking out in concentration. No, baby. Like this, Debbie demonstrates, creating a pattern with the bacon. See? It looks prettier that way. Like a flower? Mariah asks, tilting her head. Exactly like a flower. Neither has noticed me yet, and I take advantage of the moment to just watch them. My family. The word still feels new on my tongue, but right in my heart. Morning, I finally say, stepping into the kitchen. Something smells amazing. Mariah's head whips around, her face lighting up. Daddy! We're making surprise breakfast. I can see that. I drop a kiss on top of her curls before moving to Debbie. Morning, beautiful. I wrap my arms around her from behind, pressing a kiss to the sensitive spot just below her ear. She leans back into me for a moment, spatula still in hand. You weren't supposed to be up yet, she murmurs. We were going to bring it to you in bed. Sorry to ruin the surprise. I steal another kiss before releasing her. Need any help? Nope. We've got it under control. Right, Mariah? Right. Mariah nods emphatically. I'm the bacon expert. The most important job, I agree solemnly, pouring myself a cup of coffee from the pot Debbie's already made. That bacon looks professional grade. Mariah beams at the praise, carefully placing another strip in her flower pattern. I lean against the counter, sipping my coffee and watching my girls work in perfect tandem. There's an ease between them, a rhythm built from years of it being just the two of them. Sometimes I still feel like I'm learning the steps to their dance, but they always make space for me. Sit down, Daddy, Mariah instructs, pointing to the table. It's almost ready. I obey, carrying my coffee to the small dining table that's already set with plates and silverware. Within minutes, they bring over a feast, a stack of golden pancakes, crispy bacon arranged in that flower pattern, and a bowl of fluffy scrambled eggs. This is incredible, I say as Mariah climbs into her chair next to mine. What's the occasion? Debbie and Mariah exchange a look, something secretive passing between them. Debbie sets the syrup on the table and takes her seat across from me. Can't a woman make breakfast for her husband without an ulterior motive? She asks, but there's a playful glint in her eye that tells me there's more to the story. She can, I concede, loading my plate with pancakes. But I know that look. You're up to something. Mariah giggles, covering her mouth with both hands. It's a secret. A secret, huh? I cut into my pancakes, playing along. Must be a pretty big secret if it involves pancakes and bacon. The biggest, Mariah confirms, her eyes wide with excitement. I take a bite of the pancakes, making an appreciative noise. These are amazing. Maybe the secret is that you've been taking cooking classes behind my back? Debbie laughs, shaking her head. No cooking classes, just an old family recipe. We eat in comfortable silence for a few minutes. The pancakes are indeed perfect, light and fluffy with a hint of vanilla. The bacon is crispy just how I like it, and the eggs are seasoned perfectly. Whatever this secret is, I'm enjoying the lead-up. So, Debbie says casually, setting down her fork, we've been thinking. We have, Mariah confirms, nodding seriously. About how our family is pretty great, Debbie continues, her eyes meeting mine across the table. The three of us. I agree, I say, sensing we're getting closer to the revelation. Best family a man could ask for. But, Debbie takes a deep breath, we were wondering how you might feel if our family got a little bigger. My fork pauses halfway to my mouth. Bigger? Yeah, Mariah jumps in, like if there was a baby. A little brother or sister for me to play with and teach things to. My gaze snaps to Debbie, who's watching me with a mixture of nervousness and hope in her eyes. Are you saying... She nods, a smile spreading across her face. I'm pregnant, Liam. The world seems to stop for a moment. I set my fork down carefully, my heart pounding in my chest. You're pregnant? About 6 weeks along, she confirms. I took 3 tests to be sure. We're having a baby? The words come out barely above a whisper. Debbie nods again, her eyes searching mine. Is that okay? I'm out of my chair in an instant, pulling her up into my arms. Okay? Debbie, it's incredible. I cup her face in my hands, overwhelmed with emotion. We're having a baby. Her eyes fill with tears of relief. You're happy? Happy doesn't even begin to cover it. I kiss her, pouring all my joy into it, mindful of Mariah watching us. Still, our daughter giggles and squeals happily at the prospect of having a baby sibling. I pull Mariah into a hug, still processing the incredible news. My child. Our child. And now another one on the way. The future I never knew I wanted is unfolding right before my eyes. So I'm gonna be a big sister. Mariah bounces on my lap, her eyes wide with excitement. Will it be a boy or a girl? Can I pick the name? Can I help feed it? I laugh, smoothing down her wild curls. Whoa there, princess. One question at a time. We don't know if it's a boy or girl yet, that comes later. And yes, you'll definitely get to help. I'll be the best big sister ever, she declares, sitting up straighter. I can teach the baby all kinds of important stuff, like how to color inside the lines and which cereal is the best, and how to make Mama laugh when she's tired. Debbie smiles from across the table, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The morning light catches her face just right, making her look almost ethereal. Christ, I love this woman. That sounds perfect, I tell Mariah. The baby will be lucky to have such a smart big sister. Where will the baby sleep? Mariah asks suddenly, her brow furrowing with concern. My room is too small for 2 beds. The question triggers something I've been considering for weeks now. Our apartment, while comfortable enough for the 3 of us, suddenly feels inadequate for our growing family. Actually, I say, glancing at Debbie, I've been thinking about that. Maybe it's time we looked for a house. Something with a yard, more space. Mariah's eyes widen. A real house with stairs inside? Maybe, I laugh, and definitely with a big room just for you, and a special nursery for the baby. Can I have purple walls? Mariah asks, already planning her new space. And stars on the ceiling that glow in the dark? Whatever you want, princess. I look to Debbie. What do you think? ready for a change of scenery. Debbie reaches across the table to take my hand. I think that's a great idea. This place was perfect for starting over, but with the baby coming. She places her other hand over her still flat stomach. We could use the extra space. And a bathtub for my ducks, Mariah reminds us, clearly focused on the essentials. Absolutely, I agree solemnly. Duck accommodation is non-negotiable. Debbie laughs, the sound washing over me like a wave of pure happiness. We can start looking this weekend if you want. Nothing too fancy, though. Don't worry about that. I squeeze her hand. I want us to find the perfect place, somewhere that feels like home for all of us. A place where Mariah can have her purple room with stars, and the baby can have a beautiful nursery, and you... I pause, bringing her hand to my lips for a kiss. You can have whatever your heart desires. All I want is us together, she says softly. The rest is just details. Mariah climbs off my lap and rushes around the table to Debbie, placing both hands on her mother's stomach. Hello, baby. I'm your big sister. You're gonna love our new house. Debbie's eyes meet mine over Mariah's head, and I see in them everything I'm feeling. Joy, anticipation, a touch of fear, but mostly love. So much love it feels impossible to contain. I stand and move to them, wrapping my arms around both my girls. Soon to be 3, a family I never imagined having, in a life I never knew I wanted, until Debbie walked into that bar and changed everything. I love you, I murmur, pressing a kiss to Debbie's temple. Both of you, all of you. We love you too, she whispers back, leaning into my embrace.